The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
On the shadow children of the realm. Come on, I'll sing out to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一套，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Welcome one and welcome all right back to the LPL. We are here with our second broadcasted day of the week, and I'm joined by Nymera. I'm Mazel, and we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. I'm expecting a lot of action, and I know you're ready for it too, Nymera.
And I'm also expecting a lot of games. Every single one of our series today, I think, has the potential to go the distance. Even the last game of the day when we have Top Esports versus LNG. LNG have made a roster change to bring Mark in, to bring Mark out and put Hung in. So there's some chance of that even going the distance too.
Yeah, there's some interesting changes. Also, maybe some very good changes, I guess we'll see as well. But that being said, I am interested at taking your look, I guess, at yesterday's games, because I find it curious. You know, obviously it's short day, but not much really upset the flow of things, and I feel like that's not normal here in the LPL right now.
Yeah, we kind of expect 1 or 2 games at least to go to one of the underdog teams. Very few teams are really closing out things cleanly in full 2-0 fashions. I'm now seriously keeping my eyes on anyone's Legend. Of course, last year they struggled an awful lot. They had a 17th place finish and a 14th place. They're starting to build up some momentum, especially with the roster changes coming into this year. Finishing off a win against TT, who are a struggling team, don't get me wrong, but finishing off a win against them in the fashion that they did, that's important to just keep a track of, put a pin in it.
Yeah, I gotta say my heart goes out to TT. It was a team I actually thought I was gonna have high hopes this year, but hopefully they can turn it all around. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings though, because some unlikely heroes have joined our top of the top as Invictus Gaming has tied up Billy, and anyone's Legend making a run for it up there too.
And JD Gaming are also now the only undefeated team in major regions.
No pressure.
Still. Earlier in the week, of course, we saw BLG drop a series to Invictus Gaming, who just seems to be Invictus Giant Slayers, it seems, in this modern iteration of them. NIP, I had higher hopes for them at 6-1. They're halfway through their split just about, and they're getting some really good results. And of course, if you're on the second page here, things are not looking so good for you on the other side of this. This means at the end of the split, you would miss playoffs if you're here.
It would, and some big names down here, it feels like, on the wrong side of the bracket. Also, heart goes out to JJ for EDG. Heard he's going to have some medical attention given to him. Hopefully he'll be back in the running, but interested to see what happens with EDG as they move forward here in a very tough split. But that being said, we're going to have a fun day of action today as we have all 3 best of 3s lined up and ready to go. LGD versus FPX. We have WE versus IG and Top Esports versus LNG.
And as we let off in the show, every single one of these series has the potential to go the distance. And I don't know whether your voice is ready for it.
I'm ready,
Last
baby.
time we were on cast, we had a lot of games too. I think actually on the broadcast, we've had the only 9-game day in terms of the broadcast that we've had so far. Might rack up 2.
Hey, back-to-back world champions here. I'm just saying, all I'm saying. Hey, I went on to cast more games that day too, by the way. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into this one as well, because LGD themselves, they might not be the darlings of this matchup as FPX are, especially Milky Way, but themselves, I feel like, have put together some very impressive performances. I know Haichao has been a bit of a double-edged sword, but he is the guy, it feels like, for me, for LGD.
Oh, hugely so. I do feel, though, like looking through their last couple of series as well, Sharia, particularly when he's gone something like the Senna, has been a fantastic primary carry too. And even Meteor has been starting to delve into the champion picks a little bit more to show what this team's got to offer.
Yeah, and on the other side, FPX, I alluded to him a little bit. Milky Way has been taking the league by storm, it feels like, but this team finds themselves in a positive position, which at 500, is not something I feel like they could have said last year in a lot of situations. So I find that this team very interesting. Obviously, Care still being an integral part, but some of the new additions shining through.
And also, this is a team which arguably should have an extra win on the board as well. There was a game 3 they had with actually Milky Way on a Diana, the only major region Diana that we've seen so far, and they ended up just about losing that game 3. This is a team which has come out of effectively nowhere for this split. I did not have high expectations on them.
Well, I know we were having a lot of fun setting this one up as well. Oh, we don't get to set one up, but we have junglers from the Stars, and we're going to be going to the Stars themselves live on stage here as we get off to the series itself. This one, I feel like, full-on jungle spotlight to a T. Being able to see Milky Way versus Meteor, their interesting picks, the way that they're going to dictate this best of 3 meta here tonight is the interest.
Absolutely. So, for the record, I was looking through some stats of the champions being picked in the jungle role between these two. There have been 6 top-tier Kindred games across the world, so that's all major regions. 3 of them have been played by the 2 junglers in this match. 2 by Milky Way, and then on the other side, I believe it's just the 1 by Meteor. But Meteor's also delved into the Graves and delved into Lilia as well. See FPX coming out on the stage, though, to see if they can get themselves onto a good front foot start versus their opponents.
And obviously some big changes for this team, and I think we get to see it all the time come through. Docdom and Life.
Milky Way almost walked to the wrong
Hey,
side
don't
of the
worry about
stage.
it. Don't worry. We weren't gonna throw him under the bus there, all right? But you did anyways. But I
you might not want it to. But
it's a curious conversation though, because I feel like Docdom and Life have really adhered to a lot of the meta we're seeing in the LCK and bringing that to FPX, which gives them on top of having some wacky things to play around towards bottom side, it enables Milky Way to play a lot more of these facilitated picks that he feels are facilitated towards him, right?
Yeah, and I feel like the ability for bot lane to take some of that burden in the draft and say, okay, we're going to play something which maybe just chills a little bit earlier and allows the jungle to not be on call there, or to facilitate a bit more if they want to play towards it, has allowed that champion pool to come through. I think on the other side, looking at Meteor, it feels like he's just doing whatever he feels like. The Lilia, the Graves. Have they always been the key winning factor of the games? No, but Meteor's Meteor, folks. If you're not familiar with him, he's done this for a great many years at this point, ever since his debut. He's quite veteran now on this roster, thinking about it. Of course, from some of the players in the
veteran in quotations. But yeah, it is curious. I think, and the way that we see, obviously, Milky Way playing a lot more of these skirmish-heavy junglers, whereas Meteor playing whatever the hell he wants, it does end up being a lot more of that kind of mental battle in the draft now, I feel like, between these two. That is going to be the most curious thing to me.
And in fact, there was a very interesting interview with Lian earlier in the week after Invictus Gaming took a shock upset victory versus Bilibili Gaming, where he was talking about, well, you know, if you start hitting the jungle champion pool a lot, it does allow you to delve into the real weird stuff starting to come out. And if that can happen in a series, you know, with our best team in the league, presumably in it, well, we'll see if that's even true after this point. Heck, we'll see how far that goes. I'm not going to go too really that one. I really want to see what happens if we do get a load of jungle bans in this series. I think that both of these guys have a real ability to rock the boat.
Yeah, and obviously, as we speak about jungle, I feel like we always have to add the secondary into that, and that is mid lane. And for FPX, obviously still building around Care, a core component to their team over the last few years. But for Haichao, right, it feels like he's really starting to gain some momentum. So being able to play off the back of these very aggressive junglers or kind of wacky styles that are coming out of the jungle is very important for these two guys, and the flexibility being key.
I feel like, on the whole, mid-jungle synergy is not as important as it was for parts of last year and the year before, when we saw a lot of Vi Taliyah, Vi Ahri, the Wukong combinations, the Annies. Neeko's still around. But it does feel like when you're dealing with just different junglers, it means that your mid laners have to be really locked into what their junglers can and can't do. If you're playing with a Kindred, you are going to have less attention in the mid lane than if you have something like, say, Milky Way's Lee Sin, which he's done an awful lot of early game carrying on. Being able to kind of flex between games and understanding the role of your jungler from the lanes is a really important point. I know that there's been a big conversation just in League in general over the last year, or, well, last few years, about how junglers need to know how to play lanes to know what the lanes need from them. This is the situation of the opposite, where the lanes need to know what the junglers can and can't do, so they also know the other side of that coin.
They definitely do, and that's where, like, a lot of the other pieces are very curious to me, but again, it kind of circles back to some of the expectations I had for these teams ahead of the split, and I feel like while LGD maybe a little bit more so where I would have expected them, I think I've seen some serious surprises from FPX this split. And Milky Way in particular in their last series against LNG, obviously going against Weiwei, which pretty high props to Weiwei, as you know, was in the finals and all those big things with Wei. And being able to go against them and play so aggressively and come out the other end better. It was a hard fought 3-game series, but you could see the elation on the FPX members after that win, right? And their bow signified that, I feel like. So taking some of that momentum is also important, I feel like, moving forward.
And particularly for, you know, some of the fresher faces on the LPL stage, taking big symbolic wins, even against teams which haven't found their footing yet. But I know that LNG, they're a team which is, their early games have been all over the place. Their decision making has been all over the place too. But having a bit of that confidence, a bit of that wind in the sails, it can kind of help them go into the next series and believe in the same style that they've been trying to pull off for this split.
Should be getting into picks and bans here shortly, but those are big focuses for the night itself. And as we speak about it, right, it is single round robin for the LPL itself. We're getting to, you know, halfway through the split here. It's got to be picking out some wins.
Say the line, Mazel. You only play each other once.
No, I wasn't going to go that far. You know, we say that too much. It's also the single round robin. How many times can we say that? But it is truly important. And I think when you look at matchups like this, right, especially in the eyes of FPX, who are in contention at least to really be in the upper runnings here if they can go on a streak. Picking up these wins against a team like LGD or vice versa, LGD picking a win against FPX is super important.
And it starts from here. What are our bans going to be? I expect to see a Senna on the ban list at some point. The Kindred taken away from Milky Way and the Brand out of the jungle as well. So some of our more damage-oriented jungle picks well out of the way first.
The Ashe likely contestant there in the bans. I do like the Nautilus ban there and just take away some of that engage that Jin Zhao loves oh so much. I do expect that jungle matchups to still be that focus that you were talking about. Hopefully we see a little bit more of that so we can really start getting some of the spicy picks, but the Maokai is going to be a priority ban here.
So, obviously huge picks which are left open right now are, I mean, Azir has been eaten up by pretty much every LPL mid lane, and we love that pick right here, and it has been very successful. Haichao has also been a player who's done a lot of good work on that one. I am very surprised that Senna is making its way through the draft right now, and that is the triple flex, technically, of the Twisted Fate locked away too. Leaves the Azir up. I would quite like to see Shaya on the center again. I think he's been fantastic on that pick, and I think LGD have played compositions very well around it, but they might have a different flavor of bot lane in mind for us.
Kair going to go with a tried and true classic. The amount of games he has played with the Azir is more, especially now, than all the other champions he's played this split combined. Now, we do have the Kalista that has slunk through the draft. I think there's a lot of counterplay available for FPX on the table here in this first phase.
Now, maybe what LGD are thinking is, well, you know, Dog Damn Life, they've liked to play stuff which kind of spikes in the mid-game a bit harder. You know, stuff like the Ezreal comes to mind and that kind of level. You can't really wait until mid-game if a Kalista Renata is, you know, ramming a million Ren stacks into you and making your life really, really difficult. So, Varus seems to be the easy lock-in. It probably means that you're going to have Lethality Varus from Dog Damn in the bot lane just to survive through laning phase. I would be quite sad to see Haichao locked onto Akama. That one, of course, has been left up and available. He has a lot of his specialty picks up there too. This would also be a chance to lock in an Aatrox too, just to secure that matchup in topside. Birdol really likes playing that into the K'Sante. He might just want that for comfort. Whose champion pool are you really going to rely on here, though? Worth noting, of course, both junglers. We talked about those jungle champion pools being pretty deep. They have been left through to the second round of bans, so we're likely to see even more jungle hits.
What can we see them pull out of the hat here is what I'm looking forward to. I am interested, though. The Poppy was still available and, you know, pretty good counterplay into Kalista. So was curious not to see that one go into FPX in the first phase, but they wanted to go with some utility for Docdom in the bot lane. A lot of lockdown there as well and some strength in K'Sante. We do get that Senna ban first and foremost, followed by the Udyr.
I was actually wondering if you were going to talk about the Poppy for Birdol, but yes, obviously for the side of Milky Way as well. That's completely valid. But yeah, I'm top lane pool. Got a couple of picks left up. I wonder if the second ban is going to be the Aatrox taken away from Birdol, just because he likes playing that matchup in general. What I've seen from the K'Sante Aatrox matchup, and I know there has been a lot of very valid criticism of it, where the Aatrox and the K'Sante, they don't really interact that much with each other. They just trade ultimates every so often. They become just different backlane diving access threats. So I'm really wondering whether Birdol just locks that in, saves last pick, maybe even Meteor at this point. But with the Graves gone, it means that they can't play towards double AD carry composition from the jungle now, especially with the Kindred gone too.
Now, Jack's definitely something very strong. I love the Blitzcrank nod here by LGD, just saying we're not letting Life add another champion to his pool that he's played this year. We're just not going to do it. The Xin Zhao is the lock-in, so keeping with that skirmish-heavy mindset, Meteor is going to be piloting that one.
Okay, so that one feels maybe a bit more like a takeaway from Milky Way rather than a particularly strong lock-in for the side of LGD. It's fine for their composition. It definitely allows them to absolutely massacre the 3v3 bot side. That means that the Lee Sin being locked in on the other side, and also the Rumble support, which we have seen a game or two coming out of, means that the amount of damage now towards the bot side of the map when it comes to 3v3s is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, Life going to be grabbing that one again, second time for the split, but especially just, again, keeping those curveballs going. Milky Way gets to play a classic comfort champion for himself, and that's what we wanted set up with this bot lane that has been providing such relief of pressure for FPX. On the other side, we have literally like the meta comp, it feels like, with the Gnar coming in here as a little bit of a wild side, but I'm very curious as to how Meteor can pilot this and especially protect Xiaoya and Jin Zhao.
Well, I'm wondering exactly how much he can leverage their pressure in lane. Whichever jungler gets the better angle towards bot lane early is going to have huge value this game. There is no one tanky towards the bot side of the map. You have to expect that junglers are going to be going down there and getting as much value as possible. That does mean that Gnar will be in an isolated matchup versus K'Sante on paper. Maybe there's a chance of a gank up there in terms of a quick time investment. This is something we've seen a lot from the LPL. The Gnar being left alone in top side, the jungler focusing full bot side, and the Gnar slowly eking out side lane advantage. That can be a real problem as the game goes on.
We're going to be getting into it soon here, and all of our focus is that early pathing, as you heard Nymera say, down towards bottom side, but it's all eyes on Milky Way and Meteor. Who can have the better performance? Will it be FPX and their momentum off of their monumentous win, honestly, off a struggling LNG? Or can LGD turn it around, get it going, and take down a surging or fiery Phoenix? We're getting into game one now. Milky Way versus Meteor, FPX versus LGD. It should be a lot of fun to kick off our best of 3 here in our 3-series night. I'm hoping we get a lot of Jayos tonight, Nymera, and I'm hoping the crowd is ready for a long night as we get into game number 1.
I have to say,
I like
LGD are normally a team that has... So LGD, they're a team which, we've mentioned this a couple of times before, but it's kind of like the TSM chants that we have in the West. People just shout it randomly, LGD that is, even in other series where they're not playing. So to not have that many Chios for them, I don't know, man. Maybe they need another game to get into it. We'll see if they need their support in the second game.
Everybody's getting used to the feeling, and no, I can't sell it. Well, one day we'll get those cheers back going loud. But it is nice to see, obviously.
Mazel, not salesman.
Not salesman. I was a salesman, but anyways.
Well, that explains why you're a caster now. Then you see the deep lore comes out.
Wow, Nymera. We're starting. You really want to be locked in here with me for the whole night after saying that to me?
Yeah, this is not starting on a particularly good note.
This is not great. Not great. We're a minute and a half in.
Well, this is where the fun starts, at least, particularly with these bot lanes, right? There's a real chance of level 1, level 2s coming out. We do see occasional flex between Halo Blades and Lethal Tempo in Kalista lanes. When you have the Renata, Lethal Tempo means that you just kind of go in, use the entirety of your health bar as the Kalista, and then look for the bailout while your Lethal Tempo is fully stacked. That comes around when you're really on level 2, level 3, though, so watch out for them to find that all-in angle around that mark.
I like some of the movement we're getting early from LGD as well. Jin Zhao playing up pretty heavily too, and we obviously see both junglers. They're doing exactly what we planned for them to do. They're heading down towards bottom side with those top side starts. But I think a nice little adjustment of power down here is going to lead out to Xiaoya and Jin Zhao getting that level 2 first.
Yeah, they do. And Dogtown and Life, ooh!
gotta be quick.
Respectfully, but they do lose a summoner for the attempt as well. Jin Zhao trading that for Dogdams. That's dangerous now because you already don't have that much mobility. Now, if Kalista gets a chance to hop outside of the Varus E, you are getting run down in that lane.
It's not going to be a fun time if that happens. We'll see that positioning, though, as we do get down to it now. We already got some early vision down there. Both junglers literally at just a sprint, a 100-meter sprint right now to try to get down here as fast as possible and clearing all of the...
It's a pretty slow 100-meter sprint.
Wait, well, is that a hurdle? See, like, is it a 110-meter hurdle then? If you have to go over the minions?
Okay, but still, the world record for that is, I don't know, not
it's like
more...
10.
I mean, for a sprint, it's under 10 seconds. Now, for hurdles, you'd say 10 to 15. They're making their way down a couple of minutes later, so maybe they're going for the hare and the tortoise
It's League of Legends hurdles, okay? Come on, man. Come on, caveats are there.
We did talk about how the hurdle is going to be this bot lane laning phase and who gets the advantage here. Everyone's really squishy. But it seems like those hurdles have been... We're not even committing to the hurdle race. We've just looked at it and then turned around the other way very briefly. We're letting it stay there for a while and just kind of keeping the box closed, because as soon as that fight starts, that's when we find out what Pandora's got in store for us.
We went from hurdles to Pandora's box, and I'm here for the adventure. Milky Way is immediately going back towards bottom side, coming for a lane gank potentially if the pressure was still going to be there from Xiaoya. But again, both junglers knowing that the presence is down bottom side if they can get it. Haichao's going to get a nice trade onto Kara in mid lane, though.
I guess I could trade there, but that's... I mean, at the end of the day, mid lane at this point in the game is trading out the last of your HP to just get a preferential teleport reset, see if you can get yourself a slightly better first back. Milky Way kind of misjudges what happens towards bot side. Maybe thinks Xiaoya and Jinzhou are going to stay for an extra wave before their reset. So they end up getting a completely free reset there. He was spot on the Callista Sentinel going through, and that means potentially he's now going to get contested on the top side of the map too. This is a bit of the issue though that Milky Way has been facing, is that he hasn't really had priority in either lane so far, and it's so close to getting that, but doesn't quite ruin the Scuttle Burst race, and now he's been double scuttled. And yeah, he has to play around very low lane priority for the next little while. Would have been lovely to get that one.
Oof. You know, hand 1 to Meteor. We'll see what hand 2 has, because that is definitely big, at least for the presence of Meteor on the map. Now, we do have objectives spawning on both sides, neutral objectives. We'll see what kind of trading we get down there as well because of that pressure in bot lane. Would you expect a little bit of this to start leaning the way of FPX?
The thing is, I feel like when it comes to anything around bot side,
No way! Oh my god, Bertle!
I was sat looking at the dregs of bot lane thinking, oh, that'll be fine. Just completely didn't realize that Bertle had burst damage on the screen, Gnar with the first blood, in a lane pressure matchup that'll last the entirety of the game. That's terrible.
Oh,
and no flash on Docdown. This is going to be a dead virus.
He's going to immediately heal. He's like, I got to get out of here, man. I don't know what to do. As he's just going to be brought down to the ground by Xiaoya.
The answer to your question, should any of the priority be going over to FPX in the next minute or two? No. No, that's not what's happened.
Nope, not
right,
gonna
what are
happen.
we going back to? Going back towards the solo kill on top side. Bertle has the XP advantage. Shallow, who has the waves pushing away from him into enemy turret, so he has no choice but to contest this. The Spectator has shown that he has teleport up at this point. I can't remember if he had it afterwards. Looks like he does do. Just a bit of a miscalculation from Shallow here in terms of wave state, and then goes in onto the Mega Gnar, who ends up with the XP advantage, clearing the last of the minions, hitting level 6, and mashing his face in.
I love that he dies to the end of the ulti. Like, just get thrown over there. Just gone limp.
That's definitely one of those moments you're sat there as a top laner like, I should have just teleported back instead of picking a fight. Life probably doesn't want to pick this fight either. Didn't realize he was picking a fight.
Definitely doesn't. Hey, but a handshake is a gentlemanly thing, and so LGD are in the right here as they now will also take down Docdom, and I think that's just LGD off to the races at bot lane.
Oh boy. So the 3v3 bot side Pandora's box, as we mentioned earlier, it's been opened, and all it is a fluttering mess of LGD logos flying into the face of FPX multiple times. It's not a double kill towards the bot side, but it is a 2x KO as they hand them the Project L in bot lane.
Hey, it's not called that anymore, right? Get it right. Oh my god. Okay, we can take that player goal. We can take it off the screen. Don't worry about it. I know we don't have any control over that, but I like to think we do, because that is not what you want to see if you're an FPX fan, and LGD have come to play tonight.
They have, and I wish I could say it was something which we didn't expect from the draft, but it's a Callista Renata. This is what the duo does. FPX, they really haven't been respecting what this duo can do, and now they're going to have to find themselves a big break point. Fighting the Minimar might help, but a good Nata from Bertle keeps him safe.
We have not had, because of that early lead to LGD, a lot of that neutral objective focus here. So still sitting on the first Scuttle Crabs, or at least the Grubbies, the Telegrubbies.
The Telegrubbies,
and
yes, of course.
The Dragon #1 still available. So I would like to actually see if we're going to get that presence around those.
I mean, if LGD are happy just kind of brutalizing laning phase and taking all the good trades that they can, there's no onus for them to get everything done super early. You can see a Bertle, again, just bullying out with the Mini-Gnar, the Hyperbog, hopping for the attack speed, getting an extra bit of damage from the Boomerang afterwards. You can see LGD, they're very happy to just keep taking hard trades. They're up in CS in every lane.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're having complete map domination right now. I mean, FPX did get in. Milky Way stole away one of the Grubbies, so at least they have that going for them.
Oh, that's
but
actually
it does look like
pretty big.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Because it means that you can't get to the 6 grubs, and then we already talked about the Gnar being a huge side lane threat. Haichao is in a bit of threat himself.
He's going to go with the Pop Blossom there. Milky Way cannot connect, and here comes Meteor. Kair's at an awkward position. You will have flash available to him. Milky Way goes for the kick back on the Meteor.
I think he had to. Haichao, really good discipline, saying, I don't need to flash. Meteor's around the corner. Ends up blowing the first ult of the game from Milky Way. That was the next thing I was going to mention for FPX. Is that, okay, well, you're losing all your lanes. You have an early skirmish jungler. You don't exactly have much of a platform to work off of. Maybe Milky Way can find himself a skirmish to get involved with. He's not going to find himself any kills for his team, but he is going to deny some of those grubs. And as we said, when you have split pushes like the Gnar in the game, that depowers them a decent amount. So it is a consolation prize. It's not really what they want, but it avoids the worst case scenario.
Exactly, and it will be the trade. The dragon goes the other way. Meteor will scoop that one up, but yeah, at least you have those 3 grubs to speak of and a little bit of a timer for yourself now. The question is, can you at least find a way to save this bottom lane, or do you continue to focus here or somewhere else? For FPX at least.
I mean, you're waiting until the Dragon's Rage comes back up in a lot of ways. Bertles just hitting Mega, and Bertles been playing very well around his Mega Gnar to make sure that the one area of concern between the K'Sante Gnar matchup is that the K'Sante pops Ghost just as the Mega Gnar runs out, so you don't have any chance of building that up in the next trade, and then you run them down with just the ability to just bully out the mini Gnar. Bertle's been really good at managing his own safety and his own Gnar bar to make sure there's never really been an advantage there. He's got a Cole stacking as well, on top of having a CS advantage and the solo kill. Meteor there is completely fine to go bot side because top lane doesn't need any attention.
Tries to go for the handshake, can't get the distance on it there. The double summoner spells and the Chains of Corruption going to be burned by Doctum.
I think the Renata ult may be a bit ambitious there, but still, it's
like
not
the way
it
looks, you know?
It's like, yes, I need new wallpaper in this bot lane. Just gonna try this color, gonna try this Renata skin for the ult going across. But at least it's double summoners away from Doctam. They punished the last time that flash was down well, so we'll see if they can return to that bot lane and make this Varus' game even harder.
We do see first items starting to come up here. First and foremost is Milky Way with the Eclipse. And speaking about Milky Way a little bit more, I know pretty exciting stuff to see this guy performing the way he is. Fresh face into the league while we watch the 2 Noodle fighters go at it. It was a cool call-up from RNG, from Royal Club at least, from the LDL team. And it was a definite change for FPX in that regard, it feels like.
Oh, for sure. When I was talking to Initialize, who is my brother, and he does a lot of LDL stuff, his 2 biggest LDL prospects were 1XN, who's now playing for TT, and then also Milky Way as well, who's come in and been really, really good so far. To see him play with confidence has been very big for him as a player. We've seen, again, his Lee Sin do great things. It's a hard game for him this game, but he has built up towards the Eclipse. Instead of something like a Sundered Sky, he's going towards Burst and saying, look, doesn't matter if I'm slightly tanky, someone needs to die. I like that awareness, I like that confidence, and this is what we've come to expect from this LDL prospect.
Yeah, and the duality of it is on the other side, you're facing a known name, a face that has made a resurgence, it feels like, in recent history in Meteor, especially, you know, for LGD being it. It feels like the core piece now over the last year, and especially coming into this year. So it gives you that difference of the fresh face versus maybe a little bit more veterancy who's finding a new end, it feels like.
Yeah, and there are a couple of players across this this entire lobby, actually, thinking about it, thinking, hey, these players, I felt like they're rookies, they're maybe less so now. Bertle and Doctam, maybe 2 of those players, I feel like that. We'll see if they get themselves into a fight. Doctam missed.
Dude, he's got spider senses or something, man. the hop in the middle of it, that was great.
Of course, Shy is not running the cleanse. If that hits, that is a very dead Kalista. Could have been the play that they were waiting for. Of course, you have the bailout, you had the Renata ult too. It's always harder to kill a Kalista Renata than you think, because once you kill them the first time, there's a chance that they turn around with the Ren for huge damage afterwards, but still, that would have been a nice opportunity, and it's a missed one.
I know he's not in this game, but Udyr also gives that a lot. I feel like there's a lot of champions this time around that are just like,
you like a 40%
you think
HP
you're gonna
turnaround?
die, but you're not. But it does seem like this top lane matchup is getting a little bit more even. I mean, the CS getting a little bit closer as well, but I feel like now is when FPX's composition is on that first item spike, starting to hit a little bit more of their stride, if not.
Yeah, I think first item, you know, you're about 1 item to 1 item, despite the fact that you're several thousand gold behind. It's not like the enemy's hit 2 items yet. That's where things, I think, get really out of control. Birdol is waiting until this cull cashes in, and then he can teleport back with a huge amount of gold. It's not going to be before the grubs have gone, though. LGD, they would have really liked to secure a couple of these. I feel that's a bit softly given away.
Oh, they got 4 of them. They actually didn't get the 5th one there. That feels really bad. The Rift Herald spawned at the last second. It's literally, I would love a replay of that. I know we're not going to get it, but that thing had like no health left. And unfortunately, they won't hit that 5 mark. And LGD were right there with pressure, going to take the Rift Herald away.
Because one of the ways that FPX could come back in this game is getting Azir with a single item into a side lane to get a load of gold with the Nash's Tooth hitting turrets. That's not going to be the case anymore. Herald's been given over to LGD, so they'll have a chance to break up in the map in their own way. And we'll see finally if we come to blows around mid lane, and then it's Dragon.
You can already see LGD full on putting pressure down to this bottom side. FPX just trying to be there a little bit more ahead of time to get some vision down. They do have some. Feels like LGD are the ones ready for the fight, though.
They're ready for it in a sense, but they don't have Nico in a great position right now. And they are outranged in terms of pokes. So LGD would like to force the fight before any more of that damage lands.
Bold.
I mean, it's bold in a sense, but when you hit the E's from the Rumble and you can chunk down the Kalista like that, that's a really big win for them. You have the poke Varus. Suddenly Shia, he's in a position rather to get completely burst out and not be in a position to fight. LGD, they need to pull the trigger.
They are starting it up. About 2,000 health on the Dragon would be a second one for themselves. They do go ahead and grab that one. FPX Life in Milky Way playing pretty aggressively on the other side. Looks like all 5 will just reconvene in the mid lane, try to push down this outer tower as we get a Chemtech Soul on the Rift.
Chemtech locked and loaded. Haichao has a cannon
it's the
going
random
behind
cannon
them.
minion! It's gone astray! Oh, he didn't go for the angle. I actually think he had a really good angle there. Was waiting for Meteor with the Rift Herald here, trying to get onto the turret. They do get the Pop Blossom in the end, and Milky Way is the first one to bite the dust. Meanwhile, Birdle is fighting over on the other side against Doctab, who somehow just got solo boloed by a Gnar, and that is FPX crumbling to pieces.
And you don't have any ultimates really left to defend this mid lane turret. So LGD, it felt a little bit worrisome when Shia was getting poked out before that Dragon, but they've claimed themselves a huge amount of pressure on the map now. Mid lane broken open means that FPX are going to find it much, much harder to move into their own jungle and even defend these side lane outer turrets. This could really be the game-breaking play. Feels like they overstayed in the mid lane. There are way too many engage options available from LGD because they have that angle behind mid lane. They haven't quite responded to that well enough. Docdam gets separated out as well. It feels like the retreat is so messy because those multiple angles which they failed to cover beforehand.
Yeah, unfortunately for Docdam, he threw the Chains of Corruption and he was backing away. Then he stepped back up, and that's when Birdle was like, "Oh no, you're dead, my friend." It's a classic ADC mistake. Wanted to get a little bit more damage in. Now FPX on a very, very heavy back foot. See if they can at least wrest a little bit of control around the map, because I do feel like they have some pick potential if they can get a couple of these things layered out. But the lead is starting to get a little too far out in front of them, and led by Meteor's aggression early on the Xin Zhao.
Problem is about that pick potential is that if you have Meteor and Xin Zhao in the same fight, you've got a Crescent Guard and the Bailout to give that extra degree of turnaround potential, which FPX just don't have the damage to get through. They don't have the damage to get through a second health bar from the Bailout. They don't have the damage to really deal with the Crescent Guard if other people are there DPSing them in return. They're going to lose that damage race.
And this is a composition that I feel like you would typically... Ooh, Haichao getting caught out here. They're going to go for the full-on commit and just gets taken out. A bush play and the picks leading out for FPX.
So,
first kill.
The prerequisite, what I was saying, is that when Xin Zhao and Renata are there, and they were in the same, hemisphere of the map, just not close enough to respond. Really good timing from Cap to find the angle, and now suddenly they find this is the window.
Oh my goodness! The Bailout's not going to save you today. Milky Way gets a kill. That's 2 on the board for FPX now.
That is some really disrespectful play from LGD. You know that FPX are on the bot side of the map with force. They have a huge amount of follow-up with the range of their bot lane and the mobility of their jungler. First is Haichao. I think you can maybe forgive the first pick, but the second kill there, that feels like it's a really soft one to give over. It's good gold now over to the side of FPX. Well played for them to recognize the opportunity.
Couple holes in the boat here, Nightmare. We're starting to take on some water. We might need to get the buckets, as it's definitely looking a little scary here in some of these situations, but the lead's still heavily in the hand of LGD. They just waited for the play here.
And this is a good one. Kara, I like the way that he angles his ultimate too. Means that Haichao, even if he flashes directly away, as he did, still gets caught up by that Emperor's Divide. This is the egregious error after this point, though. You know that FPX are on the bot side of the map, and they have a very large engage rage potential. Right? You have Milky Way with the mobility to follow up too. Life on this Rumble is doing a significant amount of damage, and you can't disrespect that. Now he's built himself up to the Zazax Realm Spike and the Leandries as well. LGD, they need to really start factoring in the burn baby, burn into the skirmishes.
I love the commitment. Thank you. Thank you for following me.
Look, buddy,
as soon as I
someone
see
has
these
to follow
builds
you,
coming
and I'm the
across,
only other person here, so then by default it falls to me.
Is it Death Cab for Cutie? Is it I'll follow you in the dark? We just
So
need to sing that
funny
song
with
to
that,
each
you
other.
know that there's Death Cap for Corky. Death Cap for Corky. You know the old Imumu splash and the Goth Addy? They had like Shogath Eat World, Death Cap for Corky. There are some great names out there. It's fantastic.
That's wonderful. Nostalgia overfloweth. But speaking of some nostalgia, FPX maybe hoping to go back to some better times, to their earlier series, to some of the times that we've kind of lauded them for so far, and they've made a chunk back. It's still about staying stable, staying strong, as we do have another dragon coming up shortly.
So let's see how much poke work can be done by Fun Plus Phoenix if they manage to get good chunks onto particularly Xiaoye. But there are a couple of other members which of course that's valuable onto too. Meteor, so he forces ult early. Then you start buying yourself stuff for free, and even though the gold advantage and the power spikes are very much in the favor of LGD, that is what you're looking for. LGD, pull the trigger now.
Haichao's waiting over the bush with or the wall at least, with the blast cone. Here comes the
Teleports.
dragon fight though. They're going on to Milky Way. They found him. The Pot Blossom still connects and he is down. Look at Xiaolahu though. He's got a backside entrance. His life gets a big equalizer. Here comes the Cassante. He's not going to be able to get the distance, and now he's in a 1v5. He tries to all himself out, but he alls out into a death. And LGD claim what was rightfully theirs in a third dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Cassandra goes all out, but it's more like all out as in cricket where you kind of lose the fight. That's not so great. They're all out for 3 for 1 in the kills. Birdle's going to walk straight down towards the side lane. FPX have given up Soul Point, a load of gold, and now suddenly the map is going to start falling apart. The engage comes in a lot quicker this time from LGD before the poke could come in, like we saw in the last dragon fight, which gave us some cause for worry. Doc down fires off a single arrow, then gets separated from the rest of his team. Birdle zones him out of the fight. The Varus isn't doing anything beyond this point. Shallow, who at least manages to walk up and force Haichao into dying to that bailout as well, but he goes down.
The problem with that is you start fighting back in those situations and you lose one big fight like that, it feels like you're 2 times behind what you were before, because they can just springboard off of it. So we gave him a chance, everybody. We gave him an opportunity in, and now LGD are right back to where they started and feeling very strong. They're going to move all 5 members up here.
It's like, you know Wile E. Coyote? You know, when you have those intricate traps and have like a giant catapult slingshot and would slam something forwards and then it would just not quite fire off, and then you stare at this giant like elastic band stretched out and you have that moment of recognition. We have doubled down on this fight and it's going to slam back in our faces. That is kind of what we're seeing right now. So we'll see if they can come up with another cunning ploy. With Baron being started, LGD are not content on slowing this game down though. FPX, they have to respond.
My favorite was the painted road into the wall. That was my favorite one.
Yeah, this might be the end of the road too.
I don't know if this one's a painted or anything, because Meteor's gonna go ahead and just grab that one straight up. I don't know if FPX would even be here. Shallow, who is definitely not wanting to, as he is gone and gonna be back in the gray screen. We do have FPX trying to make an exit here, but Haichao, he is here. They're going to just try to fight. LGD, they're actually getting picked apart a little bit. All FPX had to do was go forward, apparently. And Kair's still doing a lot of work here. You got to be very careful. Haichao can get one lockdown on him, though, and it will be the difference maker. Birdle is starting to stack up that Meganar, and Kair might have stayed a little bit too long. So he's going to force them away here, but it still is a 1 fight from LGD.
It's still a 1 fight despite some heroics from Milky Way. Gets a kick which seals the bot lane deaths of LGD, but it's just too little too late. LGD, yeah, that's a painted hole in the wall, definitely. FPX running face flat into that one. That was, they're looking a little bit more like roadkill than anything else right now.
Yeah, clean that up. So you gotta send somebody, I don't know.
Clean up on all aisles.
Clean up on the LPL aisles. But we do want to look back at this one and pretty good call for LGD just to force their hand here.
You can see that Care doesn't quite get the scoop back onto Haichao. I think the Protobell actually does carry him to safety. But while that's happening, effectively the DPS is out of position to do anything in a proper fight. And the split fight means that FPX are fighting on just a very strange situation. But Milky Way, man, he's really trying.
That was
Gets
beautiful.
the Eclipse. Obviously, it's the Eclipse Lee Sin. Huge amounts of damage. You've got to fight on the picture-in-picture, though.
FPX not one to back down from a fight, as they will pull back out on the map. And now they got to think about how they deal with side lanes, though. Bertle's going to be over there. TP not just available for Xiaolahu, so at least some lasting damage may be available with this Baron buff for another minute.
Yeah, and this is one of the worries we've had about Gnar into the K'Sante. Eventually, the Gnar can end the game through side lanes, effectively, almost. Milky Way trying to escape through the Gromp will be able to do so. But yeah, Bertle, 3-0 and 3 items, has a huge amount of ability to kite down with Mini Gnar now. But you just ran out of Mega, buddy. Bertle.
Caster Curse? Caster Curse? Somebody report it. Somebody get Nightmare right now. Somebody take him out.
He's a 3-0-3, 3-item Gnar, who walks in just as Mega Gnar runs out and gets bobbed back into 3 members. Bertle, stop it.
I need to record this for a soundboard.
Why? It's so nonsensical.
We're literally in game 1 of the day, and I think Nightmare's already broken. I love it.
Oh god, that was meant to be like the easiest part of the Gnar game. You are set up to see. You know, I'm just gonna partition that one thought process off to the side until it dwindles off into infinity.
I like it.
Some brighter things. We've got a dragon spawning at some point. That'll be up in a minute or so. We've got a load of items. LGD, they have a couple of flashes to work with. Let's see if they can pull the trigger again. FPX, they don't really have the gold to massively threaten LGD in a full 5v5 though.
Life is in a lot of trouble there. Gonna have to burn his flash. Did pull the Ignite as well onto Meteor, who's gonna heal right up from that fruit. The dragon on its way down. That'll be Soul, and it looks like LGD just want to take the fight ahead of time. The Redemption's coming down for LGD to get some healing back, but Hostile Takeover no longer available.
That's 2 big ultimates, the Crescent Guard too. So LGD, they try and pull the trigger, but it's not very coordinated, and they can't make the engage stick. They do have gold. They do have a lot of gold in pocket, and they do have that vision control, but how much can they do right now before FPS get into River?
They're just going to seed the Soul. It does go over to LGD. See all those Ren stacks and Meteor right in front of it. There's no way they were wrestling control of that one. Haichao is looking for an angle here now, though. What is FPX is staying a little bit high. I thought that maybe Haichao could go wrap all the way around, but they're going to use the Emperor's Sun Disc here to make sure they can still play off of it, because right now it literally is just a 5-on-5 staring contest.
I think Haichao's a little bit afraid of Milky Way ward hopping over and kicking him out of the engage, and then maybe being able to follow up. He needs to find himself an engage off of vision. He's trying to do that now, sweeping along the sides. Will have been spotted on the pink ward, and that's why you can see them scouting out that brush. They're not giving Haichao easy entry into the fight, and credit to FPX. That felt like a couple of times there should have been big engage opportunities for LGD, but they've staved them off.
So let's talk about it, because we're getting to 3 item spikes now for a majority of members of FPX. Is that enough here to pull them back from the brink, especially with the Chemtech Soul in tow?
Well, it's not quite, you know, a 3-item Gnar, 3-0 and 3 in a side lane. You know, very few things are as powerful as that. But yeah, that's actually, it's very worth noting, right? There's no one particularly tanky in this game, so Dokdam's poke is going to stick very effectively onto everyone but the Kalista. The Kalista has a bit more ability to sustain off of the waves. So I think at this point, hitting anyone with those arrows is going to get a good amount of value. And of course, Cap, this is it. 3-item Azir. If no one gets onto that Azir, if the hostile takeover goes at a bad angle, maybe Cap can pick up the DPS numbers for FPX to at least get that first kill in the team fight. If it's onto someone important enough, they can maybe win a fight from that point.
And both teams have serious threat around neutral objectives as well. They have a lot of speed in the way they take them. Bertle is setting up the play for LGD over here onto Care, but now FPX are ready to pounce right back. And LGD, they've lost a lot of confidence on this map now, Nightmare.
They have. They've struggled to cleanly find engages. A part of that is FPX playing well as a grouped up unit, not allowing them to engage from long range onto someone who's isolated in the fight. You see them moving around as a big group. They need to continue that though, and it's going to be much harder to pull that off. Now Baron has spawned.
5,000 gold in the lead is LGD. They're going to force the hand of FPX once again. The last time they did this, it worked out well. Milky Way is trying to wrap around here. 4,000 health. If he can make it, it's the difference. But Haichao, he didn't stop him, but it doesn't matter. The Ren stacks are what makes the difference, and Milky Way hops right way out of there. LGD, they get the Baron. They might lose Haichao here, but the fight is instead FPX trying to take it down. Xiaoya is untouched, though, and that's a problem. Xiaolahu is trying to save Milky Way over there. He's in the back of the pit. They ended up just taking Jin Zhao for Dokdam, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Baron going over, and now Xiaolahu, he's in a 1v2.
Once again, the fight after the Baron is far more interesting than the Baron itself. You can see that FPX, they end up losing the fight. Again, not quite as badly as the Baron attempt before this. Gosh, it got close with Milky Way maybe being able to snipe someone out with a last-minute Q or something like that. But Dokdam, this Varus has really, really struggled after the first blows have been struck in a team fight. And that's kind of a Varus problem, right, when you don't have a big front line for you. And we'll see that in this replay. You can see that now Milky Way manages to get into the pit despite all of the CC. That is so terrifying for LGD. If they manage to get that Baron steal, they're actually back into this game. But watch what happens to Dokdam, right? Eats a bit of damage at the start, gets a decent amount of damage at the start of it, but then just the hostile takeover absolutely obliterates them.
Just murdered them. He just turned his gun onto his teammates and just went to town. My God. Yeah. It's looking like the Last Supper. As I'm very interested. You know, it's the same thing. No, in the end, though, I think Bertle is actually just caught here. So Meteor's gonna follow him up. He's like, I want to fight too. There's 4 members of FPX here. Haichao has arrived. Meteor gets engaged on by Milky Way, but now Xiaolahu is again way overextended. Gonna try to unstoppable his way out of there. The equalizer down, and K'Sante does K'Sante things. FPX make it out barely.
And they walk away with a slimly won fight. They take down Bertle again. The Nara side lane, who should be really a point of pressure at this point, has actually been able to be picked off in mini Nara a couple of times. It's well timed by FPX to make sure that Bertle doesn't have his rage bar in the right way to fight back. What this means is that LGD, they try to go down towards Bertle. The last of their Baron buff is not going to get a huge amount done. Yes, it's a 2,000 gold advantage, but they still haven't taken an inhibitor. That means that actually Kair and Dokdam are getting to a large amount of items. And despite the fact this is a Kalista Renata snowball with a huge amount of early spike and aggression, LGD are not really managing to snowball through to a clean victory, and that means potentially we have an Elder fight which could bring FPX back into the game.
Like the way that we've gotten here, it's about the journey. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
We're on an odyssey here, folks.
Definitely like it here. Kair is in a very awkward place. Luckily, has the shifting sands. Oh, that's a big Chains of Corruption. Xiaoya's gonna have to flash. That's really big. Oh,
Milky Way!
Milky Way! He finds the carry. He finds the moment, and FPX are prepped and ready to go for the Elder Dragon.
Look to the skies, look to the stars. It's a whole galaxy coming down on Kallista's head. And from a 7,000 gold disadvantage, FPX are likely to find themselves an Elder.
Something's got to stabilize here for LGD. Bertle's trying to get in here with the Mega Narb. Elder Dragon is falling. LGD seed. It feels like momentum is fully in favor of FPX, as they are now only 5,000 gold down. They got to use this Elder Dragon effectively.
Oh my gosh. How the heck have LGD found themselves in this position then? They've not been able to win through the side lanes with the Gnar. Bertle's been picked off at some inopportune timings. LGD haven't even been able to use 2 Baron buffs to break open the base, and that's allowed FPX to come back into a game with a huge amount of range and pick potential. Milky Way spots out the angle and manages to get the kill onto the AD carry while the bailout is not on them. They're walking forward with the Elder, getting shut down bonuses, the gold advantage on objectives now, and they're starting to get back into the game in terms of gold too.
And Jin Zhao was in position to block that wave there, but he wasn't able to step in front of it, and it makes the biggest difference. Milky Way capitalizing, and now the gold lead is falling very fast, my friend. And back onto the map go FPX, another item in tow for Dokdam, and things are starting to look bright for the Phoenix.
You know, there's been a trend going around recently, which is the one day or day one. It's meant to be a motivational speech about how you can be these great things later on. I would like to raise you one game or game one. This is just the start of the day, folks. We're bright and early, at least in my time zone anyway, for what is set out to be...
It's almost midnight.
Okay, well, it's almost bright and early for you again. And we'll see if these... we'll see how much shine these stars have got left in them. Milky Way...
I just can't believe... I need somebody to send me the gold graph. I don't even care what happens the rest of the game. The gold graph is going to be literally... It's going to be LPL gold graph to a T, and I'm going to plaster it on my wall as a photo of art, because this game has gone from like a 7K lead to a 3K, back to a 6K, back to a 3K, now to a 3K lead for LGD, where they're losing turrets fast, they're losing their base, the equalizer's coming down, and LGD are just trying to hold their own and grit their teeth.
And from what was a 7,000-8,000 gold advantage to LGD, it's closed the gap to about 4,000 now with all the objective bounties being put in. The last of the Elder is giving Care serious threat onto Birdall, who's still in mini, stacking up to Mega, but
Milky Way.
And Milky Way does a lot of damage to you on the Lee Sin. Yeah, it's a bit harder to play out the 5v5s, but if you hit all your skills onto people in this game, no one is really tanky enough to stop themselves getting assassinated.
We're scaling! That's what FPX is saying, and they're able to get this Baron Dragon under tow. They still have the Elder for, I think it just actually fell off, but the Baron is going to renew that siege there for them. We see in the picture-in-picture of that fight initially, but Meteor is here. Meteor wants to get in the pit. FPX not going to do it. Meteor gets it! And just as the Milky Way is one with the sky, Meteor is as well. Xiaolahu tries to get him on the back end here. Pop Blossom onto 4 members from Haichao. We said he was the man. Well, he might as well be the myth and the legend. LGD slammed the door on FPX.
Oh, look at the stars. Look how they die for you, LGD. Meteor comes crashing out of the heavens with a Baron Steel, which sets up LGD for teamfight success afterwards. It's been a hard-fought mid to late game. FPX, by all rights, should have felt like they were earned. They'd earned that comeback, but they didn't slam the door fully. LGD bust on in through the front door and bring it home.
What a way to do it. You had to make our hearts race for game number 1, didn't you? But that was our game 1 of this best of 3. LGD gonna have to take a look at that tape there, I'm sure, but what a way to come away for it. They're gonna have to get prepped up for game number 2. And FPX, they were within just a hair's reach of pulling that game back, and that's gotta worry LGD.
Again, just gonna say it. One game or game 1? We have so many more games left today, folks. And I'm so glad that we ended up putting that spotlight onto both those junglers. Milky Way led the comeback. Meteor sealed it off with a Baron Steel after that point. Both of them turning up to play.
They did indeed. We're going to step away for a short little break while we get ready for game number 2. Don't you go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, back to the LPL Spring. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and what a game number one we had to kick off our day today, as LGD end up closing out a 1-0 so far as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, this is game 1, you know, multiple games left to go, and yeah, I feel like LGD, they really struggled to capitalize on an early lead, but with some late game fireworks, they managed to get it done.
So the post game might not do it justice. We'll see what that gold graph says. Okay, well, the gold graph, there's a lot of bumps and things in it. Maybe it doesn't do it justice to how close this game actually got, but what a way to finish it out for LGD. One fell swoop for Meteor stealing away the Baron.
And, I mean, it's still a halving of the gold lead somewhere amongst there as well towards the end of the game, that it completely spikes towards the end of the game. FPX, you know, credit to them for mounting a comeback, especially from a huge gold deficit, but Meteor was not having any of it, had real control from the early game, was leading the charge into the skirmishes later on too, and then, of course, ended things with the Baron steal and a huge team fight win beyond that point too. Meteor, we praised Milky Way a lot, have to praise Meteor as well. 7-0-9, not even dying as the sole real frontliner in the 4-man unit of his team.
Yeah, I know High Chow has taken a lot of center stage of the growth and development we've seen, but Meteor has really been the bedrock it feels like LGD are built off of, and he showed why here, right? You play off of his skirmishing early, you play off of his early pathing, and he had Milky Way's number.
He did, in a lot of ways. I mean, it felt like both jungles actually ended up succeeding in their own ways, right? It did feel, though, Meteor kept Milky Way out of the early game, which meant that he couldn't snowball, which meant that he couldn't have the same ability to impact the game in maybe the way that he would have wanted to. And Meteor, on Xinsao, especially once he got to multiple items, became a bit of a damage threat beyond that too. It was not without its fireworks, though. That's why he couldn't block the Sonogram.
Yep.
He hatched that live. It was the root from the Varasol which spread to him. Man, it's a game of inches sometimes. This one, of course, ending off with the Baron steal afterwards to cherry on top. Now, the only question is from me, how do we match that for game 2?
I think some more jungle focus, some more, maybe some spotlights on Milky Way and Meteor. I don't know. Maybe that sounds pretty good. Also, maybe today, Kalista not making it through the picks and bans. Maybe that might also be an important thing. But I think importantly, though, it is a situation where FPX coming into this one, we're trying to use the momentum they got off of a hard-fought series against LNG to continue that forward, and now have been stopped in their tracks. So what can they do to try to mold this Milky Way style composition that they want to tend to go towards back on the red side this time, or at least on the red side this time, and find a way through?
I mean, not having 3 losing lanes would be wonderful. That'd be a really good start.
That's pretty good.
Interested to see what makes it through his first pick priority. Of course, there's the Azir, which has been first pick in the LPL for a lot of different teams now. Kalista's obviously gone. I think that Senna goes up in value when Kalista's gone, because Kalista can actually start to really threaten the Senna in laning phase in a way that other bot lanes can't, and both Shaya and Dogdam are no strangers to that champion, so maybe we see a Senna early lock-in too. With both of them available, feels like FPX say, okay, well, you can take one of your choice picks, we'll try to well, especially with the Nautilus being banned, maybe stop something like the Senna being locked in with the Nautilus later on. Varus also, of course, very powerful in terms of bot lane, controlling laning phase. The most dominant laning phase AD carry left up in the pool.
I'm honestly curious why we haven't started seeing bans towards Varus be more popular, just because I feel like no matter what, he's always got some way of being useful in these games. It is a first pick lock-in on blue side for LGD as well. Senna immediately answered by FPX.
Yeah, and now that makes... The Nautilus spat actually gives me a bit of a question mark now, because Jinjiao, I know he loves playing that, but surely you could have maybe looked towards a Senna Nautilus on 1-2 from yourself. I guess picking the Azir up here is completely fine as well. A lot of priority picks, a lot of power picks being traded, and this time it means that, particularly with Senna's early laning phase also being pretty strong and Azir being pretty okay in most matchups in mid lane, Milky Way has an okay platform to play the early game off of, which he didn't really have in game 1.
So both these junglers very, very much like the Maokais. I'll give them that. But I personally really like the Maokai with the Senna combo. I don't know if we are actually going to get that one since the Nautilus is there. Tahm Kench still available, but the Renata is locked in for LGD here.
And Renata is, you know, the other half of laning duo bot lanes being absolutely dominant. Renata has such incredible level 1, 2, 3 pressure with her level 1 abilities just being so high value. So like that Karma has been skipped over for the entirety of this draft so far, though. It feels like that has been a pick which a lot of players have thought, oh, with the mantra changes, that'll be so powerful. It feels like everyone else prefers to have, particularly in the LPL, they prefer to have the proactivity. Similar like the Nico has come, it's just been so stalwart over the last year of play. Wonder if we are actually going to finally see that Karma be locked in at some point. It feels like both the teams, they don't want to give up the proactive tools to then allow the Karma to just be kind of the utility role. The Maokai being locked in, the Nico locked in, that says, actually, no, I want more go buttons rather than something which can back up other people to go in.
And I actually thought the Karma was like perfect for LGD last game. They just felt like maybe getting that engaged, and guess what ended up being crucial? A 4-man Pop Blossom from Haichao. So I think, you know, some right calls there in that situation, as well as the Graves being banned away here in the second phase by FPX. The Lee Sin joining that table. So primary jungle focus here.
Once again, junglers potentially having their pools hit. I mean, that the Senna Maokai, very fine combination of bot side, particularly when you have saplings from Maokai too. It can really affect the way that bot lane laning phase works out, because you can throw saplings into the bush against squishier, enchanter-ish supports. Renata's kind of like borderline on that. It chunks them out quite heavily, which means that they can't play towards the laning style, which they want. Senna Maokai, I think it's fine as the 2v2. If they want that, they can also flex that into the jungle and look for something a bit different in that support role too. I think LGD, I think they're right to be trying to pin down Milky Way's pool a little bit with that Lee Sin to stop that possibility come through.
Ooh, taking away Shallahu special in the Fiora there. The Viego locked in, so it is assured. We are getting the Maokai support. I'm just going to pat myself on the back a little bit there. Ready to go. But I do like the Milky Way is back on an aggressive pick here, especially because that is his tried and true calling, it feels like.
And Viego has been a real flavor, I'm not going to call it flavor of the month, his flavor of the week in the LPL right now. We've seen Xiaohao pick it up an awful lot, amongst other people as well, so but Weibo particularly favoring that one. It allows you to have that extra win condition from the jungle. Viego's in a weird spot right now. He's actually quite squishy. He has an interesting couple of interactions with the Vi. I've seen it hovered over, and it has been locked in now, where she ults you can ult backwards because you're unstoppable. But if you ever fail that interaction, particularly with stuff like Kraken Slayer builds, you die so quickly.
Yeah.
So Milky Way, eyes on him to not give up quick and easy deaths. If LGD stop that snowball coming through and they get that first kill, there is a lot that can go wrong for Milky Way.
The amount of CC, the amount of chained lockdowns you can have for LGD is what terrifies me against a pretty squishy comp for FPX. I do like the trade-off of the top lane matchup here, though. See if Shallahu can get the better of Bertle, like Bertle got the better of him last time around. And I think that is going to have a little bit more of an effect. We saw, actually, a lot of big moments being led by Bertle on the Gnar.
For sure, because that Gnar against that K'Sante just wins out most of the time very heavily in an isolated 1v1, and that will become a problem later and later into the game. Now the question is, with the shoe on the other foot, can Bertle survive the pressure which he was putting out in game 1?
Yeah, and as game 2 kicks off, FPX on the back foot here, definitely taking a couple chunky blows in that first game, but looking to fight back. They did show that they are not ones to back down easily. Milky Way taking off his jacket. He's got the fisticuffs ready to go, but it means
Sleeves
that it is party time for FPX, and it's about trying to make this composition work. They've gotten the Viego. They've taken a couple of the core pieces from last game from LGD, but big eyes for me is how stable can this bot lane be, because it looks like a lot of lockdown is the recipe for success for LGD in this game number 2, and what a successful story it would be to go 3-4, tie up against FPX. Let's hear those Jaios one more time. Let's go. Always love to see it. Everybody's awake now. We got the callers in the front ready to go. It does mean that again, we hyper-focus on this jungle matchup. Like you had highlighted earlier, I think we really saw some of the best occasions for both these junglers in that last game. We got to see them both shine in certain moments, but they are both very curious to follow, I feel like, in the early game here.
And this game is not going to be quite as all alarm sirens blaring on the bot side of the map because of the Kalista Renata being in the game. I feel like there are potentially more options. Viego is a champion which can have maybe one really powerful gank in the early game because he kind of needs to commit his flash to guarantee a W a lot of the time. So watch for how Milky Way can find himself into those first lanes of the game. I think every lane is actually is a potential for him to gank out. So maybe more options for him in this game, especially compared to that last game where he had 3 losing lanes and couldn't really influence the map.
Also, shout out to Life for an 11th champion on the split being played here and bringing out a tech that I feel like has been so oppressive because you literally just get all of Maokai's utility as an extra body on the Rift, and he has literally dominated the meta for like the last year and a half now.
And even in solo queue, after nerf, this guy's just still around, man. You'll notice that they have got the double Doran start. You can see, though, LGD walking away from the saplings at level 1 in that brush. Currently triggering them right now. It means that Dogtime and Life, despite the extra combat stats from the double Dorans, are getting forced off the wave a little bit.
Does mean the level 2 comes across for Xiaoya and Jin Zhao. So just like last game, keeping pressure up for LGD's bottom lane. And again, that early start for FPX definitely dwindled because they are going for this specific strategy of the double Dorans.
Yeah, but that does mean the thing here is that one of them is going to have to farm up enough to get the support item. Dogtime's taking it right now. He might be the one to look to go back towards that support item on the first back if he's taking the majority of the farm right now. We'll see. We'll check back in with that one. On the top side of the map, though, FPX again leveraging that Gnar, which we did say was a big factor in the first game, in the opposite matchup of these teams. Milky Way yet to get involved in the map. Meteor heading down towards bot side.
Yeah, it is the big key difference from last game. We have the mirrored start this time going around, so at least both junglers not going to be pathing straight at each other this time around. Do wonder what that means, though, for Milky Way. See some pings going towards top side of the map. He would be spotted out if he walks that way, but the presence from both junglers really belying what their confidence lies in here with their compositions.
So with the bot lane pressure and the mid lane push as well, Meteor is going to be able to quickly claim this bot side scuttle. Milky Way going to do the same on the top side. Birdle is pretty low HP. With Mega Gnar coming up, there's a chance of maybe something happening there if there's a misused W. It'd be a pretty slim opportunity. This would be much easier to pull off on the bot side if some extra damage were to be landed from LGD. But I think basically these junglers, we see this sometimes in the mirrored starts. This was something that we saw an awful lot in, I want to say, 2021, when we saw a lot more of that kind of mirrored style jungler. After your clear comes through, you go into the enemy jungle, recall there, drop a ward while you are recalling to get the maximum duration out of it, and then see what happens when the jungle goes back onto their second clear to get a good track on them. Both of these junglers are going to be seen because they've both done exactly the same thing on also opposite sides of the map.
So last game, something that definitely set the tempo was those early kills bottom side of the map and leading into the delayed neutral objective starts here. I think that might be a little bit of a different case this time around and maybe get those actual trades of those neutral objectives since they'll be coming up soon.
So the Milky Way has actually cleared out the one ward which is put down by Meteor, so he's one step ahead. Of course, he's still seen clearing the ward, but yeah, he gets
the extra gold. That's all that matters.
He gets the extra vision score. Oh, how sweet is that? However,
Xiaolahu doesn't have vision.
Both of these junglers know where the other ones are. Xiaolahu knows that his jungler has been seen, and yet he's still walking towards the top side. No.
It's just a little Gnar. They were running parallel next to each other. Here comes Birdle. The flash going to come out. If Mega Gnar comes clutch, that could save his life. But I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one. He doesn't have the stacks, and first blood goes over, and it's none other than Meteor.
Oh, Xiaolahu. Both junglers had full information on where the other jungler was. Milky was just seen on the ward and then clearing the ward in bot side jungle that we just had an extensive conversation about. To be pushed up and then to die like that, that is really quite disrespectful. FPX at least going to get an answer towards the bot side of the map. But that was such a cheap kill to give up in top side in a matchup we know can be so important.
And especially giving the kill to Meteor, it's going to give him that much more confidence to skirmish or invade into Milky Way. And Milky Way does not want that in this case, right? You want to get to 6, you want to have an impact, you want to get snowballing for the Viego. We see how this all works out.
Meteor
Literally
is seen
on a ward.
everything here. And the other part is, you know your jungler is not coming, and you know the enemy knows your jungler is not coming, because he's been seen on the other side of the map. You have full information of what's happening here. This should have been an even cleaner kill, but Meteor misses the initial Q. That goes to show an awful lot, that even with just the 2 ranks in the queue for the decreased cooldown, he still manages to get that cooldown back in time, because it's such an extended play where Shallow is just completely out of position.
I also just love that each game we're having a moment. It's like, let's test Nymera's sanity here, 'cause I'm expecting to have that all night long. Meanwhile, we're going to test some grit here between Milky Way and Meteor, finally going face-to-face over the Scuttle Crab, and it will be secured by Milky Way.
We used to have the Hysterics Hysteria Horizon, the Triple H, where of course Jake would he'd do a little bit of the whole test of the sanity thing every so often. We miss him over here, folks. We miss him a lot, but I'm sure sometimes some of these games don't miss him. Because oh my gosh, did they test each other at those points? And now we see ourselves in very similar seats from time to time. LGD, they've found themselves 3 Grubby Tubbies towards the top side of the map. That's very important. Again, taking them away from the Gnar lane is very nice. I gotta say, I feel like teams with the Gnar should be prioritizing getting them more and more. It's such a great way to play around win conditions in this game as well. When you have the Azir for FPX, you would have loved to get those ones. I mean, yeah, early Dragon is great, fantastic. Gets you the Soul win condition later on, but teams briefly went through a phase of really prioritizing those grubs in the LPL. Feels like they've been dropped off a little bit more, though.
It was one of those situations where it was like 50-50. Some games, teams one team didn't care about it whatsoever. Yeah, he's not going to fall for it a second time, right? It will just be a back for Meteor completed there at the end.
Sat there saying like, well, you know, his level, he's mini Gnar, there's an ult on Vi, he doesn't have flash. Anyway, he gets away with that one alive. He gets to survive for this brief moment.
Not today, Detective Nymera. Not today. And your silly dog, too. I don't know why I just
but as long as it's
I
like,
just added them together.
Yeah, as long as it's not the Scrappy Doo version, I can deal with it. You know, the only time I like Scrappy Doo...
What do you got against Scrappy Doo? What?
The same thing which everyone had against Scrappy Doo. That character was... You know, he was so poorly received that he was the villain in that one live-action movie, which was really good, actually. And it was great. That's the one time I like Scrappy Doo.
Oh, spoilers, he wasn't really the villain, all right? I'm sorry. If you haven't seen it, I'm sorry. But I'm just saying...
It was pretty villainous to
Scrappy
me.
Doo has some redeeming qualities to him, okay?
I remember when I was sat there watching the many dozens of reruns of that show on whatever TV channel it was. I chained. I think it was in that. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we didn't live
I
on
would,
the same
I would
continent,
switch
so.
channels over to Toonami when Scrappy Doo was on. Like, I'll go find something
else. Wow. Any of you real Scrappy Doo fans, please stand up right now. Anyways,
yeah,
as we get back
all
into this,
3 of you out there in the world.
Hey, if there is only what is that coffee pasta?
If there are a million Scrappy Doo fans,
what if only one? Then I am dead.
Oh, God.
Good times. But it does mean that I want to check in here because we have a bit of a difference in last game. I feel like Milky Way taking really good advantage of at least the tempo that Viego can have in clearing. Meteor taking very good advantage of Shallow, who overextending in the top side of the map. If he gets another kill here, that pretty much equals out the lead that Milky Way has gotten. That cease and desist comes through. Mega Gnar is there. He does have the speed, and Milky Way is right behind him. So FPX will survive their top laner up here, at least for the time being.
But that's just not how you play that gank. So you have no flash on Shallow, who you know that he still has the Mega Gnar left. He's still in Mega Gnar and has his ult available. You ult in instead of using your Q to get in first or waiting to your Q cooldown, and then you just use everything on the Mega Gnar. He ults you and then he walks out for free. That just feels like a really mechanically poorly played play by Birdol and Meteor. I don't exactly know what they felt they were going to get out of that. And now with both their ults down on the top side, with Shallow who having nothing really lost in that sense, is going to give over those grubs, which we said are so important for FPX, over to them. A full stack of 3 of the Grubby Tubbies over to them. And FPX get a bit of a freebie.
And we got the kids to watch all the episodes of the Grubby Tubbies this time.
Yay,
So,
as
hey,
opposed to
happy
Scrappy
us.
Again, we're changing the channel
Oh
away
my
from
God.
inferior shows like the Scooby-Doo episodes with Scrappy in it. Like I like the original version, the ones without Scrappy.
Just keep,
but, like,
keep hating.
we're just
keep
making
hating.
sure that we're curating things for our audience, which is, I feel like it's a very important responsibility for ourselves. Dragon's going to go down to the side of LGD, so we're not going to have a straight stack like we saw in the last game of just 4 back-to-back. It's going to be split at least a little bit. And a Mountain Rift, that's pretty important, actually. I feel like for both these top laners, Mountain Soul goes an awfully long way. And because this is a less tanky lobby, it just helps you survive that burst damage a little bit more, and particularly when you're against something like the Kraken Slayer that's going to be built up by Milky Way on the Viego as well, so it's a burstier build. It's just going to stop him getting that first reset through if LGD can claim any of them.
Bertle and Meteor just got pretty big. I know we just got the Kraken Slayer completed for Milky Way there. Should probably be pretty close to at least some more components for Xiaolahu. But do you feel like this is a serious strength for Meteor to play around this Sundered Sky first item?
Oh yeah, for sure. It gives you a good blend of the initial one-tap damage and then also some survivability as well. It is less of a dueling item than something like the Kraken Slayer because it's such high 1v1 damage from someone like Viego, because every time he hits you with the ability and then auto attacks you after, it's effectively a double auto attack, which goes through those on auto procs of the Kraken Slayer so much. But it means that when we're coming into the 2v2s and 3v3s, Meteor is going to have an extra degree of damage and tankiness, which FPX need to really respect.
We put a hyper focus on the lockdown potential for LGD, but we also got to factor in the carry potential that FPX has. A lot of scaling, but also a lot of resets for Milky Way in the fight are going to be super crucial. Yeah. So moving forward, LGD, they're looking for picks. They're looking at single target lockdown, knockdown, or care Milky Way, take out one of them. But on the other side, do you feel like there's a serious timer, I guess, awaiting to hit midnight for LGD as the scaling coming online for FPX?
Yeah, I think both of these teams are looking for just a clean first kill if they can. You can see that Meteor working behind mid lane. Milky Way's hit. The clean first kill is what we're looking for.
That's really big. He misses it. Milky Way can't hit the combo there, and he won't even hit the Heartbreaker. Mistakes abound for FPX, and Meteor is going to come away with a second kill.
All right, it is the kill which goes the way of LGD. It's not going to be a reset coming through from Milky Way, and the one-item spike works out well for LGD at the first time calling. Care goes down. It's an extra bit of gold over to that Vi.
They had Doctum there, too. It just wasn't there in time, get any healing down, and if you miss that combo, that's some of that execution. It really needs to be there for FPX, right? You get the scoop, but the follow-up CC from Milky Way doesn't connect. Then you also miss the Heartbreaker. There's a lot of things that go a little bit wrong, and these are the things that LGD's comp can take advantage of. Speaking of, though, let's take some advantage of bot lane overextending. Jin Zhao's going to pop that hostile takeover and doing some work. Xiaoya stepping forward. You love to see the flash forward, the killer instinct coming alive for LGD's bottom lane.
It's not the Kalista Renata, but the Varus does plenty of damage too, and the fighting doesn't stop in topside.
No way. I was about to say, no way. Xiaolahu loses this fight in top side of the map after getting solo killed last time around, too. He's going to turn around the fight, though. Bertle's got to be very careful. He's got a lot of speed right now, too. That the Heartstone axe, actually. But I wonder now, could Xiaolahu start to feel a little bit more confident that he's nearing that first item on the Gnar?
Well, that was the opportunity which Bertle was looking for. This is, what he survived just about for the majority of last game until he got ganged up on a little bit later. Going back towards the replay on the bot side, though, I really like how Xiaoya walks closer to the Maokai. It's a micro thing, but it stuns you longer or roots you longer the further away it travels to hit you. Xiaoya walks in, gets less CC, cleanses a little bit after that point, and then comes through with Lethal Tempo fully stacked up, shreds down the opposition. We did say that this Viego was quite squishy, and he goes down for his first death of the game.
Anytime I see a young player flashing forward like that in a league like ours, I will take that 10 out of 10. ADCs that know when to play aggressively and know when to go in like that, I think is super important. Xiaoya, he has shown that tonight, at least at this little moment.
No, also correction as well, Xiaoya didn't actually cleanse in that play, but it's like that one scene in the first Matrix film where it's just he's beginning to believe. He starts to learn all of these big tricks. Hi, Xiao. He doesn't see Milky Way here, though.
That's multiple times, though. Cease and desist comes through. Care's not going down that easily, though. Milky Way gets the reset. Bertle's here dashing away. Gotta be a little bit careful there as Milky Way at the resets gets real scary.
Okay, so Milky Way Manages to slip off a vision, importantly so. The full top side of his jungle was warded out, so he managed to get into that lane without being spotted through the top side of his jungle, which is very fortunate for him. Shallow with the 3 grubs, going to effectively have a winning play on bot side too. Big play in the mid lane.
Mid though. Xayah is getting chunked right here as another CC is going to connect. He's going to instantly cleanse that one. Luckily, he still had it up. Jin Zhao's going to flash out too. That Summoner spell's burned. Not able to get any kills for FPX in mid lane. They did give Shallow free time in the side lane turret and take first turret of the game.
Yeah, it's actually getting more and more important now that that top lane play worked out for FPX, because it means that LGD, despite the fact that they fought off well in the 2v3 in mid lane, just are losing across the map. They lose the play top side, they lose in the side lane as well. The CS advantage for Shallow, who is getting very problematic at this point, especially with the full Trinity Force built up. That Nara is going to be a big problem. Dragon going over, going to make that Viego a little bit more tanky, going to make the rest of the team a little bit harder to take down and make sure it's a denial away from LGD too. FPX, that's a very important phase of play for them.
Very tight-knit game, 16.5. A lot different from that game number 1, for sure. And I think now that FPX are in the advantage of stacking these dragons, LGD maybe not wanting to give over some multiple mountain dragons over to FPX's composition here as well. I think prevalence around those fighting timers will be very important.
Well, so, the thing is about playing around those timers is that FPX have the side lane advantage, and they have 2 pushing side lanes now. The Azir is going to be controlling one side of the map, the Gnar can control the other one. They're very, very good once they get into these sides, and I was going to highlight the care pushing towards that top side now. Then it means that a lot of how LGD want to get back into this game is how Meteor can start abusing these lanes at some point too. He's going to drop down the Herald in mid lane. He's not going to be able to kill mid. They're probably going to get the charge off. And you can see that FPX is looking to just respond in kind. But Meteor, he has to be the player to break open FPX.
He definitely does. We get the Rift Herald locked in tow. Meteor's ready to go. Does get the charge off into the turret. Does get about half health. Nature's Grass coming back across. Going to hit 2 members here. Shallow, who's trying to get an angle. He's got the Mega Gnar back into them. The hostile takeover is pretty big, but they go with the engage. Pop Blossom on the multiples, but is it going to be enough? FPX!
Oh!
They take the fight cleanly! Oh my goodness! They just wiped the floor with LGD!
Oh my God, LGD get absolutely demolished. Their play was way too telegraphed in mid lane. They throw the Herald down there and they hope for the best. It's a great Maokai ult to respond and corral LGD into an awful position for them. That's going to be a hell of a lot of gold. It's going to be time in side lanes uncontested from FPX. Shallow walking up, using the Demolish, the Triforce procs. Azir going to do the similar thing towards topside as well. And just look what happens whenever you look for these siege plays. Maokai is one of the strongest champions in the game. Whether you're attacking or defending a turret, that Maokai forces you away or into the turret in a bad situation. The fact that that's comboed up with all of the follow-up, I don't get why the Violet is going onto the Gnar of all things. The big Gnarls already come through. Meteor with some questionable Viols in this game compared to that game 1 where he came out with that MVP. FPX are punishing these missed positions and executions so hard.
Milky Way was just sitting there salivating, waiting to hit that Heartbreaker, and as soon as Xayah gets connected to there, it's like, yep, I'm going. And those are the very scary potentials that FPX's composition represents. And now that they're in a big advantage where literally like 2.5 minutes ago, it's like, oh, we're dead even. 16.5 minutes. It's great. It's going great. Well, now FPX are way far ahead. Their composition feels strong at the position it's in, and they can continue to utilize that.
I forgot to check in on this earlier too, but it's Dogdam who's gone towards the support items, so it's not the Maokai that's done that. The Maokai, with the teleport, we kind of knew it was likely going to be that anyway, but there's going to be a tankier Maokai in the center with more stacks to play from range because they're not farming as much and therefore they're getting more souls. Dogdam is already going to be a real threat because they've managed to get so much access to a good amount of farm. You see that actually the combined farm between Dogdam and Life is, you know, just about equal to what Xayah and Jin Zhao have managed to put out themselves. They're very happy with how that's gone through, and that's going to be a big problem when this Maokai is so tanky and hard to take down. His ults and his frontline capability is very strong.
Oh, Shallow, he's got the angle here on the Bertle. Bertle's going to get the redemption from his team, and there he is! Pop Blossom from High Chow! LGD! They pull it back on a very aggressive Shallow, Dawning Shadow wasn't enough. He's Cassante, bro!
Why are we doing it now? Why did we do that like 10 seconds ago?
Break
Was it
him.
on cooldown?
Break him.
Was it on cooldown?
LPL break him.
Well, that's just another side lane Gnar incident, folks. It's becoming a bit commonplace, and I don't really know what to make of that one. But Haichao gonna walk down and use their own grub buffs to take down an objective bounty in the bot lane. Gonna take that one down. So, LGD, they get themselves a nice play in the side lane. Did they deserve it? Not so sure about that one. Right, let's go have a look at this cooldowns. Okay, Cetera, you know what? Cetera was on cooldown. I don't have to freak out quite as much about that one, but still, this is the big pain point for Mininar.
I'm just saying it's off cooldown right now. That's all
It's
I'm
on
saying.
cooldown right now. I'm trying to see. I think it's up right now. Like, you look at the
That's what I'm
spectator. It should be
saying.
up
That's what I
right now.
said. It was on, it was up. It was ready to go.
Oh, why are we? What are we doing, folks? What are we doing here? Why do I exist to suffer? Oh gosh, that extra shield could have really been a difference maker, huh? Either way, that was the big problem with the Mininar. You just can't get caught when your Mega Know's just run out, so you can't build it up in that fight. Nearly gets it back all the same. Baron's now going to get started up from LGD. Maybe trying to use that time with the Sentinel is down to try and make something work. They have the on-hit Varus for good Baron DPS. But while this happens, though, FPX are going to be on the bot side of the map. But with Milky Way there is a chance of a Baron finish here. I mean, it depends how quickly they can walk up.
Milky Way is on its way. They're going to be very low health bars here. Hostile takeover comes through. The double CC lands. The Baron is going down, goes through. As now they got to be real careful, though, because FPX want to fight. They go into Jin Zhao. He's going to get bailed out, but they can't get Doc Dom. And here comes the reset for Milky Way. They find one on the other, but he gets bailed out as well. Xiao, who's still alive, and Milky Way is starting to kick him off. As now Bertle, he goes all out to try to save his life, but Doc Dom and Milky Way follow him, put him in the grave, and deliver his casket as LGD are falling apart.
So, I mean, the Baron start, I think, is the right idea. They just can't find a safe retreat route. They use the timing of the dragon going down, say, well, it's not Soul. Maybe we can get away with this and stabilize. This is not a stabilization. This is the stabilizers falling off, and LGD spiraling into the sun. They've lost pretty much everyone. They have one Baron buff left. It's Meteor, who's looking to try and defend at least the inhibitor. Can't even do that. FPX walking away with the power play that should really break open the ending phase of this game.
You know, sometimes with the transference around the sun, meteors get knocked off course, and sometimes they go barreling straight into said sun.
Do you know what the difference between a meteor and a meteorite is? A meteorite is one that hits the ground. A meteor one, yeah, it has to hit the ground for it to do that. You might have to have a think about changing his name for this game too. Meteor, game 1, great stuff, walked away with the MVP. He's the only one to walk away with a Baron buff in this fight, but it is after the entirety of his team has died, which is less than good.
Less than ideal, you'd say, huh?
Yeah, that's one of the ways I'd phrase it. There are other ways which are less appropriate for broadcasts, which maybe we'd throw in there too.
Maybe we'll save that imagination. You know, that's what they say. We'll save it for the imagination. LGD, they don't have a lot of saving graces here, but they might have one in catching out Xiaolahu. Xiaolahu uses the scan, sees two people there. I'm sure he jumped up in his chair a little bit right there as they're going to try to get the lockdown. Cease and desist does connect as a heat-seeking missile. Dawning Shadow comes there. Pop Blossom to boot. All the ultis utilized. And Xiaolahu is dead.
This is meant to be like the split push champion. You know what, in this case, is actually fine, because the rest of the team is just destroying the base. They take an inhib, going to take down the inhib turret on bot side as well, likely on the next wave. I think without the ultimates available from LGD, they can't defend this one, but FPX, they lose Xiaolahu, a salute as he goes to the gray screen.
Actually going to take 2 inhibs off of this as well. So double super minion lanes, at least, in the mid and bot. We'll see. As long as they can keep that pressure up, they could probably clean out here soon. But that was, again, the biggest question mark in last game. LGD couldn't close out from a strong lead. See if FPX struggle in the same boat.
I think the Maokai ultimate is giving them so much extra degree of freedom to play this game, because it's just an easier go button. Just throw it. It's not the longest cooldown. You don't have to commit to it as well. It's just completely send it. It's not like you're throwing a Nautilus hook where you are then melee range after you hit it. The Maokai can sit back pretty for a while. The Senna can do the same thing too, position a lot more effectively than sadly someone like an on-hit Varus in this game, who has to be up close and personal. I mean, I think it has to be the on-hit Varus thing. You have to have that DPS. No one else is going to bring that from your team. It's the right course to show you, as beyond the early game and a couple of those stand and deliver moments from the 2v3s has not really had the value. His team has needed from him. And now suddenly LGD, they're sat down, looking down the barrel of 2 inhibs being down, Soul being up on the next dragon, and not really having that many opportunities to play. Stop dying in side lanes! Why is this happening?
Yeah. I was just gonna let you. I was gonna keep letting you finish, you know, and I was gonna come in and say, "Hey, there's somebody dying."
This is really throwing me off because I'm sat here thinking, like, look, it's a Gnar in his side lane. He can just hop away, double hop over a minion. They keep dying. What? Why?
What can you say, K'Sante?
To an extent, yes, K'Sante can drag you over terrain, but like, this is meant to be the matchup which LPL has leveraged so well in top lane, where the Gnar is so hard to use and to abuse with the K'Sante and the rest of the team, because the Gnar just plays it better. That's not been the case. Bertol might at least die. I don't even... Well, life's going, yes. Finally, we're going to have a return kill.
All right. He goes unstoppable. He's going to push him back. He's going to get locked down, and he's going to be taken out.
Here comes Haichao.
Oh my god, Haichao gets the big ulti. I don't know if it's enough, though. They fire right back onto him, and he is gone off the face. And now Shala, who had found Bertol and is now about to be Mega Gnar with a wall right there ready to go. He's going to send one into it, but he can't get it, and he goes down anyways.
He's just died, teleported back, and then gloriously returned to sender, back to the fountain twice in as many minutes. And it feels like LGD, they've had like a delivery, but there's been something wrong with it, and they are that person on the call, on the helpline saying, no, the packaging wasn't pristine, I'm going to have to send this one back, and the notice gets shunted back into the warehouse where it's delivered from.
Well, they did get the soul here, though, for FPX, and that's going to make it a lot harder to turn those fights around for sure. A Mountain Dragon soul on top of that, going to give them a lot more tankiness.
Yes, maybe this time the Gnar will not die.
Yes.
At least they're not gonna show it. They're not gonna put me through that misery just yet. Well played by Bertol, of course. Channels the W through all of the CC, gets life back into a bit of an inopportune position. Shuttle his way out of the part of it. I mean, it's a little bit sad, right? Where Shala, who at least managed to clean one back at the end of that with that ward placement being put down. But these games, they are not being like, oh, don't tell me he murdered him again, did he? Oh no! I didn't even see him. It's like it's order 66. He just turns around like, yes, it will be done, my lord. Do it. He just slaughters his comrades.
It was so bad because it wasn't even on screen, and I was like, wait, there's 2 deaths there. Well,
anyway,
we're going to get more of that. Jin Zhao is going to go down. Here comes Haichao. He only gets 1. Look at Meteor. They found the engage. Haichao's going over. Cease and desist is there. Xiaolahu with the over-the-top damage takes down Xiaoyu, and easily like that, FPX clean it up. Milky Way is in Reset City, and he is loving life. He is throwing up the bucks, and that's all she wrote. LGD are done.
Mission accomplished, and game 3 in our first series of the day. FunPlus Phoenix taking LGD to the full distance of this series after what was a pretty dominant game, all things said and done. They had a couple of worries, a couple of blips around some side lane, but they end up finishing through the 5v5s.
No one's able to play Gnar anymore. That is what Nightmare says. Anyways, we are tied up 1-1 between these two, and we wouldn't think it would go any other way. Coming into this, we knew this series was going to be breakneck. Both Meteor and Milky Way having such pivotal performances for their teams and going head-to-head. This matchup was my most exciting matchup of the night, and I'm glad it's delivering.
Oh, for sure. There are a lot of exciting players, a lot of different champions we've seen on the Rift as well. I know we're seeing a bit more of the Viego, but it's still nice to see that one come through and be successful as well. I am a little bit worried about the execution of some of these plays. I think that Meteor, despite the OK KDA, had a couple of missed opportunities, particularly onto that Gnar earlier into the game. They somehow dealt with him later, fine enough, but even then, I think LGD, they need to clean up some of those execution errors, particularly when it comes down to the early game and getting some of that golden pocket.
Just close your eyes and you can't see it. Anyways, we're going to close our eyes for just
really
a little bit longer.
There's no
and we're going to go to game number 3 after just a little bit. Nightmare is going to keep his head screwed on somehow, some way. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to the LPL one and all. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and just as fate would have it, we're going to 3 games for our first series of the night. I am excited, as we're going to be getting game number 3 here pretty soon between LGD and FPX. We do have to recap a little bit more of that game number 2 in a series where things have been back and forth.
And, you know, we've once again seen one team have the Gnar try to use it to split push advantage, and the damage graph looks, ooh, that looks really good. Didn't necessarily tell the story of the game, but honestly, FPX, it felt like the go buttons they had were really, really effective. They found a lot of ways to find Shallahu into the back end of a fight while the Maokai was coming over, and that unlocked Milky Way to do absurd amounts of damage on the Viego. He died one time early on, and then honestly, he never looked back from that. He gets the MVP, 94% kill participation, the LDL superstar coming up into the LPL and doing an awful lot of work on a pick which is kind of coming into vogue right now in the LPL.
Yeah, on a team that had seen some pretty trying times in the last couple of years since they found success as a world champion. And as we head back to Shanghai and we head back to the stage for game number 3, it is all so important to keep eyes on Milky Way versus Meteor, even in draft. What kind of stuff are we going to see them pull out here? As we have FPX on the blue side, they're going to ban away the Xin Zhao with that Nautilus and the Brand towards Meteor, as well as the Kindred and the Ashe so far banned by LGD.
Yeah, the Kindred's going to be locked away. Like we said, there have been 6 games globally of that champion. 3 of them have been played by the 2 junglers in this game, 2 and 1 apiece. Now we have a choice again. Azir, Senna are both going to be let through the draft. Are we going to have the Kalista go through the draft? The Lee Sin is banned away from Milky Way early. So once again, we have the red side team trying to leave up more power picks as opposed to the pocket picks, which are potentially more valuable in the hands of someone like Milky Way. The Azir locked in has been very powerful in multiple stages of the game. Are we going to get Xiaoyu on the Kalista again? LGD, they really struggled to close the game with this pick, but I mean, they did win the game, so are we...
Result-based analysis right there.
Yeah, I mean, the early game was good, the mid game was less so. Are we willing to run this one back? I guess they are.
Wonder if this time we see the Poppy actually come through for Milky Way or for Shallahu in that case, but it is locked in, so Power Duo definitely in tow here as Renata is next on the docket and LGD locked them away.
When you lock in the Kalista Renata, it really disincentivizes locking in Senna lanes because it interacts too much with Senna. Senna wants to have less interactive lanes. You can have some burstier stuff, but it's so risky locking it in. I see that hover, but if you're going to go play the Senna, there's a good chance you're going to get blasted very early on into the game. At least there's nothing like a Lee Sin to... Well, I mean, not that Meteor... I don't think Meteor's played the Lee Sin so far, but it's banned in this game anyway. But it's not there for the 3v3. You really need to make sure this lane does not get absolutely booty blasted in the first couple of levels of the game, because Kalista Renata is not a fair combo early game.
It's going to be difficult, and I think jungle is going to be relied on pretty heavily here as well, and see what these aggressive picks want to be. Again, Maokai has been a staple for both these 2 junglers so far in the split, but that's not the game necessarily that we've seen played so far. We did get the support last time. This time around, maybe it's that support. Maybe it's for Milky Way.
So, I'm going to expect that the Maokai is going to be locked in for the 2v2. Again, the level 1 sapling poke allows you to... occasionally damage the minions so you can actually get to your level 2 a little quicker and do that from a safe range, but then also potentially poke out Renata as she looks to hop in and out of the bushes, trade an auto attack or the E, and then drop back into bush. It can be quite important in terms of some of that early game lane pressure. We'll see exactly how that erupts. Again, if it becomes into a true all-in, this Kalista Renata is going to be so difficult. The Gnar is banned away by LGD finally, so we won't be seeing that. I am surprised we're not seeing more hits towards junglers which can 3v3 bot side. I feel like they would have been really valuable to take away in second round of bans.
Haichao is not going to be on that Nico this time around. A lot of mid lane focus from FPX, but on the other side it was that Fiora again targeting Shallahu a little bit more, and the Gnar. Not going to give him a chance of redemption at that one at least. This is a pick that's been hovered so far so many times in this picks and bans. It won't be the case this time. I think Haichao being somebody who is at the forefront of how LGD win games is important, and a double marksman composition in the eyes of LGD.
And it's the double marksman composition that can stand behind a Cassante and a Renata ult to buy them space. On the other side, you have you have an AP marksman in the center. There's kind of double marksman on the other side, technically, but they can stand behind a Maokai ult, again, trying to be a little bit more of a dissuasion, a bit more of a space-buying threat. We haven't seen the Aatrox so far this series. Has been played an awful lot into the Cassante and the LPL. To lesser and greater success, it feels like your job is not to deal with the Cassante, it's to dive the enemy backline as a lethality threat. Now suddenly, if you have something which LGD have done an awful lot, if you have a Senna and you also have a Graves ult over the top when you're diving onto the backline with a Maokai ult and the Aatrox coming in for a counter, that is really, really powerful. But then Meteor goes back to something which he's pulled out as well. We finally get into some of the depths of our jungle champion pools. Lilia for Meteor, which can be a huge threat versus every single member of this FPX squad. If a single E lands in a good enough situation, there's no Milio or anything like that to cleanse you out of it. Only Shaya is really going to be able to have access to that summoner spell. That could be absolutely game-changing. On the other side, Milky Way with the lethality Graves likely coming out, that can be the extra additional damage on top of a one-shot combo from FPX.
Well, you were making some Back to the Future references in the downtime to me, but it feels like we're going back to the past here with the Graves-Lilia matchup, a tried and true matchup we saw back in the day just a couple of years ago. But this time around, we're coming down to a Game 3 between FPX and LGD. Meteor, Milky Way, the main guys here that we've set up all series long. They've gotten both an MVP to share. Now we'll see who takes the ultimate in game number 3. And it's something where FPX are on a comeback in this series. LGD were able to close out that first game, but it's been hard fought either game. I think this game number 3 is going to be a slaughter fest between these two, and I'm excited to see what the early pathing between Milky Way and Meteor is going to be like. I'm also excited to hear what this crowd's got in store for us for our third game here in Shanghai. Our final game here is we're jet setting tonight. We'll see if they get nice and loud and proud here. Game number 3, LGD versus FPX. I like the fast Jaya at the end. Jaya!
No, there's actually a piece of trivia I've been sat on for the whole series, waiting for a moment for it to become relevant. Well, it's not really relevant. Do you know what LGD stands for, Mazel? Have you ever heard the origins of the name of LGD?
I don't know the origins. I do remember
really
looking
weird.
up the what it stands for, though.
Yeah,
But
it
I don't
stands.
remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I believe it stands for Lao Gandier. And now the fun thing about that is that this came around in something about 2010, 2009, as we see the early lane tussle in mid lane. And they partnered with like a condiment brand. I think it's like a chili sauce company. And they haven't had that partnership for years at this point.
remember
But
that.
they got known for that so much that they just kept the LGD tag. And they've obviously been huge in multiple esports after this point, including multiple time champions of the LPL. I just thought I'd dip that one in there. It's been on my mind the whole series, and since we've gotten a little bit silly in some of our games, I thought I'd tell you some of the silly name history too.
Gonna need a little bit of spice in that hot sauce this time around, though. Kick it back from that game number 2. I don't know. There's a Phoenix on the other side. Something else. Fire, spice. I don't know. You put it together.
I'll try my best. I'm not sure you can really do a Phoenix hot pot. Not really sure they're good for eating.
But what about like helping heat a hot pot?
Yeah, I mean, if you were going to go into like a kind of like a
to
Studio
eat the
Ghibli,
bird,
if you were going into you know the Spirited Away bathhouse, when they have like, there's like the heating kind of like there's like the little soot fairies and stuff like that. I could imagine a Phoenix being employed in some kind of cooking role, but cooking on the Rift, of course, are our junglers, and I, as much as I love going off the tracks, this game in particular, we need to be really locked in on how these junglers are performing, because Milky Way has absolutely eaten through a lot of these bot side camps, and of course Meteor will be doing the same on the Lilia soon as well. We have seen double mask stacking Lilia builds. We've seen also the Liandry's into something like a Frozen Heart as well to be a bit more of a tanky frontliner. I think in this game, I can see value from either of those builds, so it just really depends on how Meteor wants to pick up his role within the composition. We've already talked about Milky Way likely going towards something like a more lethality-based build. Neither of these junglers, though, are going to have huge early gank threat, which means his lane's left a little bit more on an island. You're not going to have a Viq flashing in or a Viego or something like that. They'll provide the damage, but they're not going to have the same kind of lockdown and kill pressure that we've seen in the first 2 games.
I always also find it interesting because Graves, yes, he brings a lot of damage to a profile and a lot of like skirmishing strength, but in the tier of junglers does not bring much utility. Whereas a lot of junglers right now, it feels like either have that kill pressure or bring utility, and he's one of the ones that doesn't, right? Now, so I'm very interested, except for the smoke screen, how he can utilize some of the mechanical strength we've seen this guy pull off to make that difference on the Graves.
Graves has an awful lot of burst combos. Of course, Meteor, one of the few other players of the Graves in the LPL. We played a game of it in one of their victories. One of the last couple of series as well. See that Meteor walking from one side of the map to the other. Drops a ward down on enemy Raptors as well. Both of these champions are probably up there along with Kayn as the fastest Raptor clearing champions in the game. If you ever leave that unattended, it is going to be so hard to kind of like catch back up in terms of some of those camps kind of going over. And once you start getting ahead in terms of your combat ability between these two, it's really nasty. It's worth noting as well, Graves really not that great against the Lilia in individual duels a lot of the time because your True Grit, your passive from that E, doesn't give you any magic resist. There's only armor. So Meteor walks around there dancing around with Qs, can dip in and out of your auto range and get a load of damage onto you while you don't get the same value you would do against an AD jungler as the Graves.
And this is a tried and true matchup, as I was highlighting earlier, that we used to see all the time. And it's just because you do end up getting to that. At least it was to a potential where Graves was just good at every single level in the game.
Yes.
Now I feel like it's a little bit different, maybe not as much different, but I'm curious to see how a new iteration of this matchup is going to be. We do have both objectives onto the Rift. It seems like Milky Way is prioritizing going to watch an episode of the Telegrubbies. And we haven't gotten a trade started on the other side yet.
Yeah, you never really want to walk down towards the Kalista Renata side of the map. We said that the lanes would be a bit on an island, and you can see that already. So Dogtown and Life, similar to what they did last game, they picked up some early farm on the center to get the early support item. But these two are not going to be doing particularly well in terms of the overall CS numbers as it goes on, and they're not really going to have first move from the spot lane that often. So it's going to be a clean 3-grub take on the top side of the map, whereas the Dragon quite easily taken on the bot side from LGD. No fighting just yet. You can understand why. Again, you're really waiting for the Maokai ult to be the first aggressive tool from FTX to really start fights, and then you're looking maybe for teleport flanks from someone like Birdall as well to really start opening up things for LGD.
And that's where the conversation of like a double marksman composition, especially with the Kalista, it changes the conversation a bit, because usually with the Kalista, you know, you really want to be ahead. And I would say that's still the case here, right? You definitely want to have a lead, but with the double marksman comp and the Tristana behind, I feel like it's not as much pressure to get ahead, right? You're still going to feel confident in the late game.
I think Tristana is always a champion that is quite a volatile one in terms of the leads that they have, because if you start getting ahead of the game, then when you go into a lane against the Azir, then you jump on the Azir and you can force him backwards and you can start hitting turrets. If you're behind, then suddenly obviously the opposite happens, and then the side lane can also go away too. So while I agree in terms of the 5v5, yes, the double marksman is very, very potent regardless of the amount of gold in pocket. Once you reach your items, you've got those items. When it comes down to actually getting gold from side lanes in a game like this is a good double route, you really want to make sure that Haichao is able to make proactive plays. You want to make sure Haichao in any game is able to make proactive plays. He's a very talented playmaker and has been one of the real shining sparks for LGD. He needs to try and be a really big threat in this game to try and seal out this series and bring LGD into an equal series score with FPX, of course, at 3 and 4, if that were the case.
And I think both teams are set up in a way where there's some very key moments in team fights that are going to make or break either side, right? Like a big shuffle or Nature's Grass, the spacing provided with that's really big, where on the other side it's more so like a big sleep for Meteor or a hostile takeover setting up both marksmen.
And it's definitely harder for LGD to get those clean engages. They don't have a Maokai ult, which is probably the easiest engage tool in the game.
Darn, everybody should just get a Maokai ult.
Honestly, yes. This is why when you see a Maokai locked in, every soft is like, oh, I could go for a Silas right
Yeah,
now.
new summoner spell, Nature's Grasp.
I could get a Silas right now to, you know, I'll take one of those Mark ults from the Silas drive-in. Oh my god, we need a Silas fast food scam where he's just, the orders are just different champion ultimates. I'm a genius. I can't believe I've realized this before. We need fast food Silas.
You're too good for us, really. You're too good for us.
Oh my god. But yes, we're about to hit level 6s anyway, as you see them hit by this bot lane, and those are the go buttons. You have the center ult, the Maokai ult, and then of course the Graves ult too. Such a potent combination, corralling people into both of those big lethality ultimates coming through. Could be a huge amount of damage from FPX.
Alright, what do you think Milky Way is cooking at the camp right now? He's got the campfire going,
Well,
ready to go for a
maybe
bot
it's
lane
chocolate
game.
bar given the name. it's not. It's like, oh yeah, he's gonna have like a dairy milk. No, there are literally chocolate bars called Milky Ways. I don't know how he's making them at a campfire. I don't know how he got access to the the formula for that particular the white stuff in the middle of it.
We're in the wild world of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
All right.
Very talented chef in the jungle, and then also apparently at campsites too.
True. It does mean, though, we're just going to get another cycling of the jungle. We have gotten to level 6, so there is more propensity for some engagement here. But it feels like both teams are okay with the situation they're in.
Feels like both teams as well, understandably, are kind of a bit standoffish. Don't really want to be overextending into the enemy team. If you overextend into a Tristana that can jump over a wall, or into a Lilia ult that can turn things around, or of course on the other side, something like a Graves ult, the center ult, and of course the Azir flipping you back into the team too. I'm not going to say it's quite like one of the old samurai movies where the first person that moves loses, but there's definitely threats if you miss that first blow. That's why we're seeing a bit of a slowing down of the game. We're waiting for those first items, and maybe for the objectives to kind of bring the fight to them as well, rather than going for the more unformed skirmishy fights around the map.
And both Dokdam and Jin Zhao out on the map for this Telugrubby episode number 2. I think actually LGD have an angle here to get in and fight for it.
Well,
that will be the 4th one taken by FPX, so they'll at least get 4 on the map. See if they want to continue fighting for this one. Milky Way is here. TP is in. They want to try to at least secure one more. And I's going to go for the fight, though. Dawning Shadow comes and saves him, but it's not for long. Meteor's going to join the jungle in the band, and that is FPX. A double kill to Mr. Xiaolaohu and their 6th grub.
It's 6 grubs, even though they killed Milky Way at the start of it. That should have been, on paper, an okay engage from the side of LGD, but they just can't get the Kalista into the play as well, who is such an early game powerhouse. And LGD, like we said, they were worried about starting off the play in an awkward way, and they kind of do here. You don't have the Kalista in the start of this play. The Maokai is level 6 and has a huge ultimate to bring to bear, even with the 2-man sleep. It's not that much. Dokdam cleanses out of it, gets the ult across the team and across multiple members of LGD towards the top side there too. Shallow who gets to clean up. This is a huge mistake from LGD on the engage.
Couldn't stick the landing there, that's for sure. We do have first items coming up now as well. Leandri's completed for Meteor as his first item. We'll be getting close to those others. Nashor's Tooth also there for Care. But we have a dragon up on the table.
We do. We do have Shallow who, with the teleport coming up for that one, but doesn't have ultimate right now. Meteor also doesn't have ult, but see that both Graves and Lilia trading damage back and forth. Pretty nasty amounts already. FPX, they won that grub fight. Game is absolutely still in sight for LGD, though. It's only the 1 kill difference. FPX cannot afford to be overly aggressive themselves.
It's the super deep proxy being locked in there from Xiaolaohu. FPX have kept pressure up on bottom side, so they'll be able to take this dragon, even it up. But Xiaolaohu, he is definitely in no man's land here. He's going to pop the World Ender, has the charge used onto him here. Buster shot back. I think Haichao just gave him a way out there. He's committed to the bit here. He's a little angry that he missed that one. Xiaolaohu is actually making it out of there, but Care might pay the price for it. Lilting Lullaby gets popped, and things are starting to fall apart again for LGD here.
Are we just pressing our R buttons for a tee-hee funny moment? What's happening here, folks? We're just pressing our ultimates and hoping for the best. Haichao, I get trying to go for kind of like the Tristana Insect. It doesn't really work out, and that's 2 ultimates down and a dragon down on the bot side of the map to the side of FPX. In a moment where it felt like actually LGD should have 100% cleared up the Aatrox without the flash on top side.
Unfortunate timings in there, but does mean a little bit of saving grace for FPX at least, as they have all 6 of those grubs. They'll be able to have some late game pressure as well. They're just buying a lot of time here, and that's what I feel like we've had a little bit of hesitancy from both sides. And while like this last one was a little bit of misplay, feels like this third game is definitely weighing on these players a lot.
And I'm getting quite worried from LGD. I was a little bit from draft anyway, given what we saw in the first couple of games. When they don't have dedicated go buttons, when they don't have very easy ways to engage, they start to flounder. They start to press all of their ultimates anyway, even though they're not as easy to start off a fight. And you can see here again, they don't have the Lily roll, they don't have something like a shuffle themselves, and Haichao mispositions his jump pretty badly there to actually give a bit of an extended escape for Shallow, who the ult from Lily is still on cooldown by that part of it as well. So Haichao, for someone we've said has been such a bright, shining spark, and still is for LGD, one game won't change that. This is just an awkward moment because he has so typically been the big moment of playmaking for LGD.
Yeah, he really has. Not going to hit that Swirl Seed just on the corner there for Meteor. Didn't have Lilting Lullaby anyways. But it looks like we're just going to get a little bit of mid-lane focus into the Rift Herald pit. As FPX seem to just have full control of the map now.
It's really worrying from LGD as well that they've managed to do nothing really with this Callista. It hasn't blown open bot side, it hasn't gotten them huge early objectives, and it hasn't won them the early fights. You can see that Doc Dam and Life, they're pretty happy. You're starting to build up some lethality on Doc Dam as well, which is going to be problematic. The lethality there gives you the extra healing. Of course, it means that when you're going through the QR as well in the middle of a team fight, huge amounts of value from that. Feels like LGD, I'm not going to say their composition's on a timer, I don't think that's the case at all, but they're already struggling to activate these big team fights, and the Callista without a big lead and the Tristana without a big lead are not champions which are particularly in their comfort zones.
You are hitting those first side and spikes now, though. We got Blade of the Ruined King and Kraken Slayer completed for both Haichao and Xiaoya. I wouldn't say that's the big moment at all for these two, but I would say it's a little bit of steps in the right direction at least. And now that we have like the map kind of dissected a little bit in the way, we have a lot of roaming coming out since lanes are kind of broken down now. I am curious how LGD make this happen, because they won't have much of that side lane pressure that we've seen be so consistent in the meta right now.
Well, one thing they really need to avoid is wards behind them that Shallow who can use to either kind of naturally walk into a flanking position or teleport when that summoner spell comes back up. He has a huge item, of course, for the lethality Aatrox, the Profane Hydra. Once you're building up to it, it feels a little bit crap, but once you finish that item, the stats on it are so huge that these AD carries cannot afford to be caught in the back line with Shallow who kind of cycling through Qs on them. That's where a lot of this starts. LGD need to make sure that they understand the direction FPX is throwing things at them.
It's all about that positioning. We got the Rift Herald in mid lane, popped. Milky Way just going for the aggression here.
They
has
don't
some
see
decent
Shallow
damage
here.
with the lethality. Shallahu over the edge, but here comes the charge from the Rift Herald. Does end up securing that one, but quickly taken out afterwards. LGD were ready to pounce, but didn't have anything to pounce on. Dragon is coming up shortly, though, and that'll need to be positioned around.
I was wondering if there'd be a marker. Maybe it was a bit overbold to go for a dive, but when you've got the center ult and the Graves ult, and then Shallow over the wall, there's the potential for something they're all the same.
There is a bit of a mismatch right now. Bertle does not have TP. Shallahu does. There are no real big TP wards right now in position for FPX, but if they can get there and get some down, this may be the difference maker.
We already talked about the point of power, which this Aatrox is already in. Has the extra Dirk on top of that Profane Hydra, which means that, wow, that's just going to be a huge amount of burst damage. You can see LGD, despite the fact that they haven't really been pulling the trigger that successfully themselves, ever since that, the one fight in the game which we've had, which was the Grubs earlier on, they've not really given openings either. So FPX, I wonder when they're going to start throwing out the Mark ults and just looking for something opportunistic. For now, though, I mean, having a Azir in a side lane with the Nash's Tooth and the 6 Grubs, this is great. Give Kaz some extra gold, that's great for them, but I'm interested to see when they're going to start pulling the trigger.
Bertle keeps looking for those Q3s, and we were talking a little bit about the go buttons for LGD not being there as easily, and we're starting to see that actually be a detriment to LGD. They don't really have a way of connecting anything or forcing any fights.
Now you can see, though, LGD now have to walk into Fog of War. This is very dangerous. It's very hard to close distance onto the center and the Maokai. You're looking for a miracle swirl seed. Or something like that.
Ooh,
Or something
Jin
like
Zhao
this.
with the flash play. The hostile takeover is not going to do anything right there. Nice little shuffle. Dawning Shadow onto 4 members. And here comes Big Papa Xiaolahu. He's going to get Buster shotted back, but they've already claimed the kill. That needed to happen. It was Meteor is already gone.
And suddenly, with the vision control falling away from LGD, they cannot walk into River safely, and things fall apart. FPX are going to walk away with the Dragon. They're going to walk away with Golden Pocket. LGD, they're going to have to lick their wounds and try again a little bit later, but now they have to do it from behind the pace of the game. This isn't really where their composition wants to be. They need so many more items to kind of blow up someone as they enter the backline, like someone like Xiaolahu if he's out of position. But right here, you know, they're trying to start the fight. You understand why they're trying to do this, right? They're trying to catch out one of the carries. They're out of position, combo things up, but it's so hard to get to these carries through the Maokai ult, through the center, giving the extra shield and the damage over the top two. You can even say Milky Way bringing in a decent amount of damage as well. If they fail the initial engage, it's so hard for them to clean up the fight.
Nice little denial there with that handshake. Jin Zhao, even though the hostile takeover didn't commit exactly how he wanted to, he got a lot of tools out of Care and then ended up being clutch in the end. So honestly, some big props to Jin Zhao, but they need to find a little bit more prosperity there in the next couple fights, because that is a second item completed for Xiaolahu, and the fights are going to probably continue happening around this main character, it feels like.
And then one of the carries you'd love to reach, the Azir, which you just tried to pick off, now has the Seeker's Arm Guards. You have the stopwatch active pretty much, and that's going to be building up to the Zhonya's. That's a great second item for Care. He's going to do enough damage anyway. Give yourself a way to stop those pick potential plays from LGD coming through. FPX, they need to really start trying to break up in this mid lane turret if they can. They've taken some good damage with the Herald, but it's kind of hard for them to reach this without getting, you know, occasional center Qs from long range onto the turret. They need to finish off the turret, and then suddenly LGD, that's when they can really struggle to hold up their vision line.
They're going to be able to take those in this outer tower too, so that'll be 3 turrets down to 0. Use the Sun Disc here and maybe look for some picks. I mean, they have decent sustained damage, but I don't know if they could take down the Baron just yet without it being dicey.
It's Azir. Azir does some pretty mad damage to that. Senna's one of the slower Baron takers on the other side, though, as an AD carry. But yeah, I mean, now LGD are in a very difficult spot where they have currently a lot of wards up to the top side of the map. You can see them on the mini-map and some on our screen here as well. As soon as they die out and you have to replace them, that's when you have to walk into Fog of War against an FPX composition which outranges you, which outdamages you right now as well, and has the vision control to see you coming at them. This is going to be a very risky couple of minutes for LGD, and they don't exactly have the best tools to be putting things into place.
Haichao trying to make a little bush play on the Care. Be able to find too much, and it's pretty much the waiting game right now as FPX dancing around the Baron pit, but not necessarily in a confident position to start up, but looking for picks instead. Jin Zhao able to get the handshake there, but FPX in a leading position, at least 3,000 gold in the advantage, but we know looking at this series, that doesn't mean all that much.
And yeah, I mean, for the other series, I agree with that, but the other games in this series, but in this one, I mean, the center is just going to become more and more obnoxious. It's going to be really hard for LGD to find the angles onto the backline that they need, and now they find themselves picked off in their own jungle.
Jin Zhao getting caught is a big detriment. The Fate's Call does get used, but that must mean that FPX are going to try to collapse over on top side of the map. Haichao and Meteor in some trouble. TP's coming down. Milky Way's over the wall here. TP in return. That's going to be Bertle joining the fight, but he's in the middle of 5. Dawning Shadow comes across. The all-out's going to be used. Here comes Care, and he's found Meteor, as now Life is still alive, still kicking. Hostile takeover comes across. Friends are fighting friends, but it doesn't matter because FPX are so damn far ahead. LGD are burned from within, and FPX, they're going to leave Haichao just a little bit of gold, but it doesn't matter because it's to pay for his funeral.
Oh, and Care takes things into his own hands at the end of it. LGD, we knew that this next few minutes was going to be difficult for them. They have to fight over Vision or give over the Baron, and they get picked off just a little too aggressively from them into their own jungle. He's going to lose them the Baron. It loses them a huge amount of kills and gold over to the side of FPX2. This will start transferring into great resets from FunPlus Phoenix into the next Dragon as well. This is only the start of bad things to come from LGD. Great Maokai ult from Life to pin LGD into the fight. They are fully committed at this point, but they don't have the Kalista here yet. They just used the Kalista ult too, and that means it's very hard for them to play around maybe repositioning Xin Zhao into a better position. It's still a good ult all the same, but this Kalista has just not been able to get into this game. It has been a failure to activate one of the earliest snowballing champions from the bot lane.
They weren't able to stick it to him, and unfortunately, Xiaoya comes up on the losing end of that one. Now the complete siege is there, all 6 grubbies, spawning all the mites. At least gonna help FPX continue to barrel this down here.
I think LGD at this point, they're spamming in like all of like the different keys you can get, trying to bring in the 120 HE millimeter barrage, but they're just dying. The Helldivers, they're not winning this one.
I think they're out of it. I don't think they have any more reinforcements. The number has hit 0, and I don't know if they can get out of this one. We might have to come back with a mournful victory here. It's going to be a mournful victory. FPX, though, they are putting the finishing touches. Look at all the mites streaming forth, and it's Bertle trying to finish something off as the last Nexus Tower going to fall. One more thing left to do is to get a couple more kills to finish off this comeback victory. They fell holistically to LGD in game number 1, but they had them in the first half. They take them 2 games in a row, clean up a best of 3, go 2-1, and further cement themselves 4-3 on the spring split season so far for FPX.
And LGD, I think they're going to have to be kicking themselves after how they've played around the Kalista games, which they've had. The first game, it felt like they at least got the early lead and then managed to at least give themselves a platform for the mid game. They misplayed the mid game, but they had that platform in the first part. Game 3, this Kalista had no kill participation. It was a 0 and 2 Kalista. Now that is not always the problem of the Kalista. It is a problem with the team. You can see the fight around the Grubs which they had, which set things off poorly for them. And then around the top side when the Baron fell just afterwards too. Kalista was always there later into the play. Was never there in time to get enough damage. And you can see that FPX were just on the same page more of the time than LGD were. And for me, that's the big difference maker. They just knew where they needed to be on the map a little more than their opponents.
And unfortunately for LGD, it does not get any easier here for them, as they will have to face off against IG and then BLG next week. So definitely try to lick their wounds a little bit after taking 2 hard-fought 3-series games, at least this week. So props to LGD. I think they showed us some of the things we were looking for, especially Meteor. That game number 1, some very clutch moments, even though it got a little dicey. And Haichao had some big moments as well. It's just about tying it all together and making sure it can make it to the end of the race, it feels like.
Yeah, I think for me, there were some individual performances which were fun. They were impactful. But it just has to be on the same page, working towards the same goal, which sounds very vague, but just look back through what happened in that game 3. You know, they weren't in the same fights at the same time. They were calling different things across the map. That is not going to be very good fans, good signs if you are an LGD fan. But FPX, they now go to 4-3. They're on a positive series record. That's a heck of a change from them from this time last year, where they were really struggling across actually both splits of last year. The new roster, the new players which they brought in, they're giving some real hope to this team to maybe push for some growth.
Yeah, I think being led by the likes of Xiaolahu and Kara, the holdovers with all the new guard coming in, it feels like, even though they aren't old guard whatsoever, feels like a changing or turning of the page for FPX here, and it's definitely a leap forward for them to take some momentum, because we have to think next week it's a tough one, Nymera. It's a real toughie, because it's going to be top esports, NIP, Weibo Gaming, back to back in 1 week. And I think FPX, riding this momentum, have a real chance of taking some wins off those.
There's a chance. I think that their win conditions are maybe a little bit more slim in draft. I think that, you know, you look at Xiaoya, and if I'm playing against this team, I do not give them Senna. I think that Senna is way too practiced. I really like the way that they play that Senna Maokai. You don't want to give them that. So other teams looking into this, there's a threat there, but they need to start broadening that out a little bit to make sure that some of these top teams can actually be taken down maybe in a series rather than maybe just a slip up in a best of 1.
I'm just glad that we actually got to see some high line performances from both the junglers we set up here, because there was a potential for both of them to kind of back down and go with more tried and true. We've seen that both really like the Maokais, right, and even the Rels, the Sechuanis, but they were willing to go with their flavors of things. And I think that's kind of cool, even though a lot of bands went their way.
Imagine how happy the non-Maokai enjoyers are right now that supports can now also claim it as a priority pick for support. So they can say, haha, there's not just the best in jungle, we can also play it in support as well. They're getting some really good value out of it. It means that you can look for some slightly deeper jungle champion pools. Sadly, for Meteor, this Lilia couldn't be the difference maker. I think there were some moments where we could see it have some real threat. Just wasn't, again, quite comboed up in the right place with the right members of his team. Haichao, I think he'll be kicking himself after that game 3 as well. Some individual mistakes put his team into a more difficult position than they were already in. On the other side, the FPX, this was actually a pretty comprehensive game 3 victory. They played well as a team. Shallow, who on the Aatrox, really big threat on that lethality Aatrox, and synced up well with the rest of the team. The engages were largely very well timed.
Yeah, we got to go back in the past and watch a Graves versus Lilia matchup. Although I feel like Lilia was winning that out a little bit more so last time around. But it was kind of cool to see the devolution into that in game number 3 and some of that, I guess, meta adaptation that we saw in this one. But that is something I want to hyper focus on if we have a little bit more time here for FPX, because it is that question of what are you going to do when some of these big picks are not available or we start seeing the meta really shift. Because something we actually saw a little bit of growth of tonight, maybe not much, was the Kara Azir, right? I was talking about, he had more games played on the Azir than all the other champions he's played. That's still going to be true, but that is also a conversation to have, is like, how does FPX try to work away from these meta discrepancies that they have?
Well, I mean, there's an argument to say, if you're not forced to show anything else, why should you, to an extent, especially as a team which really wants to be finding its feet, and there are a number of them in the LPL right now. Early into spring, it's only just been after Lunar New Year. We've just had the break, and that's often when teams have done a lot of their soul searching. They found out what the team that they want to be later into that split. I would be interested to see actually multiple teams remove now stuff like Nico and Azir and see how their mid laners react, but that means you're also trading power picks and stuff like the bot lane, and then things just devolve into a 3v3 bot lane fiesta. I'm waiting to see how the mid lane champion pool expands, because we haven't seen that much experimentation, especially now stuff like AD LeBlanc has kind of been hit again, and a couple of other champions started to fall out. Our mid laners are just very happy to just say Orianna, Azir, Nico seems pretty happy.
Honestly, I'm sitting here wondering how many champions can Docdown and Life actually play by the end of the year, because they're already on like 11 plus.
Yeah. So
like the fact that we're only halfway through, just keep on going. Let's see how many we can get.
I mean, that is a real bonus of. It's one of the things which annoys me the most, when you can tell that someone is playing Senna because they've seen other people play Senna, and they say, no, but it's legitimately this, right? Where you see people just play the Senna Tahm Kench, and you know that when they lock in the Senna, it will just always be the Tahm Kench alongside it. And now suddenly we're seeing the Senna Nautilus, the Senna Maokai. In the past, we've seen Senna Sion and a couple of other picks, Kalista Senna as well. It allows you to just flex things open a bit more, but on the exact opposite side of the map as we do away with the bot lane conversation. This is the pick that we've seen an awful lot. It feels like the lethality Aatrox is a champion that really, really depends on the angles which you pick and how coordinated you are on the engages. Shallow, who had a great game picking the angles he wanted to use effectively at the right time with his team, with the Maokai ult going in at the same time. Shallow, whose lethality Aatrox was a massive threat to the backline.
Yeah, it was an absolutely big difference maker here, and also it was a pick, K'Sante very confidently picked up by LGD, so something to kind of rely on too, but very, very hot stuff, I guess you would say, for FPX, pun intended, as they do come away with a 2-1 victory in our first series, but that does not mean we are done just yet. We have 2 more best of 3s on the docket, so after a short break, we will see you over for IG versus WE.
certain fate. We'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last breath. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last to the edge of death and back again. We've seen the walls come down.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL, because the action never stops. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare, and we're getting into our second series of the day. It is IG versus WE. Maybe not two teams you'd think were at the top of the table, but are definitely vying for those spots, with IG at 5-1 and WE at 4-2. Able to even things up today, Nightmare.
Oh, for sure. And these are two teams which have got off to really flying starts. There is a question about whether they continue this, and of course, one of them has to. Well, they're going to have to beat one of the others at this point, right?
No
one of them's going to have to
way.
take a loss, but particularly IG coming off of a victory against BLG, the team that everyone wants to beat this year, the team of the LPL. It feels like. What are they going to show us this time? We see we've seen a lot of Ramasovas after a certain incident happened. Importantly, though, very important note, I want to just zoom in on that third ban from Team WE. Camille away from YSKM. That should now be permanent banned against this team. They use it far too well to close the distance, but also win out on the matchups like the Cassandra in the top lane. Does not surprise me to see that gone.
And the biggest change right now for IG is the fact that even in a winning record, they subbed out their jungler, Tianjin, for Lian. They brought him back into the fold, and he performed splendidly against Shun and BLG in that first series back. Now he's back again, see if he can keep that up here against Hung and WE, who also have had a recent change in their bottom lane, as Stay will be in his second series of the split so far.
So it's Prince out, Stay in. Very sad that we didn't get to have the Stay versus Leave matchup. That would have just been so funny. The jokes, in fact, just write themselves. But we do have the center Tahm Kench locked in for Stay and Iwandi. It's going to be against a pretty dangerous lane for the Tahm Kench in the Varus Tahm Kench. If the Varus goes towards the on-hit, good enough CC chain 100% allows for this front line to get absolutely shredded. You now have the Karma locked in from Invictus Gaming as well. Arn is being set up for a huge amount of anti-tank killing performance on a Varus this game.
I like the Hui ban here as well. Just take away some of that versatility in the mid lane.
You don't like
Huis are dirty.
You don't like getting ripped in the gym with whey protein. You don't like that?
I love the ripped in the gin.
Yeah.
Kind of like that one, actually. We do get the Xin Zhao locked away, though, by WE. So in the second phase, at least, they're taking away very skirmish-heavy junglers against Lian, who is known for that style play, more so known for the Nidalee.
Yeah, Lian, back when he was on Rare Atom as well, had some very powerful Vi performances, and some other carry junglers too, like Viego were also in the pool. Fairly versatile guy. It's just about how he slots into the team's dynamic to do that. He had a very frank interview after the victory against BLG where he said, yeah, I don't really know how they kept giving us the 3 champions we just kept winning on with like the Camille and a couple of the other ones that they were playing. But you know, I just kind of picked things up as we went. We didn't necessarily prepare all too crazy for them, but we managed to pick up things as they went along. I'm very interested to see how they build, if that's how they beat BLG of all teams. On the other side, though, we now have pretty difficult backline to close the distance on. You have the Senna with the railgun going over the top of the front line, the Shockwave buying space as well through Orianna's ball. IG, what are you going to do here? You haven't ended up locking away something like the Nocturne as well. You need to be afraid of that coming through.
You definitely do. I mean, what a world we're in where 5th pick is Nocturne. That'd be hilarious. We do get the Gwen locked in, though, at least for YSKM, so have some late game strength, but as well as side lane pressure.
Yeah, potentially. Now, of course, you are, again, likely going to have something like a Nocturne flying into you. Nocturne finds it hard to deal with the Gwen. If you press the R button and then Gwen just goes into the Shroud, then you can't even reactivate it. And if you do reactivate it, you want to use the Shockwave. Well, the Shockwave doesn't hit them because, again, Gwen is immune. Lian going to pick up the mobility of the Lee Sin. Of course, some of the early game playmaking as well. It can help you 3v3 on the bot side. We've already talked about the Tahm Kench potentially being a bit of a worry at that point. And now with the Gwen being locked in and the Nocturne sometimes suffering against something like the Lee Sin, do you now flex away from that? Do you go towards something else? The Jarvan is, again, long-range access for the Orianna to be a ball carrier, and indeed that will be locked in. With the Railgun going over the top with the Shockwave, this Varus who can kill the tanks is suddenly going to have a lot of threat on his head.
I will just say, though, the Cry and Lian combo went kind of hard against BLG, and they are set up here to have this level 3 fighting style coming through, it feels like, with the Karma locked in for Cryan and Lian back on a comfort champion on the Lee Sin, but also a lot of aggression there. I'm looking for IG to be very proactive in this game. And
there's a proactivity in the early game, which I think should come through, you know, probably mid lane winning early push. Orianna can sometimes win out against the Karma, particularly once you unlock the shield, but bot lane should very much get some kill threat there too. Need to see this Lee Sin leverage off of that, though.
The Lee Sin's important. The jungle matchup also important. Just to keep an eye on how Lian is functioning here, but also the continuation of Stay in the bot lane with Iwandi. I think it is a big change. We've had a lot of conversation about what Prince was doing right and wrong, and Stay has 2 games of Xayah so far this split, looking to continue out more, try to get a little bit more comfortable with the team, because WE have had some pretty impressive moments so far this split.
They have, but you know, going against IG, who find themselves an incredible series record so far, how far is that going to take them? This is a very big benchmark for both of these teams, both widely changed teams from what we've seen in the past as well. I'm really wondering to see where that benchmark really lies.
See what benchmark we reach today in this game. Number 1, we are in Team WE's home arena in Xi'an. I know we know that place very well, as we got to go there last summer. Very fun. Didn't go to the their actual arena, but got to have a lot of fun there anyways. And IG visiting them, trying to make their story known in the LPL by going 6-1 here in week number 4. What a difference. I know we talked about that in first series as well. The difference for FPX from last year, the last couple of years to now.
think a lot of the same conversation is there for IG. It's been something building, something working towards this moment, trying to pick up all these pieces. YSKM, a big call up for them. Things like that going their way. And finally, IG on the cusp of being in the conversation of a top team in the LPL.
This time last year, I think they started off to something like a 4-0 record.
They were
early
insane.
in spring last year, and they were so exciting to watch because YSKM is an absolute lunatic and plays all of the fighting Fight Me Now champions you can imagine in the top lane. Can they go beyond that? Can they go towards higher results this time? Onto the Rift into game 1.
Woo, we got people out in force today for both sides. IG and WE getting a loud cheer as we take a look at the crowd in Xi'an. But it is looking at Lian versus Hung. Lian on this Lee Sin. Where is he looking to facilitator? You think we get the mirrored starts here, or IG just looking for some spice?
Well, we'll see what happens, particularly with the Nautilus level 1 first. Wink walking in boldly. Says, okay, if I land this hook, someone's going to be blowing a flash minimum. In terms of what can happen with these junglers, though, you can see that there's some defensive vision from Team WE to make sure there's no topside invade coming through. I think, on the whole, Hung would like to be responding to what Lian does. I don't know if he's going to have that many aggressive options, but if he can catch Lee Sin as he goes in, that's a huge moment for him. As it stands, though, IG uses bot side invade, so you potentially start up a bit of a... I'd like to call it vertical jungling, but it's not. It's actually horizontal jungling. But either way, Lian's going to get enemy jungle buff first, then maybe go route immediately over to the other side of the map once he's done with this quadrant on the bot side. See what this Jarvan can do in terms of actually getting some camps on the other side of the map. Interested to see exactly what Hung can do to try and catch up and farm. He's going to be down a couple of camps early game.
The jungle matchup being so important on the Rift, but also very interesting off the Rift, at least for IG. The sub out of Tianzhen, not exactly something I was expecting. The addition of Lian as you get the engage on bottom side. You cannot have that go the way of IG early. If you are staying I1, it will be just fine. But back to the conversation. Tianzhen, a known Rengar enthusiast, it didn't feel like was the biggest problem. It definitely had some slip-ups, but it really was a story of out with the new, in with the old for IG.
Which is completely the opposite of what we saw last year when you had, you know, YSKM come in and a lot of faith in what he could bring to the team. And it felt like a band of misfits bringing together something they couldn't quite capitalize last year, though. Trying to capitalize in this early game. Another hook lands level 2 to level 1. Trying to abuse this Sandotam Kench. We did say it was a bit of a worry locking in Sandotam Kench into the on-hit Varus for the laning phase. But as it stands right now, we'll be able to collect that wave under turret at least.
Funny thing is, both junglers that got subbed out were original IG young prodigies. So, you know,
yes.
Hey, at least they're staying in the fold at least. We do see the invade coming in from Hung, try to respond to some of that aggression he knows was happening on the bottom side. Gets a nice ward there. Will spot out Lian as he comes to contest.
So, this is now going to be a full contest. He's not been able to get over cleanly to his own side of the jungle. He tried to look towards pressure bot side, couldn't make anything work, and that means that he's allowed Hung to get a little bit back into the game and get one of those buffs back. It could have been really disastrous for the individual jungle matchup if Lian had just gone blue quadrant to blue quadrant, but maybe he was just a little bit worried of leaving the crash unattended in bot side.
I also think that Lian expected Hung to have already taken that and be gone, it feels like, because, you know, he goes to check that it's not there, just goes for the jungle, or at least the wolves there, but nothing else going to come of it. Hung gets a little bit back. He does get the Scuttle Crab as well, so maybe looking at a double Scuttle.
Didn't even manage to stick around the bot side for that one, so let's manage to get himself a pretty decent foothold, given that the early invade came through and it felt like he would be denied an awful lot of camps. Breathing room for Team WE.
Somewhere where maybe breathing room is not all that common here in the LPL. You have a lot of teams that are playing fast. At least when we last talked before the Chinese New Year break, it was a conversation of things that slowed down so much in the LPL. But I think we've made a little bit of ground back there at least.
There's some pretty fun conversation to be had around that too, because for those that didn't watch as much before Chinese New Year and the break then, the difference between summer of last year and then the first games of spring, there was a difference of 3.5 minutes in average game time. it was so slow. It was the largest slowdown of any major region in the games which we had seen so far, and it was a decent amount of sample size, right, because we play so many games of the LPL. But it feels like things are sped up, again, just a little bit. I think part of that is actually due to learning how to play around stuff like the grubs. It's been a bit of a learning curve to figure out how to play around that objective, as opposed to what was quite a practiced Herald setup with 2 Heralds. Most of the time, the team that got both of them would slam both into mid-turret and then get an easy mid-turret take. And then also just the way that the map works too. The way that, you know, this wall we see on screen from going into the blue side jungle, it changes the way that you roam from lanes into the jungle, from jungles in terms of the pathing you go into lane, how you fight around dragons and barons, because the map is very different around there too. That's stuff which has been muscle memory for absolutely years at this point. So that's taken a little bit of getting used to, but it feels like BLG were the first team to really get... I want you, buddy. Okay, he's right. But it really feels like some of our teams are starting to get up to speed now. We're starting to speed up because that confidence is coming back.
We are seeing a bit of a trade here for the objectives. We actually have movement from IG. Don't think they're in a position whatsoever to contest this one, as one Grubby will go down. Looks like everybody wants to be part of the Telegrubbies today, and everybody except Leon, as all 3 will be traded over. It'll be the neutral objective 5-minute trade at least.
Now, interestingly too, Stay's getting a lot of souls from these grubs too. I didn't quite realize they gave that many over. That makes a lot of sense, actually, especially if you're playing the support item center. It's a good way to get a couple of stacks for free. And now suddenly with them on the top side of the map, Wisecamp, how quickly is he going to pull his ult?
How immune is a Gwen? Needlework not even going to be popped until the very end, and First Blood goes straight to Han.
Very disrespectful from Wisecamp. Should have just ulted the wave, get that cleared out. You know that you have your jungle on the bot side of the map, and the enemy team has rotated up their center to play towards those grubs. So, a little bit of a slip up from Wisecamp. He can't teleport towards this next wave either. And in an important matchup, when we've seen this a lot against K'Sante, the way that LPL has, they've had 2 answers to the K'Sante. The way that they've answered that is either with the Aatrox just being a flank threat and just ignoring them in lane, but this one's more about a split push threat, similar to the kind of Narp. If you fall behind in that kind of lane matchup, you're denying your team a win condition which you've drafted towards.
And that's the biggest kicker, is how important we've actually seen it be. Oh my god. A little 2-level difference, though.
He's hit some real stingers this game.
Yeah, for sure. Cryan, though, will be at least a little bit stable in the mid lane. A lot of supportive pressure out on the map from IG. Constantly, it feels like. Wink has been on the roam.
It's been on the roam, but honestly, so has Stay. This set has been everywhere. Guys, we're 7.5 minutes into the game. It's not even like we're beyond plates falling, where, you know, typically we've seen bot lane duos around the 12 to 15 minute mark moving into mid lane. We're seeing that very, very early on, very mobile teams. And what that means is that some of these lanes are getting caught out a little bit out of position. Wisecamp, he has ult again, escapes the knockback though.
Does get out. Okay, not going to get out of the Cataclysm, though. Doesn't have any way of dashing over the wall. Just going to try to fight for it, but he will be going down slowly but surely, as he cannot snip his way out of this one. The fate is sealed there, and Stay gets the kill in the end.
I mean, considering that Stay has come in for Prince, come out of pretty much nowhere, Stay has done a really good job of roaming in this early game to punish Wisecamp and being on the map so proactively. We praised Wink for that. Let's praise Stay for it too, because suddenly this Gwen is 0-2 in a matchup, which will eventually, it is a bit of a ticking time bomb. IG are going to be waiting a lot longer for that to come online now.
And it's been a piece of the puzzle, Stay at least, for WE for a long while, but really now I guess getting the call up. He was part of the main roster over in 2022 for a little while as well, but it is time to strike when the iron is hot. Prince not doing well, having some issues. You bring in Stay. If you are the stability that WE needs to find a success, that's a big moniker to have for them. And I think on the Senna so far, we're seeing his activity be super important.
However, one of the payoffs for this, and you can see that the gold is not too different between the two teams. Big reason for that, you've left a poor Tahm Kench alone versus an on-hit Varus. Huge CS disadvantage. He's got a plate going over to the side of Arn as well. He's got a Cole stacking up. So this Varus, which we already talked about in draft, being a real threat to the Senna, the tank partner of the Senna, regardless of whether that is a Tahm Kench or whoever, this Varus with a lot of gold is going to be very powerful. Wayward's now caught... Dude, do you see Leon?
Wayward's in a lot of trouble right now. He literally just got put into a bounce house, and it's not a fun one. It is one full of spikes. On going to get the kill, and it's a really big pick from IG, who are literally just playing to their win condition.
They want to roam with Wink and Cryin around Lian and find picks.
And it felt like Wayward there for a second was not looking at his own screen. I wonder if he was looking somewhere else or looking at the minimap. Now Lian is now caught up in top river.
He is a Lee Sin. And I think
Yes, he
WE
is.
now realize that. It does mean Lian and the rest of IG are playing a little bit more cautiously now, though.
Well, they are playing cautiously because they just want to keep Team WE just invested towards top side, because once again teleported down towards bot lane as soon as Wayward hit the ground. That has allowed him to get one extra plate from this bot side. The first is taken by Arn just a little earlier. So this Gwen, who was put behind, at least gets some individual gold back in quite an important way. We already talked about that timer on the Gwen against the Cassante being kind of reset just a little bit. That extra golden pocket, once again, just pushes it forward again.
Just playing Battleship up here, who can throw things where. Not really going to get vision of it. Ends up being WE, who sticks strong, going to take those grubbies, as they will be avid Telegrubby fans. So get all 6 of them.
I will say in this game, these are takeaway grubs. Oh my gosh, wait, imagine if you could get grub takeaways. I wonder if they're a specialist cuisine anyway. But look at Wayward here, going back to this replay. He just keeps walking down. He just keeps walking down. Maybe just thinks that as a play to be made in mid lane, he's looking somewhere on the minimap or looking somewhere else. I don't think he's looking at his own screen. It takes him far too long to react. Gets kicked back into his team. But anyway, takeaway grubbies. They're takeaways because they're not going to be hitting towers themselves at Team W that likely. Maybe the center can do it at certain points, but really it's denying the Gwen being able to walk up to turrets and being able to just press W and run past you and hit turrets for free. It feels like it's a big denial from IG.
Getting a lot of trading in this game so far as well. The Dragon started up here by IG. It'll be a second for them. Hung is on the way, but it's going to be pretty late to the party here. He wants to go over and go for it, because why not? It is going to be Lian securing that one anyways. Cataclysm comes through, Lian flashing over. Wink is in a lot of trouble now by himself. Flashing out of the shockwave, though, at IG. They'll burn summoner spells, but they get out like bandits.
Hung didn't have smite. He wasn't going for the smite steals. You have to assume that there are 2 things. Either they were looking for a fight, which I don't think they were set up for, or 2, he was looking for a steal without having the smite, looking for an opportunistic steal and seeing if Lian just misclicked a little bit. Either way, IG walk out with blowing a couple of flashes, but no deaths, and they secure the Dragon. Importantly so for them. Ocean Rift. Oh my gosh, Ocean Soul is so powerful from this game, especially with Gwen being able to buy a lot of time and trigger that Ocean Soul so readily with that ultimate, and then everyone on the team being able to benefit from Karma Shield and regen up with the extra time that shield buys them.
And that's why I think it's so funny, because IG have not held their cards. They have not. They've literally put their hand on the table for you to see from the very beginning. Literally, Wink was roaming from like minute 4, and they just had Cryin hovering over Lian constantly. And it's really now in the hands of WE to try to weather the storm, it feels like, and get to where their composition is strong, right? Because Lian is going to have a lot of power on the map, but so will Hung.
Getting to the point where first items are coming onto the board. We had it from junglers just before this, and now suddenly Cryin back onto the map with the Malignance, which means that Mantra is permanently available, and there's a ton of damage, especially with Karma's AP ratios being buffed up so much, which have brought it into relevance. So, when IG next walk up to their fights, it feels like it'll be a big moment for them. Haven't yet hit the first items, though, on the AD carry of this Varus. Once you get Blade of the Ruined King up and available, that's going to be a big moment for them.
The siege potential is already working well for WE, though. They got a ton of plates down there for Stay and Iwandi. Meanwhile, we're getting plays centered around Hung right now. Maybe collapsing this bottom side.
Oh, so Lian and Cryin have been spotted heading bot side.
Yeah, the engage comes through. Dawning Shadow across on a Wink here, though. Abyssal Dive's going to come through. On's popped that Ghost, but can't really find an angle. Lian's going to take a chunk and Stay stepping forward to back off to try to get Iwandi some healing.
A key moment there is, of course, Hung in river, stopping Lian and Cryin from roaming down towards bot lane, which means that it is an isolated 2v2. No summon is blown from the side of Team W's bot side. That's really important for them. They managed to get at least a couple out of Arn and Wink on the other side.
You also get the TP back, so Iwandi and Stay can just take this tower. They also have the backup by Hung, and that would be first turret complete. You see the fight going on.
Sorry, I was like, wow, it's a big moment. He spotted them going down.
He's just
and then misses the flag track.
Yep, don't worry about it.
Out.
Big moment, Nightmare. Big moment.
It's only our second series of the day, and it feels like it's been a long one already, Marcel.
Well, this is our 4th game, so you know,
Yep.
it's not been a short one so far.
Yeah, it is.
Shout out to Munchables and Lyric, who always seemingly get the 6 game days. But we do have the Rift Herald available now, and CFIG, what a position around it. They've got the Fight Squad, which is Wink, Cryin, and Lien, and they're going for it.
It would be really nice if WE could get themselves a steal on this, because they do have the 6 grubs. That would be able to be kind of brute force their way to be able to using those 6 grubs. It's hard for them to use it otherwise. They did at least take down that bot side. Like I said, they're not going to get any use out of it. This Herald, though, CIG, really spoiling for a bit of a fight. They have teleport on Wire Scam and first item completed. They could look for a fight at this item break.
On is in a very rough place. He's going to stop the Abyssal Dive. Here comes the savior from Wink. He's actually chunking him as Hung is going to get flashed out of by On. Now he's on the wrong side of the fight. Big shockwave from Fofo, though. That is huge, and Wayward's going to take that first kill of the fight here. Wink is in a lot of trouble, though, and now 2. Mantra Q ain't going to save you. YSK's trying to take on the world over here, and he's snipping through the fish like butter. Is now staying Hung. They're going to easily clean this one up. They might need to call Wayward for a little backup here. But they do end up taking him down. Stay gets the kill too.
That was such an awkward start to the fight. I felt like Arn managed to have good discipline on his flash, use it on the flag and drag, but he just couldn't get back into the fight to keep doing damage. And as soon as Varus was out of that fight in the big clump, it felt like IG's damage profile just went way down, and suddenly that means that WE, they get themselves the Herald, which we said would be a great way for them to use the 6 grubs. Wayward is already using those 6 grubs to take down the second turret of the game on top side. And with those structures falling in both bot lane and top lane, you've got a significant goal advantage coming up. Really good job of stopping the Tahm Kench W coming through, saves the flash until Hung actually goes onto him, but then look how many extra auto attacks he gets after this point. He gets 1, and then he's waiting, gets 2. He's just not using the full lethal tempo at this point, right? And he's not attacking someone like Fofo or finishing off Hung. He can't get the extra damage after that point.
He wanted to take the blast cone, but it was so dicey, he just didn't know if he could do it. Now Dragon goes over to IG. That'll be 3rd in a row for them here. Meanwhile, Siege with the 6 grubbies initiated by WE in mid lane.
It is, and you've got the lethality and the Sheen procs effectively of Stay to get some extra damage on those turrets. You can see how quickly those structures fall if they get access to them. Feels like IG, with the way that they played out the last couple of fights, have given them maybe 2 free access to those turrets, though. The gold's becoming a really large problem after this point. So that Wayward actually, interestingly, has gone for... oh no, that is just the Hollow Radiance. I thought it was the Unending Despair for a second. They're very similar icons, and I thought they were the same thing. But either way, he's gone towards that largely MR build, which is to be expected. But now WE, with so much extra gold in pockets, they must be feeling so happy at this point. He doesn't have his flash up and available just yet. If he has both summoners, I think that he can really wreck a team fight with extra Karma shields on top of him too. But with the gold behind now for IG, it's going to be much harder for him to find that pocket to really deal damage.
What's crazy to me is it's Fofo and Wayward who are like 1,500 gold over everybody else. The solo laners who have just been farming it up, it feels like, in mid lane and top. Now WE looking at Cryin in bot lane. Won't be able to find him as the Karma lone and solo. It does mean they'll play pretty up here in between the turrets.
So it is worth noting in terms of the individual gold. Remember, this is not a farming center, so if they're even close in gold, it's effectively being ahead in gold, because the gold that you're meant to be losing, you make up for in soul. He's not even going to be that too far behind. He's almost at his 2nd item mark, even though Arn has built up that cull, and now suddenly Team WE... You know, we were singing the praises a lot about IG that just beat BLG the other day. WE are in a really good position now, especially now with stuff like the Seraphs going into the Zhonya's and Fofo. He's going to be really hard to take down. The Senna giving the extra shields over too. WE, they're in good spot right now.
Wandi getting engaged on here by Loyen. He's going to get a little bit of his hairs burnt on his backside, but it does mean that IG not really finding that big engage they're looking for, and back on the timer it goes.
It is. They're being pushed very hard into their own side of the map. There is 1 ward in River right now from Invictus Gaming. Wink is trying to put in 1 or 2 more into the enemy side of the jungle because they need it. They really need it. They've been hemmed back into their own side of the map, and that means that you don't have the ability to really put down the vision lines which you've wanted to play around for teleport wards, for YSKM or whatever. Wink has now at least gotten something there. At least Stay doesn't have something like the Umbral Glaive to immediately clear it back out.
Not yet, at least. Not yet. In that one very soon, but it is time to start thinking about the way the map leans with the Baron being on the map. I don't think either team right now is in position to really take that, but once the attack speed Varus gets up to speed, gets another couple items under him, it will be a terrifying threat. Right now, the threat is to collapse onto YSKM in the side lane. I won't exactly find it. It is a Gwen, and that's the conversation.
You see, this is the thing. It's not a Nara in a side lane, so it's not going to die for free randomly. No, Gwen, it's not the same champion.
You say that.
This is YSKM, actually. He might very well do that. I think he still has his W cooldown, so he should be fine here. Again, he's just trying to safely clear out when he can. But now W is down. There is a German on the same side of the map, so again, he might need to give up this turret. And the 6 grubs will become useful again. Again, this kind of draft.
Look
it
at
shouldn't
this.
be one which hits towers that easily, but they're getting great access to it with the gold advantages they're using to bully out these lanes.
Yeah, I mean, they just did half of tier 2 health damage in just a couple seconds there. A couple auto attacks.
Wayward can get a wave in topside as well. You see him channeling a recall, but he realizes that he can actually get a couple of mites up there too. There will be a response. How quick is it going to be though? You see the pings. Wayward, if he's not backing off now, he's just going to be able to ghost out. This is the thing. WE, they're initiating a multiple lane push. Lynch kick him back and he gets it.
He does, but that is Cassante. Yeah, throw that flex, baby. Let's go, Wayward.
Oh, it's behind the head.
Ox would be proud.
Absolutely chilling. Yeah, he would. Wayward's his emote game's always been strong. But again, WE, they're playing out this advantageous game state. Advantageous game state really, really well. They're not giving free opportunities to IG. The Dragon's Rage is down now. Didn't really lead to anything. They're continuing to hit towers. They take down the entirety of that bot lane in the turret. They're significantly far ahead in gold, hitting great item breakpoints, and the job becomes even harder yet from IG.
And you can see a little bit of misthinking there. Everybody collapsing over on top side of the map, but then Wink and On pulling off as well. Lane still going for the play, but Dragon is up. IG have done the work just now. We'll see if they can finish that one and get a 4th Dragon. WE do not want to let that go down.
This might be the Alamo. This might be the place where they need to make their stand. I mean, they could actually no. I say that they can give over another Dragon. That's fine for them. The problem is maybe Baron falls at that point too. Wink. That's a hook into a wall.
Hey, nobody saw it.
Yeah, well, no one saw it because
it was in the woods. Does it still make noise?
It was a hook exactly 1 pixel away, so it didn't exactly travel long enough to actually see it. But IG, yeah, they will fight for a dragon at some point. Giving over individual dragons is completely fine. There's no point fighting for this now. The problem comes when Baron starts getting on the table, because if you have Baron and 6 grubs and you're outranged and you don't have the items to fight back, you are absolutely screwed. They do need to find a fight to make sure, and at least the vision coverage to make sure that WE can't just hold their feet over the fire around Baron.
We are on second items for majority of IG here as well. You can get the Winsus, Horizon, as well as the Nashers for the carries. That actually makes a difference, but it really feels like third item is going to need to be the break point to even really consider that because of the strength that WE's composition holds. But just as we say that, IG positioning vision around the Baron.
Yeah, second item's strong for many people on this map. You see there's no second item for Leon just yet, though. There's Lee Sin. I find it really hard to team fight. It's about that kick and not much else, let's be honest. Something like Arn as well. The Rage Blade is a difficult second item to use. It's not quite the same power structure like a Terminus, but he's doing damage right now.
Helps when you cut the fish in half there. It does get a little bit low. The chain connects. He's not going down. Lien secures it though. Hung locked down here, trying to get out. Does flash. He is surviving. He's getting chased down by YSKM. Wayward's tanking up the front line and staying. He's starting to do some work, but YSKM, his scissors have come online. He literally just cut 2 people from existence.
I mean, sure, just misposition into the huge CC and separated from the team. The Tahm Kench is great at bailing other people out, but even with the extra gold, cannot be the same level of frontline he needs to be. And IG turns straight onto Baron.
Wayward's pretty tanky here. Fofo not having the shockwave is a big difference maker, but Cryin tanking up a ton of damage, has to flash out of that command attack. Fofo, he's found it. No, he can't get it. Leon's gonna save it with the safeguard. And now IG with the TP from Iwan here, a heap of hurt. YSKM's gonna give his life on. Looks like he's gonna sacrifice himself too. They don't get a kill back and they get punished.
They just stick around a little too long. The range advantage just with basic abilities coming up trumps for Fofo and Stay on the Orianna. and the Senna too. So Team WE, it's a bit of an awkward fight at first. And IG, they realize that regardless of what happens, they cannot give a Baron for free. They must keep fighting.
See, the Mantra's doing a little bit of work, but Stay has so much CC, or at least so much sustain, at least.
Oh,
Shockwave. Oh my god! Oh, IG, you overextended your hand, and WE punished you. I thought they wanted the Baron, but they wanted your life.
I think they'd be happily taking either, but they position too close. It's easy. The Shockwave gets huge value. The first one in the fight beforehand actually didn't get that huge value. That's one of the reasons why IG managed to fight their way back into it particularly well. We're going to go back and look too that actually. This is a misposition by LNG. You can't afford to walk up like that. You have the flash over the wall. You misposition at that point. Take the L. You can see that the Shockwave doesn't get value. It doesn't actually hit onto Hans Varus. It goes on cooldown, and now we got another fight.
Wayward, he doesn't. He's not gonna make it out of there. I thought maybe there was an angle to do Cassante things. It does get traded right back though, as On is off the table.
On being down is a big moment for Team WE. They lose their top laner, who could have been split pushing somewhere else, but at least they trade for a 1-for-1. And without the Varus on the table, this should feel absolutely chill to walk up to these turrets if they manage to group up. Fofo's looking for a recall, maybe complete third item for the Crypt Bloom to teleport back onto the map. And yeah, I think beyond that point, IG, they're going to find themselves in a similar situation with their pen back without vision. How does this start? Oh, a dash forward, missing the Q3. You can't disrespect the Varus like this. Again, the Varus was picked to kill tanks. If you were just a tank versus the Varus, I mean, that's what the champion does, mate.
Does overextend a little bit, putting himself in a bit of a precarious position, but you'll take those for IG, at least getting something back there. They're getting close to that third item spike for themselves, too. The biggest saving grace, though, I feel like, is Stay is starting to come online here.
Oh, Stay is a problem on this Senna. We will see exactly how many stacks there were. I think around, just before 20 minutes, they were around 75. We'll see if they managed to kind of pick up too many in this kind of last kind of phase of play. Sometimes you can drop some of the soul farming when you're fighting a lot. But still, hasn't died yet, is insanely high range, is adding a huge amount of healing with the 2 lethality items. Of course, your Q healing scales on that too. So that's going to be a big issue for IG. Wayward is alone, just use the E, might have to all out through a wall.
Gonna need to try to find a way out here, at least, and looks like Cryin is the one that he chose. Dawning Shadow comes across, depth charge still gonna connect here. Do they have the damage? He is a Titan, but Titans bleed nonetheless, and Loyen gets the kill.
Okay, it takes 3 people to get through the Senna ult-assisted Cassante, but it works all the same. Problem is, you've committed so many people towards the top side. The 6 Rogue push is going to destroy the outer defenses of the base. Inhibitor turret down. They've managed to keep 2 people topside to take at least a tower topside. Finally getting their first turret of the game. But WE, they walk away once again, just winning out the overall play.
WE were looked to go towards the Dragon, now looking to make a play onto IG, thinking they're safe here. There's the Cataclysm, there's the combo. Shockwave was utilized, but YSKM's pretty invincible right now. He does get devoured. Cryan's coming around the side though, and YSKM's getting CC'd all get out, and Hung gets that one.
That was, again, a little bit of a bold play from IG. I think they've realized they're not exactly going to win by playing it slow and steady. They knew that the Dragon was up. Maybe they could push out mid lane and get an angle towards that Dragon. Not going to be allowed so easily. So Team WE going to deny the soul a second time in a row. Walk themselves into an even more dominant position. If they get themselves another Baron, you have to imagine that would be it. IG at least managed to place some vision down towards top side to maybe not get taken off guard as heavily as they were in the Baron before.
I do wonder though, because it's going to be difficult to fight around those fights. Particularly when you are a little bit further behind. The Void Staff did just get completed for YSKM, so we have a lot more damage there. We have that Maw as well complete from Lien. But it is a very strong compositional strength, I feel like, from WE, and that's what I want to talk a little bit more about. Is I don't think Stay and you know, Prince the biggest difference makers right now in this one, but it really has been the consistency I feel like we've gotten from Hung and Fofo.
Yeah, I think that the mid-jungle TVT has been really impactful in the fights. You know what I am actually going to... I am still going to stick to my guns on Stay, though, because the early game was so important to make sure that this Gwen wasn't more of a problem than they already were. Now, currently, Stay's not doing the most stuff. I'm going to agree with you on that one. But the fact that the Gwen was 0-2, in part due to Stay roaming up on the center to shut down the Gwen, that has been really important, because we know how a Worst Game does from a gold advantage. And he's really been struggling to impact the game beyond this point.
Oh my god, IG. They're coming out of the walls! What are you gonna do? As Wink just gets taken out. TP's gonna come in now as well. Waiting on it is the Shockwave there. There's the Dawning Shadow across. Popo still alive.
Oh,
the Sonic Wave gonna miss. Lian's coming through. Here's the Snip. Oh my god! On's not able to do any damage though. You gotta be real careful here for WE. They are running away, but it doesn't matter because Lian has come away with a triple. He's looking for that Penta. Welcome him back with open arms, they say, for the LPL. Hung is not going to get hit by that Sonic Wave. Is going to be slowed down by the rest of IG. They're going to give it to Lian.
If he dies,
it's going to be
Baron.
a Quadra as they go straight to the Baron.
I mean, that's the unofficial Quadra, and it's going to be a Baron to the side of IG. Team WE, what have you done from a dominant gold lead? They overstay in the enemy red side jungle, and things fall apart. They get collapsed on far too heavily, and with the Baron gone, IG can start to really stabilize, get gold in pocket, push out waves, and actually reach the item breakpoints which can win them this game. It's a great set of teleports from IG just a little bit after this point. Karma gets into the play, but YSKM going onto this pink board in Raptor Pit after everyone had already heavily committed into the enemy jungle means that Stay was just crazy in the early game. Has to reposition very, very drastically. It means that he can't be the difference maker. Yes, the Gwen goes down, but the Gwen being there and forcing out the Devour is enough threat to allow Arn and Lian to run over this fight.
That's the craziest thing, is it's just down to execution. And back to my earlier point, it wasn't necessarily the point of like Stay's making a big difference. It's more so I feel like Prince and Stay traded out in this position aren't the big difference maker, but you know who is? Lian. My man came in for Tianzhen, and that dude has been literally hard carrying all 3 games we've seen. He is 7-1. The GA completed 4th item on the Lee Sin. This guy is literally flexing all over the LPL.
And it is great to see him back. He had some massively bright moments last year, but just couldn't see it through in terms of consistency. 3 games back-to-back now, as you rightfully said. He has been so, so important. Wayward now trying to get some flank vision, maybe stop someone getting towards the side lane. Failing to do so. IG are clawing their way back into this gold lead. It went into the game. There is no gold lead anymore. It's even. It's effectively even. It's 500 gold at 30 minutes into the game. It means nothing. And suddenly, this Gwen, which you tried to shut down, the timer on it has elapsed. This Gwen is a huge threat now. Team WE, they must be so, so respectful of how many angles IG can play with to try and get to their backline.
Yeah, I mean, you have so many ways in and so much sustainability, especially with Wink and Crying there to back everybody up. The Terminus also completed for On, so he gets a little bit more tankiness there with the versatility that item brings. But this is the problem. They can just destroy bases so fast. And even without the 6 grubs, it's looking real quick. Now, Dragon is coming up. Is this the moment that IG have finally said, we are ready to fight?
I absolutely think so. They've just taken the gold advantage. They have vision, or at least vision denial in part in the lead up to this Dragon. They're coming back onto the map with all of their gold spent. WE are going to be a little slower to that, so which means that they're not going to be able to fight for vision as compressively, and that's going to be a stopped recall.
It is. Chains of Corruption does go wide, though. Not a super long cooldown, but it matters when the Dragon's coming up.
Oh, that's a great hook!
That's huge. Hung gets caught as well. He tries to go back in for the re-engage. Now he's getting kicked. He's getting bounced. He's getting Cataclysm now. Wayward is in the front, but it doesn't matter because they've already taken out the engage. Nice shockwave onto 4 members from Popo, but it's IG who are still kicking strong. And without the jungler, that means the Dragon in the eyes of IG.
But this all starts from IG getting the first resets and then coming back onto the map a little earlier. I wonder he doesn't get the same luxury of walking back to his base and recalling quick enough, and that will be Ocean Soul. We have had some comebacks today already. Our gold leads have been very typically LPL. They've given us a couple of G-forces as you roll the roller coaster all up and down them. A 4,000 gold He's rounded to the nearest 1,000. Power play from IG has seen them into a gold lead again, and now the objectives led up to them too. They are in such a strong position.
The hook that starts it all. Iwandi has found himself in positions like this multiple times, but it wasn't him that ended up getting caught.
And you can see that they're trying to punish Wink from being aligned with this wall after he just used his flash. He doesn't have a way out. So then Wink says, well, I'm just going to go in again. Lands another hook, starts the fight properly, blows the Devour for free. It's a great shockwave, but it's not onto YSKM, who's holding up such an annoying pace to that front line, so they can't capitalize on it as well. Fofo trying his best, but after the Devour had already gone through, it was a very difficult fight to reassess.
Now with Ocean Soul in tow, you also get the re-engage there onto Iwandi. TP behind, Wayward's got an angle. Wink just got chunked, and he is going to be out of the fight. Wayward's looking for him now. He gets the engage, kick back. Wink is going to get CC'd, but it doesn't matter. Wayward, he has found an entrance with the all-out. Crying flashes out, though, and WE's engages are going awry. Look at the health bars of IG. They're standing tall.
And they have the Ocean Soul on top of it too, so they walk away, regenning up through the HP, and it is such an annoyance for WE to work with. They were already working with thin margins of error on the HP bars. They're able to at least defend their mid lane out of turret, but this game is looking so hard for them to win in a conventional style now. They're probably going to have to catch someone out of position. Even with that, there's a Zhonya's and a GA to take into account, and there's another one being built up from Arn too. This game is getting almost impossible to win once these next few items come through.
Also, just shout out to Lien. He finally bought himself some shoes. It was 5th item. No big deal. He's looking good now. He's walking straight. He's got good stability on his feet. I think that's really important for the Lisa.
No, he just likes to feel the loamy soil beneath his feet.
He likes to get the kicks, the connection, right? He wants to feel.
It's right. He's in touch with nature. It's like, ooh, it feels like an ocean
touch
rift
with
today.
your face when I kick you. Is that the same thing? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of two different ideals there. I don't know. One's saving nature, one's kicking people in the face. We do have Baron coming up now, though, and it is a precarious position where both teams are starting to hit those big item spikes, and something can go awry if one overstep comes through.
Yeah, we can see that stay getting up towards their multiple range increases too. 118 stacks on the board right now. Vision over the board. Arn has Flash and Ghost. It'll be dangerous to go into this Varus with the GA and so many summoners, which can reposition and turn this fight.
They don't have the angle they wanted to go for. They still bring him around on. He's a little bit caught here. He doesn't have a Devour on his side, but he does have that flash. He gets out, Ghost pop, YSKM. He's got a beautiful needlework set up here as well. Lian's going for it. He wants it. He guys go look at the needlework. My God! You should know me is the difference. He is the man, and he is IG in this game. Game 1 has turned on its head, and IG will take it all day long. A triple kill for the man himself, and it's IG going straight to the Baron.
This was a Gwen that started 0-2 because they roamed up the center to kill him multiple times, and it just doesn't matter. Team WE, they over-engage onto a double summon of Varus with a GA, and they can't get it done. IG with the Ocean Soul, with Barons back-to-back, are going to steamroll over Team W in the next few minutes. They must find a way to avoid going into this just jaws of death, which is coming through from Invictus Gaming. YSKM, great timing to come out on the flank, but even if he wasn't there, Arn was never under any threat. Has GA and both summoners. This is a massive overengage from Team WE. I don't understand what they were thinking going into this. That was always going to be such a perilous engage.
He tagged 4 members with the last part of that needlework, and it just chunked them so badly. And really good entrance there, but honestly surprised with this build. Arn is ridiculously tanky. Like, he's not, yes, he's still an ADC, but now we gotta see if he can survive again. Episode 2, it might actually be WE striking back here. Iwandi's going to go down here potentially. At least he's still pretty safe. As now they have actually found YSKM, but he has found the backline too, and the sustain is starting to come alive. The Crypt Bloom pops, and here comes YSKM for some more kills. He's not going to get that triple, but Lian's going to secure it, and Fofo, he's going to get locked down too. There's the triple kill, another thumbs up, and it's IG all day.
Teleport to the bot lane wave. It feels like IG have clawed their way back out of what was a very difficult early game. Team WE say this a lot in the LPL. It's a valiant effort. They'll be sad that they couldn't close out this game. They over-delved into the bot side jungle that one time, and IG have not let up after winning that fracas down there. With the items, with the Dragon Soul as well. Team WE, they're at death's door.
Might have been wondering, why was this man teamless? It felt like coming into the year, but he has found himself a team. Lien has showed up in full, and I know you brought up his time in RA, but this guy was an original IG call-up from IG Young all the way back in 2019. Feels good that he's back home again, and he's pumping out the damage. He's had the monster carry performances so far.
Wayward tried for a Hail Mary, teleport flank to try and fight for this Elder. He is still on the flank, but he's too far away to make a difference.
Iwandi's gonna try to get out of this one. Has that Abyssal Dive, gets canceled by that CC. The anchor will hold you down while YSKM snips you in half.
It was actually probably the best angle they had. Hung has the flash, has his flag track. He'll get away for just now. There's a kick not available for Lien. He might still be chased though.
Got the slow from YSKM on the needlework. Well, IG, they have completely manhandled WE in this late game, and they will completely manhandle the rest of this game, number one. Stay makes it out alive, but just barely, and IG are barreling down the base of WE.
IG coming out strong after beating BLG. It was a difficult early game, but not too difficult for this team, which plays with so much flair, so much style, so much presence.
They've definitely made their presence felt in this game one here. They will have a hard time ending the game as Stay and Wayward are there, but the Nexus focus is alive. The IG emotes come up, and IG with a roundabout victory in game one.
There's something about the IG org, the logo, the name tag, which just inspires these visions of so many different rosters, but all of them know how to bloody well team fight. This team is something really special. They just breed people of a different kind when it comes to everyone being on the same screen at once. The way that the Gwen was always in a position to threaten, the way that Arn on the Varus, even when he did die, had brought so many cooldowns from people overextending to get onto him to win those fights. So impressive from IG as they walk away with game one.
It was impressive indeed. We'll see if WE can bounce back whatsoever, if IG take a clean sweep. That is it for game one. We'll be back with game two shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. Surprise, surprise, we're right back at it again. I'm Azel, I'm joined by Nymera, and we are going to be diving into our second game of our second series, IG versus WE, here very soon. But before that, we got to talk about that first game because it was a roundabout victory, like I said at the end, and there was one difference in the whole thing, and it came with a pair of scissors.
It did. 2 triplicals at the end of the game. YSKM really putting a lot of reward into the faith of IG to continually draft towards his comfort champions. We know he's always had these comfort champions, the Jax, the Camille, the Gwen's up there too, the Aurelia, which we see a little less in the Fiora too. But this Gwen from 0 and 2 did an awful lot of work. Now he needed to be carried to the point where he could get to those items, which is where, of course, we'll talk about another player in this before. This guy here, Lian, comes back in, back to his old team, and does absolute bits on the Lee Sin. We saw Milky Way do some fantastic work on this pick earlier in the day and earlier in the split as well, but Lian has been absolutely phenomenal. Unofficial quadra kill, incredible turnaround fight, being a real standard bearer for the team.
Biggest thing is also just sticking with it, right? Knowing how the entrances with Lian are going to work, and especially with his Lee Sin, you give him some comfort, he's going to find ways in. And I think even in those early engages when things weren't necessarily going well for them, you could still see the eyes from him. And I think that's the biggest thing for me that we've seen from him so far is he just has his head in the game, man. I think there was a lot of times when we saw him on RA where you could see some of the early machinations look good, but the execution was always rough and never with the team. But now we're actually seeing him just say, hey, I can do it all now. We are neck deep into the draft, though, so let's go ahead and pick up the picks we have so far. WE on the blue side, they've got the Karma and the K'Sante locked in already. Kalista Zenzao on the other side for IG. The Poppy gets finalized for WE.
So this is the Poppy that you were calling for in the first series of the day versus the Kalista. It's good versus the Shinzao as well. Can actually do some really good bits of damage even at level 3 against that champion, especially if you find them out first and get that good wall stun. Kalista Renata, we know how dangerous that is in the early game. That would be a pretty nice pickup, and you can deny a lot of the lanes which can even survive against this if you lock this in right now. Now, this does mean that YSKM is going to have his champion pool pretty cut. I'd imagine that you're going to have probably the Gwen killed off again. You're not going to get that one again, I'm pretty sure. Question is, what else do you ban out? Do you also ban out, the Fiora just because it's a YSKM champion? You can ban out the Jax. There are plenty of champions you can ban out here. It's just choose your flavor of YSKM you don't want him to be.
Dude, I don't think that works. I don't know.
I
don't know if that works, man. No, but I do find it interesting though, because again, you said like the Camille has to be permaban. There was a lot of things now that I feel like we're getting to the point where IG where it's you've got to take care of some of these crucial picks. Giving them over the classic Kalista Renata combo for On and Wink in particular, tried and true duo for them, kind of reunited in that way. I think it's going to be difficult to tackle, and I want to see what at least WE's response is going to be, because it's going to be dwindled here. The Ashe already gone. That's a big pick into it. They knew they could hold it to the second phase, too.
I mean, you could flex the Karma down towards bot lane and play someone like Azrael Karma and like play a bit standoffish level 1, play at max Q range, something like that. And that means that you're still giving pressure over Darn and Wink, but you're just hoping to mid-game spike beyond them if you can survive that early game. But with the Senna gone and the Ashe gone, you're not really going to be able to fight very early game against them very easily.
The Gwen. So, 2 crucial bans going the way of YSKM. Look at that smugness. He's looking over there.
So, the thing is now, is that if you're playing against the Poppy and the Karma and the K'Sante, playing a lot of melee champions just kind of sucks into that, because you're kind of locked up in the front line, you kind of drag back. So you want to play, I mean, if you had Gwen, you'd just be able to press W and you'd be able to ignore a lot of that. So you want to play something that can actually get out of that, which means that you're kind of limited to not going to... You see that smile, man. But you see... The problem is that you can't really go towards the YSKM flavor champions like Jax, Camille. Well, Camille was always going to be banned anyway, but the Gwen as well. It would have just been so hard to get out of the fight. So it has to be the Udyr to just be a frontline that can actually escape sometimes.
The reason I chuckled is because you talk about like, oh, give him the champion, he gets out, he could just do these things. Well, you could just do things on Udyr too. You just get to run at people. So we'll see if he gets that chance this time around, if he's a free deer or if he's a captive deer. We did get the Varus, though. Locked in again. I think, obviously, just risen super high in priority with the utility it brings, the strength it brings. The Bard, though, an interesting combo here for WE, but a tried and true for Iwandi.
It's got a pretty strong level 1 as well between Bard Q and Varus E, so you can maybe stop Arn and Wink being able to get full agency over the wave. And you're left to last pick mid lane for Cryan. We've had a couple of mid picks taken away, but with the, most of the other range champions gone, the only champion which outranges Corki in meta right now is something like the Jace. Corki is happy farming up against the Karma. If things get really bad, maybe you can stop off for a Hex Drinker against some matchups, but I don't even think you need to do that versus the Karma necessarily. I think that, it's pretty easy to farm up against her. So Cryan gonna have some ability to scale up. It's a bit of a janky composition from IG because you're half wanting to all in, you're half wanting to scale up. I think you're probably looking to use Corki as a bit of a package bot just to kind of go in on those timings rather than playing through the full kit being the poke machine. In fact, there may be even some logic to say, well, go towards the more AD carry Corki build so you can brawl a little bit more. But Cryan, I'm interested to see how this Corki slots into this composition.
You say it's a smorgasbord. I say that it covers all the bases. I don't know if that's gonna work because if you split things most of the time, you're not very effective in the one thing you want to do. But I do find it interesting how this composition has played out, especially the way that we saw that first game go. Right, you're still giving so much skirmish potential to these jungle matchups, and I love it. But it is down to the early pathing, what we're gonna see, especially from Lien, who just feels he's on a rampage now. And if WE themselves can pull it back, because that game 1, it was going their way. They had control, and then the ball slipped out of their hand. And IG, 10 out of 10 will pick that one up every single time. Yeah. Lien's the star right now for IG, but YSKM had a pretty star-studded performance himself. We'll see if WE can take it as we are back to it. Game 2. Decent IG fans out there. My goodness.
Yeah, it's an away game. You don't often get them in League of Legends. LPL is one of the few places where you'll actually get home and away games. Not for all of our teams, of course. We've got Team W in Xi'an. We've got LNG who are playing later. They're in Suzhou. You've got NIP as well, who have their own arena. Some teams used to have arenas and now don't currently, and we'll see if they end up going back to them again. But we have like 4 or 5 different venues, including
something
the Shanghai
happened called COVID.
Yes.
I think it's a massive thing just sitting there.
Yeah.
We don't get that kind of early level 1 spice. We do get a little bit of vision given here, but I think all eyes again for me are back to the jungle, hung on a prio pick now on the Poppy into the Kalista. I feel like has to go bot lane, has to get that focus down there.
But the thing is, so you've got the Comet Varus, which is often when you want to play poke Varus, but not really, you want to kind of get the Comet value on cooldown and not really stick around for extra auto attacks in the same way that you would do with the Hail of Blades. Whereas Game has been completely puzzled out by Wayward, who's been stuck behind the wave to at least get himself some XP there, trying to avoid the level 1 double R for the wave clear if it really does come through to that. But when you go for the teleport as well on stage, you're basically saying, look, we're losing the early levels, we'll do something a little bit later, and I'll just look to be continually catching waves and getting value. But now that means that you've got Udi that's going to push in topside, Fofo who's going to, bully out mid, bot lane that's not going to contest. It feels like Hung, even though you're on the Poppy, which can do massive damage early, has got no lanes to play around.
Something I always credited all of our Poppies last year was the pathing differentials you can do. A lot of the fun you can have with the Hex Flash. But man, mid lane is looking worse for wear for Cryan right now. I will say it is funny how mid lane has devolved to pretty much just trade your health bars as heavily as possible. You got to have some hair, at least standing up every time you're playing mid lane.
So mid lane's my native role, so I've played it since season 4 or so. But the thing is, these early trades, they're not for kills. They're the interesting thing, which I find it very fascinating, is that you're trading early to make sure that they get a worse first back than you do. That's what you're looking for on the whole. You're saying, look, you're not going to get to a lost chapter if you need that. You're not going to get through to a tier and a component if you need that. See that Lien, after Cryan has been forced to teleport back early, is trying to look to punish Fofo now.
Flash will be burned there. So what you're saying is it's just a battle of passive aggressiveness?
It is a battle of it's a battle of commerce. It's a battle of you know, like, of material goods. It's like a
just hate somebody
property
without actually like hating.
Yeah,
them,
it's
right?
you're
Like-
sat. Is it like the stock market?
I want it worse for
Is
you.
it like the stock
That's-
market?
I maybe. I
Yeah,
don't
you-
know. I
do
feel
you
like
wanna-
we could get some pretty evil here.
Ah, yes, the economy. That's what we're battling over. God, what has mid lane become? I miss when we used to see Talon in the mid lane. Oh, Talon versus Katarina and Zed. That was fun. That's cool. I've been seeing Aria
Yeah,
around.
not gonna lie, I'm not super happy to be welcoming the Corki back. But if Crying can perform on it, I think that's the
Well,
biggest
this
difference.
is the
Right
thing.
now he's getting pushed heavily though.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing which I was talking about a lot through the early split is the Corki pass. LPL has sucked at Corki on the whole. Cryan gonna Valkyrie back, still leading a load of poke, but I mean, Rookie has the Corki pass. I mean, occasionally someone else does too, but that's kind of gone, been and gone. See a big all in bot side.
Flashes.
But I gotta see whether Cryan is gonna get the Corki pass. This is very important to me on like a spiritual level.
We'll keep that magnifying there in mid lane. But speaking of magnifying glass, On and Wink have the advantage in bottom lane pretty heavily. They almost got the early first blood trade there too, but they're going to be pushing in. TP available for Stay. Nice little shout out for him, knowing they're going to be under a lot of pressure here. But trying to stabilize his bot lane, I feel like can be pretty important for WE.
One of the real issues that they're going to have, though, is that if you ever leave... So right now, you've got the Varus, like, alone in bot side. But if it ever comes to the point where you leave him, like, alone, he doesn't have a combat summoner versus the Kalista, who can cleanse out of the ultimate, and then you get ran down. You die. You can never leave the Varus alone versus the Kalista, and if there's any other chance of someone else coming into your lane, you're in such a bad spot. You are hoping that the teleport allows you to get catch enough waves and to be in waves, be on lanes in good enough presence to get to item points at a point where you wouldn't have it without that summoner, right? If you didn't have the teleport, you would be behind in gold. Problem is, you're going to have to reset more because you don't have the combat summoner and you're forced into bad fights. Really need to see Stay justify this, because this is going to be a pretty rough game if he's continually forced out of lane.
Now it is a soft trade, at least here now, of these objectives early. You do have Iwani who's going to spot them out here, but I do wonder if Lien actually has the presence to go for this one if he wants to try to collapse onto Fofo. Wink wants to collapse onto Fofo at least. But you would expect the objective trade now, but so far WE have come away with the 3 grubs and they're redeploying down bot side.
Tell you what's been a real breath of fresh air has been how active our supports have been in this series. Both Stay when he was on the center, and now obviously Iwandi, and you've got Wink in both games so far, have really managed to find different angles onto the map, and not in a way which throws their AD carry under the bus either, most of the time. I mean, the Tahm Kench fell quite far behind the Varus in the last game. You kind of expected it was a little bit more than that. Problem is now, this is what we were talking about. You're going to get dove into the turret. You have the bailout if you really comes from bad to worse. This is difficult.
This is so difficult. You're just literally waiting for your death to come through. The shot!
Ooh, 35 HP.
He had nothing left, and he does make it out alive. First blood to Invictus Gaming.
So, about the whole roaming but not throwing your AD carry under the bus. This was so obvious. You have the wave crashing in. You have a flashless, no combat summoner Varus against the Kalista with people moving down towards that side of the map. They were, in credit to them, moving down to try and safeguard that crash, but they were just 10 seconds off, 5 seconds off, and that's more than enough for IG to pounce and get that kill. I am really worried for what happens with this Varus if he's ever left alone again.
It's a late start from WE, something that IG can come and contest. On did spot them out. They'll have the movement from Crying too, but the Dragon goes over to WE, and a Magical Journey will get them out.
That's the Bard utility, allows you to play the map very, very well. It's been a bit of a coincidental buff to Bard in the new season in some ways, in regards to the new walls. Some of the Baron walls are really long too. The All-Seeing Baron, that huge wall in the middle of the river as well. The Death Wall, you know, like obviously Bard can use that to get into different points in the river to reposition the team if you're in the right position. So yeah, allows them to get in towards that Dragon. Interested now to see IG, so you've got that first kill on bot side. How much can you really twist the nails, twist the screws though, and make sure that this teleport Varus is not going to get any safe way to really impact the game?
Also looking at this mid lane, Not gonna lie, Fofo's getting kind of strong now in this matchup. It feels like he's having a lot of pressure, keeping Cryin down pretty low. Hung tries to go for the play though, can't find it. Does end up getting the flash out of him after the TP. So Cryin is in a lot of trouble now, being in lane.
Well, Cryine's just had to blow through both of his refill potions slots, and then also still be stuck around at, you know, half, 2/3 HP as soon as he's teleported back in. Like, this Corki needs some extra time to get up towards some items. We yet to see the fill build coming through. I want to see if it is going to be something a little bit... it probably is going to be the poke build, but I was just wondering if there was an angle for more of a Sheen build outside of it. Interestingly, he didn't go for the fleet footwork to survive early laning phase. He went for the first strike. I think that's kind of not really helped. There's been a lot of bad poke rates going against it. Cryin yet to earn himself the Corki pass.
We're still deliberating, all right? We're taking it into conversation. Go have a seat on the couch. We'll get with you soon. I do want to see though a little bit more presence.
Can you imagine a job interview, but like from different people about whether you can play a certain champion?
I don't think that should.
I would like to be on the board of the Ahri Pass team because I have some strong opinions about professional Ahri players. I see. Luckily, I don't have to just ban people outright for building Everfrost anymore. That demon has been done away.
So luckily, the champion is bad. Wait, no, what? I'm just
Hey, we'll see on 14.4.
There you go. There you go. There's the hope. It's the light at the end of the tunnel.
Overall, something like a 10% AP ratio on Q coming back. So that's.
It is always different though, right? Because like you're always talking like it's so interesting. Ahri is amazing. Anytime you run into her as the average solo queuer, but just in competitive, it's that much of a difference in how you're playing the game. It's always interesting. We're looking at bot lane
Corki, right?
in trade, right?
Same with the Corki, right? When you get that package, it can be a big thing. That's an ult blown for free on Jinzao in a 2v3. That's pretty good for W spot lane.
Look at the grubs. So all 6 grubbies given over to WE. Meanwhile, play is still developing for them also on the bottom side.
Honestly, that's a lot of value from Stay and Iwandi. They managed to play out a 2v3 to stop Leon getting an aggressive play onto them. Blows the Crescent Guard. It does cost them both their ultimates. So now they're maybe a little bit more vulnerable in a 2v2 should Darnwing find an angle for that one. But still, not bad from the W bot side.
Not too shabby. Fofo is going to resume dominance in the mid lane, as has been foretold, it feels like, in this matchup early on. Lien's actually going to get spotted out. Hit into the wall, too. And in a lot of trouble. Let's make it out, though. And presence continues from WE.
Actually still had that 1,000 gold, though. Partly through plates, partly through CS, and partly through that first blood as well with the assists off of the WE. Once they hit their first item spikes on Karma and the poke Varus as well. Of course, Varus is stuck. He's stuck on the tier as well, so he'll be a little bit behind in the first time. Once he gets to that point, I think they can start looking to really force some plays around dragons before IG have got this Corki up to a relevant point of power. It's going to take a while for that Corki to get to a relevant point of power too. You know, no plates.
I keep scaling back the watch like over and over. Yeah. Just keep spinning the dial, and the time keeps going backwards.
Fofo just pushing into the lane and go, no plates. Cryin, sadly, his namesake is his. Fofo's what we doing? What we doing under turret? Swink has to come in to bail out Cryin. It feels so bad to be here. Wait, Cryin, maybe at this point you just have to take fleet footwork in this matchup if you can't play against this.
That's why I was so curious we didn't see in the last series with compositions that were like literally the bread and butter for Karma right now, and speaks to maybe some of the availability of champ pools and things. But Cryin takes the package out onto the Rift with the dragon spawning shortly. I wonder if IG want to actually contest this one, as it's WE making a play towards the top side of the map.
So Stays managed to push out this bot side. You've got top side vision control being secured from Team WE, and they are avoiding the package, which is, I mean, there's a great bloody siren when it goes off. It's pretty obvious to tell when it's around. So you don't necessarily want to invite the fight. I want the warnings the bot side of yeah, but the vision control has basically been traded because IG realized, okay, if I go and put down a ward, I can have a Corki in my back pocket. In top side, WE realized there's not going to be any threat there. YSKM now trying to wave clear before this wave hits the turret. He doesn't have anyone on his side of the turret.
Will make it out of that one. The Tempered Fate going a little bit wide, getting the turret though. He cannot move, and Fofo picks up the kill. That CC chain's huge.
Yeah, you have lost your movement privileges. YSKM goes down for the first death for IG of the game. Cross map though is a lot of plates going over to this Ballista. Well, that's a problem. This should be a full tower going over, so that'll be 5 plates. A couple of them shared between On and Liam. This means that you're probably going to get a Supercharged Callista heading beyond their first item, getting towards that second item too, which is going to be a worry. Now this means that IG might find themselves in a position where they can start forcing fights a bit more readily.
Very contested game here in game number 2. I think like the first game was very back and forth in the lead in a lot of the skirmishes, but here we are, pretty heavily contested game at least. Both dragons going the way. We do have Fofo being pretty much abandoned on the map, it feels like, but those first item spikes truly coming online.
That's a lot of gold with the 6 grubs being used from Fofo to take down the Stay. Remember, Stay doesn't have cleanse. He has to ult because he doesn't have ghost. He doesn't have cleanse. He has to throw the ult out. Guess that's just going to be the end of it. But at half HP, does mean that they can't fight as effectively. They're teleporting into this, but with Varus at half HP, I don't know whether you want to be fighting in any particular earnest. Fofo, I guess, just teleporting just to be present on the map.
They are seeding the top side of the map, which will be gladly taken by IG. You have Cryin taking the turret, and you have Luyen taking the Rift Herald. The Deer has found a fight. That Tempered Fate goes wide. That's really rough. YSKM now out of trouble. And that still means IG are winning out because they're taking the ire of WE while they're getting everything else on the map.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried because Varus wasn't there. They managed to take a great chunk out of YSKM, though. Wayward is proxying a wave and managing to get some damage to the bot side. Hunk.
Luyen's like, fight me, bro.
Well, I mean, Luyen has been doing a hell of a lot of fighting. I would also be backing off from that one thinking, what he did last game. Let's not give him too much gold to play with. Lots of map movements in this series, it feels like in the mid-game, to open up these side lane turrets. It's not really been what we'd call kind of traditional lane assignments where we've had kind of very easy 2v2s moving through into mid lane to secure mid lane push and then move into river from there. It's been much more about trying to secure these side lanes first and then having the mid lane kind of roaming up to follow that play. See that Cryin just about saving this turret, but a good flash in.
Really good flash from Hung, and no saving grace. Hung able to navigate that combo easily and stays the one that gets the gold.
Yeah, you know what? If there is a game to review from today's game so far, this has been really interesting to watch.
Yeah,
how everyone's moved across the map. How you're working around this patchy vision. You can see Lian trying to catch people out. The vision control is not completely in place, and that means that because people are moving so quickly around the map, we are getting moments like Cryin killed under the turret. We have someone randomly caught out in mid lane or whatever. It's actually been really interesting to see how both these teams are trying to open up the map, and now maybe things will calm down where we can get more solid vision lines coming back in and we can start to slow things down and look for a bigger engagement, maybe around the next package timing.
And not only have we been getting really interesting paths and early map movements and stuff, but I think these teams are really well set up for some very interesting team fight movements as well, because when you look at IG's comp, at least, they were trying to split apart the fight and find somebody out or get a big pick-off, right? And I think it changes a little bit of the way you intro into WE, who have a very stable team fight composition.
They do, and also they've gotten to the point now where they're into mid-game, they've traded up well in gold, they're ahead in gold, and this combat summonerless Varus, which Stay is piloting, can now use a third teleport on his team to make sure that WE can have a lot of map pressure. Now they have 6 grubs with 3 teleports. I mean, you do the maths, that's really nasty for IG to try and keep all of that in tow. They'd love to be able to force just an even straight up fight around a Callista, which seems to be pretty strong right now. But WE, they're not giving it to him for free.
Dragon's coming up soon as well. IG, they're going for it. Wink finds it. Fates calls in now. There's the Tempered Fate, but Fofo has made it out with the Magical Journey. Here comes YSKM. Wink just gets clapped on by Hung. Here's On fighting Stay. The Ren's not going to be enough. The ADCs trade each other's life. That means a lot of the damage in the fight's gone, but YSKM still feeling really hefty here on the Udyr. And Luku's coming from afar. It's going to be a long bomb from Wayward, but he's not even going to come here because it doesn't matter. YSKM is not able to run away. That is a caged Deer, and that is second Dragon as well for WE.
And look who's not coming from afar. It's Cryin, who's far in top lane. It was a straight 4v4. This Corki. This is one of the reasons I was skeptical about this Corki pick, because it's not really fighting on the same item cooldown, like spikes, the same kind of power spikes. Cryin doesn't have the package. He's trying to stop this Dragon going down, doesn't manage to. Magical Journey out. Cryin has to wait for his moment again.
Now YSKM will have to try to get towards topside to defend that, but just behind the play by a little bit for IG leads to a lot of lead for WE. They find themselves 2,000 gold up and growing.
IG, I think they realize they need to try and force the fight rather than just be outranged and outpoked. They try and flash in. The magical journey is really good though. And when you see like the Callisto coming over, it's annoying at that point from the side of IG, and there's a big fight mid lane again.
Hung is just caught with the hostile takeover. It's actually going to be huge. Into the fight, though, it didn't matter. Look at that shielding coming through from Fofo. It actually ends up in Lien getting traded from the Rift Herald play.
Man, they don't even get to break up with the mid lane out of turret. Man, IG feels like they're going to have to search for some inspiration again. They're going to have a Corki scaling up later into the game, but even then, it's the poke Corki build is going to be running into a lot of shields from Karma, who can kind of mitigate some of the poke with low cooldown, high value shields later into the game. IG, they would have loved to get themselves a clean snowball around this Callisto Lunata. It just hasn't happened that easily, and unlike last game, YSKM, who's been fantastic at team fighting, is not going to have that same individual agency to turn the tide of the game. We're going to get a closer look at what happened while we were in another... What the hell? What
I love League of Legends.
What is this? You may not go to get... You must go directly to jail. You may not pass go. You may not collect $200. Dude's just been sent to the Shadow Realm. Oh my god, that was hilarious. I've never seen that interaction before. I guess
that was incredible.
Activating the Herald stops the Poppy ultimate.
Shelly go wild. All right, there's not two of her anymore, so, you know, something's got to give.
Yeah. It's like sat there and you've got the no parking sign up and Shelly just does not care for your state's
Pulls
road
right
laws.
in, pulls out, gets out of the car, nothing's wrong. No big deal. Center of the universe as we go. I think the presence here is, or I guess the ball is in the court of IG. They are falling behind rapidly. They do still have some of that scaling, some of that saving grace, that clock that we keep rolling backwards for crying, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, this is not going to be a game where, you know, you're uncontested at range. There is going to be a Varus there, and normally Corki trading for Varus. Corki is happier trading poke for poke, so you don't have to slow yourself when you're charging up your rocket, or as opposed to Varus with the arrow, which means it's easier to hit poke for poke. But in this game, you have the Karma. And the Karma gives you the extra shielding. You have the heals coming in from Bard occasionally too. So it feels like WE, with triple teleport, 6 grubs, and a range advantage, they can start to grind out this game. The ball is very much in the court of IG in regards to them forcing a play which actually works. It's going to be hard for them to do so.
See there, Stage is doing like a quarter of Wink's health with just one piercing arrow. Maybe a sign of the times here as more items come across, especially that Miramana next. TPs are available here for WE, so they can play the map a little bit more liberally as well. You can see the idea for IG right now is just to hold the ship and let Cryan continue to farm in the side lane.
How long can they really expect that to work out, though? It feels like they are going to be, you know, pushed in across the map. I guess... Oh, actually, there is one bonus here. WE don't have Baron damage. They have effectively no Baron damage. They have Poke Varus, which is not the same as the on-hit. Yes, you can, you know, cycle through a couple of auto attacks, get a 3-stack E, 3-stack Q, and your Baron Secure is very good in regards to using your W-enhanced arrow as well as the Varus, but you're not going to be able to kill it very easily. So you want to be stacking dragons, and you want to be forcing IG to respond to Baron, but it's not easy to get teleports out for free while you're doing that, because you see the Baron so slowly.
And on the other side for IG, I think it's the Kalista difference, as always. Lien's going to have flash there. That's rough.
Yeah, because IG, they need to just hold their discipline. I think they have to... Oh, but they're getting caught
another
out now.
flash.
Yep.
Fights
Yeah, this
the
is the
dust.
thing. You got to hold the discipline. You can't give up stuff for free like this, because this is how WE grind you out. It's removing an aggressive flash option from Shinzao and from Callisto, which could have been used to turn the game. Now you have the package timing, but you don't have 2 flashes, which could help you capitalize on that. That's a bit of a stinger for IG.
This is a make or break, it feels like, in terms of IG's momentum in the series. YSCam trying to get an angle over here, getting spotted by Fofo. The package available, Dragon coming up shortly. Land goes in. He's going to get Chains of Corruption. Wayward, it's a trouble package over top, too. YSCam's got an angle here. Wayward's getting chunked now, and IG have a good fight. Hung's going to try to deny a lot of the damage. They get out with the Magical Journey, but they've left Hung, who flashes into it itself. They've repositioned. They might have to fight back here. Big Karma, Mantra Q, and the Crescent Guard is huge. Look at Cryin, though. Cryin full health, able to go on the back here. Fofo gets another one. A nice little triple knockback there by Wayward, and a Keeper's Verdict. WE turn it around in a matter of an instant on Kent Kite-A-Wade. A triple kill for Stay.
But the key moment in that fight is a miraculous magical journey to stop IG from catching them out. Team WE and Iwandi clutch victory from the jaws of defeat. That was an insane team fight from them.
IG had such a good angle, but Iwandi did not allow them to continue with it. Cryin flashing out, almost dying there. Now we'll see Iwandi walk into a very angry Lien. Makes it out with another magical journey.
These magical journeys have been so insanely good. And just imagine how well that play could have gone if Lien had Flash, if Arn had Flash. Just go back and think about that. Keep that in mind with this. They managed to get a load of good damage off of Wayward. Fantastic. But what happens if you manage to flash for the knockup there from Lien just forward? It doesn't quite happen. The magical journey saves absolutely everyone. It buys time. Once again, Lien doesn't have the flash even at this point, which could have been so useful. And the turnaround is magnificent. What an arrow layered over the top of the CC at that point. Shuffling out Cryin as well on that core keep.
Oh, we got to go back.
Whoa, okay.
WE, they go with the engage. Chains of Corruption with that knockback. Hung is in there, but it doesn't matter. IG are picked apart, and fate comes all the same. We're looking at going a 3 here, Nymera, and they're right onto the Baron.
Oh my gosh. Well, we thought it could be a long day. We did say, look at these series and say, you know what? There are some good teams here, but there are also evenly matched teams, more importantly. WE closed this out. It's going to be heading again on its way to potentially one of those 9-game days, which we've had a couple of here in the LPL so far. WE, they have slow Baron speed take, but it just doesn't matter when everyone's dead. Can't contest it. Baron goes down. WE, they have their items, they have their gold, they have a hard-fought Baron. And this is what happened when we were in the midst of the last replay. Wayward gets a fantastic frontline position and makes a mess of IG's battle.
Wayward just walks at them. That's literally it.
Menacingly,
and it makes the difference.
Menacingly.
Menacingly, as always with K'Sante. I better look back and see some of those K'Sante copy pastas in the chat, because my goodness. And WE now with that presence, the pressure, they're going to push this bottom side of the map as well. It just feels like things are not going to come online soon enough for IG.
Yeah, and I'm sad to report that the commission has delivered its verdict. Cryin does not have the Corki pass.
You hate to see it.
There will be more chances to apply for this, but it will have to be a better showing than this one. I'm personally quite disappointed.
What's the downtime?
Well, until he next picks it again, I feel like I have the spiritual resilience to deal with it. This ain't helping though.
This ain't. The Keeper's Verdict comes out to deny the fight though, but they're not going to actually find anything there. They will keep the pressure up. Stay's playing pretty confidently. You have 3 items helping this push out. Wayward's going to take another one, and this 6 grub push is in effect.
Outranged, outgunned. IG don't even have that many plays to make in regards to flank teleports. They've had it so many wards cleared out from behind where WE are now standing. They're looking for one last gasp.
Nice little push in by Wayward. That's a big hostile takeover. YSCam's not tanky enough. He's going to get bailed out, but Wayward is looking to end the lives of IG single-handedly. They do end up picking off 2 there. YSCam and Wink are gone. And now Wayward can have his play of it. Oh my goodness, the fadeaway kill too. And Wayward's flexing on him. What a scoreline for the top lane at 2-0-7. And they're looking at a tied up series here in our second best of 3 of the night. WE will take IG to 10.
It took IG to late game in game 1. They will have felt pretty hard done by game 1 and how IG fought back. But they absolutely stomped them down into the ground in game 2. There was no looking back once they started getting a couple of those 1 fights back to back.
got a couple of questions about how IG approached that game. I wasn't a fan of the Corki, wasn't a fan of how they snowballed around the Kalista as well after what looked to be what could be a game-breaking play in the bot side when they dove Varus alone. They never managed to capitalize on that, and Yscam was not on a champion that could really do much at that point. So IG, a lot of stuff for them to take away from this.
There is indeed. I think it's really important to also just continue focusing on a lot of the draft decisions we've seen early on in the first phase as well. We will step away, take a little break. We'll be back for game number 3. Welcome back, one and all, back to the LPL. I am Mazel, I'm joined by Nymera, and we're getting into our third game of IG versus WE, and what a way we got here. Let's go ahead and take a look at how that game 2 went down.
Well, we did say it potentially could be a long day. A lot of these teams are very evenly matched. Early game from IG, it looked like they had some good openings, particularly around bot lane. It felt like with quite intricate map movements with supports roaming across the map and trying to tit for tat across the board. Stay was occasionally left alone, but it didn't matter enough. And I think particularly this Corki just never became a factor. And Yscam was never really on a champion that could decide this game either. So WE, they stayed the course, they were disciplined, they managed to grind out IG into a 3-game series.
Yeah, I think the biggest differential was the fact they just knew their win condition. They found a way to get the karma to work, and we finally got to see it pulled out. And I'll just say it dominated that lane the entire time. Yes. There was no hope, it felt like, and you see a lot of that oppression being used elsewhere on the map as well.
For sure. I think there was a bit of a mistake in the first strike over the fleet footwork coming from the Corki as well. I just think the Corki wasn't a great pick, honestly, but then Fofo showed why you can't just pick that for free. But we're into our draft, halfway through into our last game of this series. One series left to go. Once again, Yscam going to be denied the Camille, but early picks up the Gwen this time. Not going to be left later into the draft for more bans to hit him.
Very curious if Iwandi is just going to become the band bard in our league now, as he's found a little bit of success on this one. I love that the Hui is here. The Varus, though, signals at least direction for IG in taking away some of those matchups, maybe make this Senna Maokai a little bit stronger. If that's going to be the point.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, right? We do talk about the Senna Maokai being a strong lane, and I think it's good. I think the Maokai still gets to perform Maokai role things from support, which opens you up to having a really powerful jungler who has obviously more gold income. There's going to be the TF locked in, and that means it will be an... Well, I mean, this should be an ADTF for Stay in the bot lane. There is a chance that we have the Huebard bot lane and the TF in mid lane, but I'm going to assume this is going to be Twisted Fate for Stay. And then we have to see what the last pick jungler for Hung's going to be.
I do like the flexibility we're getting in this draft, though. It's pretty awesome to actually play around. We do get the LeBlanc locked in, though, so very heavy on the lane presence, at least. Gwen going to be scaling a bit later, but playing around the LeBlanc's going to be pretty important for IG.
For sure. We'll see whether it is going to be the AD or the AP LeBlanc. We do still see some AD LeBlanc, but we've seen a lot more going back towards the AP nowadays, and it is going to be another Graves of the day. It will be the Senna Maokai going towards that bot lane. Graves into the jungle. Again, Maokai gets to do the Maokai ult engage things from any point on the map, regardless of what role they're in. So it makes sense to give some more power to a powerful role like jungle. Lee Sin to be locked in for Ping though, which means that you're going to have TF gold card into the Lee Sin Q, which is going to be really powerful if you step out of position. And even someone as slippery as the LeBlanc can instantly die to that, particularly now that we have the ability to also follow up with the Hui QW, the severing bolts. If you get hit by a gold card and you have Fofo and Hung in the area, someone is dying unless Gwen pops W.
And that's gonna have to come later, I feel like, as well. We do have very aggressive junglers. I think it fits Lian and Hung. I think we've seen Hung play some wild picks. Obviously, he's the Mundo connoisseur, but we've also seen him play a lot of facilitating. Yes. I think the skirmish is in like that aggressive style is going to be really, really curious to see how this plays out, especially against a guy like Lian, who has been gapping people from the jungle. So I'm excited to see what this Game 3 has in store for us, especially with kind of the difference in styles we're seeing from these two comps.
And this has been a really fun series. We've seen different styles, we've seen lots of intricate map movements, we've seen some pretty tight-knit team fighting as well. Both of these teams have done better than a lot of teams would have predicted, particularly Invictus Gaming, who, as we mentioned, just came off of beating the unbeaten BLG earlier in the week. This is a team which suddenly a lot of eyes are on. WEs are locked straight onto them as well, eye to eye. Mano a mano. Game 3. One last map to decide it all.
Both teams have had some changes. IG a little bit more so than other teams, I feel like, throughout their entirety of this year. But as we dawn into game number 3, will these changes be enough? Can Stay make the difference coming in for Prince and at least have this big say in the composition?
I think those gold cards, once you build up to a fire cannon, are going to be really, really powerful. The rest of this composition, so IG, they need to be very careful. That is a dick move, Cryan! Cancelling out the level 1 healing pots from Iwandi in mid lane to allow Fofo a bit more safety. He's going to immediately recall. But the thing with Bard is that sometimes you can go to a lane and just drop down these healing pots from your W to give a lane an extra advantage. There should be 3 under that turret. Now it's limited to just the 1. Iwandi's early impact has been greatly reduced.
It makes the difference, too. Everything makes the difference. He's going to stick around, get that second one down, get back out on the map. Hung playing pretty mobile, at least with the Lee Sin. But I do wonder how these paths kind of work out, especially in a world where we have seen the Senna Maokai already today, but it's a situation where you just kind of leave that alone until time comes.
Well, I'm a little bit worried in this 2v2 that Senna Maokai are actually going to have a decent amount of lane presence. I mean, you've got the W start from Bard, and Senna Maokai does have a pretty decent amount of early damage. He's going to sweep out Ward and bot side as well, so Lian's going to have extra options into bot side river onto the enemy jungle if they so wish. But Arn and Wink, I want to see what they can do with the early pressure. They're not against the Kalista Renata this time.
There is the call for the bot lane at TF. As we see it, it's also by one of the newer pieces for WE itself.
I believe that means it's the first time we've seen bot lane TF in the LPL. I'm not sure whether that's first for Stay or whether first for the league in its entirety. But it has been cropping up around the world. We have seen this a lot.
We have, and it's been gaining a lot of popularity just because of what he can do with a lot of the kits we have now in the league. It is those mirrored starts for both junglers, though, so Hung, knowing where he wants to path, down towards bottom side to oppress this safe farming lane. We'll see what Lian wants to do on the other side.
Graves has some follow-up in mid lane and bot lane. If a chain lands in mid lane, the burst which Graves can get is very, very high, and of course, Marco is one of the easiest champions to set up for a jungle core in the game. It was one of the best things back in earlier seasons, Season 4, Season 5, you just W forward and then one of your junglers could get huge damage off from that route in the CC chain. So, see if he can combo up well with that one. Lian, of course, fantastic game 1. Fantastic first few games in the jungle seat for IG.
Literally gapping Shun against BLG, and now starting off this series having an incredible scoreline. We'll see if he can make the difference this time around. But on the other side, it feels like this WE roster has fought a lot of this split to gain some recognition. I feel like some faith, because they are in a positive position, right? They are 4-2, but when we were coming into this series, the big conversation we were having is like looking at their strength of schedule before this and seeing how they got to this point. And that's where we were erring on the side of caution for WE, I feel like. But there is a lot of hope moving forward, I feel like, as now we're getting this roster adjustment.
Yeah. And yeah, I've just went back and confirmed it. This is the first ever bot lane TF in the LPL. It's a league with a lot of history. And that one's not been in its pages so far. Good sidesteps from Cryan, but the next cooldown's coming up.
Lian's got the counter gank here, though. End up providing a little bit of pressure down there, but not going to find too much more. Hung's going to find a little bit better of a trade on the back end of it. You are getting the roam up from Iwandi. Could make the difference in a 3v2.
Actually could do. It's not going to be gating into the mid lane. There is distortion back up again, so Cryan is not under threat. Has teleport back as well. Again, it's the war of economy. Not really for kills necessarily. Just trying to force someone back before they get their opportune buy from their first place, if at all possible. Cryan's still going to get himself the Kerchi Shard, which is the annoying part of AD LeBlanc, because you hop forward for a single auto attack. It's really annoying. It's a high damage one, and of course it procs the fleet footwork as well, and they hop back to their distortion. You don't even get to trade that much more back onto them. With the Hui versus the LeBlanc, there are a couple of play patterns you can work with. Big thing is that when LeBlanc jumps forwards, you cannot afford to get hit by the immediate point-and-click fear from, well, not point-and-click, but the line skill shot fear, because that's when all of the damage hits for free from the LeBlanc. After that point, Hung is caught in the pit. Is he going to flash out?
Oh, I don't know if he can. He does end up getting the little safeguard out, though. I do believe, yeah, he did get the one
gets the
grub,
first
so he
one,
gets
yeah.
the denial.
And he gets the first one. He's also now recalling on Vision, so he's going to have that cancelled, which is a little bit annoying. He has to burn another ward for that, which is, again, not the best thing ever. Still going to be 2 grubs over to the side of Invictus Gaming. Very important for them. They have an AD LeBlanc. AD LeBlanc hits towers for free at all stages of the game, pretty much. Now we see run towards his mid lane. Chain
the
lands.
chain connects, and it still goes through the flash. That means Fofo's biting that one, and that is first blood to none other than Lian.
Now, there are changes coming up in upcoming patches to tethers, where if you break the maximum distance of them, it immediately cancels. That hasn't come through yet, folks. So, Fofo flashes, still dies, CS lead over to Cryan, good gold over to the side of Lian and Cryan, as well as Lian picks up that kill. Of course, Graves with gold is a very scary prospect for Team WE. Those lethality ultimates coming out later into the game are going to be very, very powerful. IG, they walk away with some good advantages from the top side of the map.
Got to utilize it while it's still there, right? We did have first dragon on the other side of the map now, and do wonder what kind of priority that's going to take here. It is already pretty delayed, but Hung is down in this neighborhood.
Yeah. You can see already that bot lane's doing more than fine. What are we seeing here?
Oh,
we're seeing
no.
Okay, we're seeing things from Fofo's point of view. He doesn't even flash beyond the maximum range, I'm pretty sure of that. That's just sad. It's a difficult situation. When Senna comes from out of vision using the E, it takes a little bit longer for people to show up in the Shroud. So that's another thing which came into that as well. It's just that extra split second where you don't get the full vision of who's coming into your lane. They are going to walk down towards this dragon. As you said, their kind of sides of the map have been split just a little bit. One of the big issues with this, though, is that in Game 1, YSKM ended up being a huge factor later into the game, but that was from a 0-2 start. Now they're ahead in lane. They're not 0-2. Very early into the game, this Gwen is going to be a big issue. And Twisted Fate and Hui have 0 defenses against a Gwen. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath if YSKM finds the angles he does that he did in Game 1. So WE, there are some real alarm sirens starting to sound here now.
Stay is getting aggressed on here. Is trying to fight his way out of that. He does indeed do so as the ADTF, and actually just having to burn that ghost. See, actually moving up here to steal away is IG. They're gonna have a bit of presence from WE in the area. Cryan is on the back end of this play. Hung goes in, sees who's over there, immediately goes back out of that one. Wayward's on his way with the ghost. I think they have an entrance here. Iwandi wants that exit. He has the entrance, though. The triple CC from On, though. And it does mean the Spiraling Despair splits rather the rest of IG. And I think Wayward had an angle, but he didn't want to go back in. They don't lose that much here, Nightmare.
I think the only thing stopping them from losing that much is the Spiraling Despair, as you called out. It splits up the team, and YSKM can't completely follow through for a second kill. But giving just a single kill over to an early game Gwen, that's a big issue.
That is huge.
Great Q coming through, allows Hung to go forwards and get the kick backwards onto Arn, make sure that the Senna's out of position, not able to kind of rattle through different auto attacks. Graves has a lot of damage in a choke point. Senna has a lot of good damage in a choke point. Fofo does as well on the way. So with all of the initial burst coming out, both teams look to try and just back off and try and mitigate the wounds as much as they can. But still, IG walking away, the victors of that play. And it's a big issue now for Team WE. This is gold they can't afford to give over.
Yeah, it definitely is. And the amount of damage that Fofo did before he died was actually insane.
Yep.
And we're going to see that continue here for the Hui. Now, we did get the Riftmaker completed for YSKM, so first item on the map there. See if that side lane presence does come to bear for IG. Try to actually have a collapse angle on IG.
He has no ghost now.
WE. Yeah, but Stage just gets knocked back. He's in some trouble here. He's going to try to fight back on On. He does have a lot of damage back, but it doesn't matter. On gets that kill.
So, Wink blew the ghost earlier from Stay, means he has very little way out of that one. And it's going to be the kill going over to the Senna. Again, that's a bit problematic. Remember, this is the fasting Senna, or at least it's kind of like the, I'm going to call it intermittent fasting. It's the dieting Senna, occasionally eating, you know. But so that means that they're getting extra gold, which means they get more lethality. That means that their healing is going to be more, means that their ultimate's going to do more. And that means that it's going to be really hard to play around your combo, where you're trying to get a gold card into an instant one-shot onto someone out of position. The extra healing, shielding, and everything else coming through from IG is going to make that combo quite hard to pull off.
So we're looking at some decisions being made here. A lot of redeployment onto the top side of the map from IG to try to focus down these grubbies. They would get the 5 of them. Meanwhile, WE, they had the Destiny. They brought Stay down here. They're trying to look for plates.
I'm going to find them. No one's going to be contesting this top side, though, and that, again, is an issue. You have the AD LeBlanc, who is one of the best tower hitters in the game. She W's forwards, even if you try and trade onto her or clear the wave, she just pops back out of turret range when she's got a single auto down. And that means that those Void Grub buffs can be very, very nasty. Still, good gold going over the side of Stay. That's important because that means he's going to get close to his power spike.
Chess
Forcing the
moves.
Flash out of Crime.
It's
just the flash away at the end of it. The big thing about Stay getting first turret and so many plates here is that it's power. It is moving Stay closer to the power spike where they can walk forwards and get something like a fire cannon auto later into the game, which will then set up the combo of the long range roll up of Lee Sin Q and the Hui QW.
Yeah. It's always so cool to see some of the little intricacies of the TF. We've seen rise into priority, like the double auto attacks if you hold the card, switching over and over again. It's just really interesting to watch. And it's why you get to take advantage of a lot of the items, but you're also having to mechanically perform these things. And I think that's where Stay being put in this position is really interesting. WE are in an interesting position themselves. Hung will make it out alive there. Magical Journey will get Iwandi away.
Ryan returns the favor for having his flash blown just a little while before that. Bit of a bold move from Lee Sin to move into River without any vision. I guess just trying to establish some vision control. It's hard to do that, though, against the LeBlanc and the Gwen, who are at items and very, very powerful at this point in time, though. Of course, there's no more grubs to be taken. Herald coming up in 2 minutes. Stay coming back out onto the map, starting to change up these lane assignments, and has pretty fast shove with the Shiv built in as well. So Stay going to get himself up some more gold, some more isolated turret damage potentially. See how much wave clear Wisecam can do.
Static Shiv Nation is back. Ooh, needlework
No
on
gold
Stay.
card.
Oh my goodness. Oof. That's a flash
I mean,
and a ghost burn.
Yeah, uses the W on the first gold card and says, all right, okay, where's your second gold card? Doesn't have it, of course, so Stay tries to stick around for some extra plates towards top side. He's gonna force Wisecam out of lane at least, but Cryon might be able to stop him from getting plates beyond this. And in fact, he will do. So Stay not going to get the full value of kind of that quick switcheroo with Wayward on the sides of the map.
And I feel like we saw a lot of the give and take of macro decisions last game as well, but I think this game's going to be even more so important. We haven't seen the real big lead bursted out early. It is a small advantage for IG, and they do have those 5 grubs to think about with their side lane pressure they have, but it's still a very tight-knit game and something where WE are playing to their strengths.
And much like the previous games in this series, we're seeing very fast moves around the map, and we've seen sometimes overly bold moves across the map too, and they've been punished. But what that means is that we don't just have uncontested vision lines which have slowly incremented up. We have different wards just littered across the map. There are a couple which have made their way into position which maybe you wouldn't expect. And both these teams have vision on both sides of the map to varying degrees, right? Wisecam's kind of battle warding himself because he's so strong and he can, 1vx at this point. IG need to be very, very careful at this point, though. You have Twisted Fate, who is moving around a map with patchy vision and the ability to go off a vision and press an ult somewhere else. Wink walking up like this could get himself killed like this. It's really, really risky, even though you're not seeing explosive kills. Both of these teams need to be very, very aware of the pick potential on both sides of the rift.
Yeah, because as soon as a Tempered Fate comes out, right, you can just join that with the Destiny. It feels like it's 2 names that are built in together. Hung spotted out, though, on the flank
Again, it's
ward.
the patchy vision. It's all it is. It's the quick movements across the map where you've got random wards, which are really hard to track. It's not like you've got the consistent wards in the same spots where you kind of know how to skirt out on the vision. You're getting wards timing out now and then. That's going to start to go back and forth. But every time someone's randomly on one side of the map, you have to wonder, okay, well, where is that vision? Arn's now caught out, has to flash. It is a game of inches, and a lot of that is off of how all of this vision has started to evolve.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch as On's not going to be having too much fun with that one. Wayward has found a flank, and again, he's just walking at them menacingly. He does not get the slowdown onto On. Makes it out alive. Does have the Ghost Pop to try to get out. Loyen has an angle, the collateral damage to clear the wave. And IG will make it out alive.
So now,
they did get the Rift Herald.
They do get the Rift Herald, and they've also got LeBlanc hitting turret with 5 grubs and the Shiv on it as well. So there will be top lane turret going down. Fofo on the way has good wave clip. And has, of course, built up the Archangel's, the Archangel's staff rather than the Seraph's Embrace, not evolved just yet. So he'll be trying to keep Cryon away from this turret as long as humanly possible. It is quite hard to do so, though.
I think being able to chase down the LeBlanc is always just impossible. It's kind of like the Udyr. I remember Xiaohu running rampant around the Rift last year on this pick multiple times. Not as prevalent, I feel like, this year, but still does the job it needs to, and that was very, very close. Not able to get the angle on it was Wink.
You know what? That is actually a Zeal diff. The extra movement speed and then the Ghost on top of it means that Stay just about gets out of W range. That is pixels off. That's like a hair off a Teemo's back.
And now he has rapid fire cannon, so you don't kill him, he comes back stronger. Should aim for the head.
I guess so, and that's really dangerous now, because now the combination from WE is really, really hard to deal with. If ever you have Stay with a bit of follow-up near him, you need to be so careful from IG, as if you weren't being careful before. We've seen how how tetchy, how kind of anxious it feels like both these teams are playing.
And I'm wondering if there is ever a position where, you know, WE need to press an advantage right now, because it feels like both teams, especially in IG's court, feeling very comfortable with the way that things are scaling out for them. Everything's pretty even. They have the side lane advantage with the grubs, and it feels like right now it's like, WE, what are you going to do to try to upset this, or are you just riding the boat along with them?
So before 20 minutes, I think IG have a lot less to be worried about. The problem is, post 20 minutes, if WE find one good enough isolated pick, that could be Baron gone, and then the game falls apart with it. Because particularly when you have the gold card, rapid fire cannon being able to siege very well too, where if you stood under your turret, there's a chance that the gold card comes in and you just get absolutely blasted beyond that point. IG could find themselves in very difficult positions. Now, if they survive those big plays long enough, you're going to have LeBlanc and Gwen, who can be so annoying in side lanes that WE run out of options and have to overforce that big play. So it's a bit of, I'm not going to say it's a timer for WE, but they do start to really want to force that big play, which breaks open the map, which allows them to then kind of snowball into game-winning advantages.
Also, doesn't everybody just love TF? 0-1-0, highest gold in the game by 1,200. And now in maybe a little bit of trouble here is Iwandi, actually. Does get a ton of the CC layer to him, but that does push them out. Hung's got a flank, but it's the dragon. That's the first focus here. Oh, no. Iwandi, I think you learned the lesson the first time. Dawning Shadow flashed out of.
That's a
Hung's
lot
got
of
a flank.
Hung
Look at Hung.
Still off of vision. I don't think they know that Elise is behind them.
Big kick onto On, but I don't think it matters. Tempered Fate came through. Hung is just dead because he got Bramble smashed under turret. Wayward is in there like swimwear. Now Wise Cam going to get all outed. The Magical Journey is going to get Iwandi out. On is down. Fofo hits a big spiraling despair. And all of a sudden we have a trade in favor of WE.
And now Stay can recall, get up to full HP, and come back out onto the map with a Destiny if IG overpush. They can't even use the low health bars to do anything particularly important on the map. And WE turn around a good amount of burst damage, despite the fact that their initial play doesn't work out that well. Big difference maker here is that a lot of ults were used to try and pick off Iwandi before this. Iwandi just comes back, throws an ult into the play, still affects the team fight to a certain degree, and gets good value off. You don't have the center ult to reset this fight at this point. You don't have so many other ways, and now we have that Destiny coming back.
IG Cryon is almost out of the fight there. It pushes them out of the Dragon Pit, and WE now moving forward. They got the distance from Fofo as well. I think for collateral damage, just trying to even up the health bars here. But it does mean that Hung has been left to his own devices. Wayward as well. They take the outer tower. They're going to take the Dragon, and IG are just trying to get scraps now.
Oh, steady as she goes. Fofo, big burst again. This play is a big threat. On, what are you doing?
I don't even know what to say. Tempered Fate comes through. They're going to get the snipe. Not going to be enough to get the execution there, but it's Hung still doing the dragon and gets that second one for WE.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is he's greeting to put a ward down in that bush by Raptors and didn't understand more people were coming. He got Hung, who can now come over the wall, misses the Q very luckily for Invictus Gaming, but this is the problem. You end up getting one target isolated, and the amount of follow-up damage is so obnoxious from Team WE. IG, who have just come off of slaying the Giants at VLG, might be felled by Team WE in their very next series.
Trying to fight the doubters and try to make something happen. The thing that is scary enough, though, is YSChem has been kind of left on an island, and we saw what happened when that is the case last game, I feel like. And being able to see the last time he was on the Gwen. Now, I do think that conversation you were talking about, the post 20-minute mark, we have reached that, but
yes,
we're starting to see some of the fluctuations that WE can cause into IG's team fight that make it work.
Yeah, it feels like this is the point in time where it feels like the combo which just happened, if that had happened, you know, a minute later, W might be walking around wearing some fancy purple buffs and pushing in minions very, very fast across the map. You're completely right calling out that YSKM is sitting pretty, has decent amount of gold for this point in the game, hasn't managed to accelerate from, you know, hasn't had the huge team fight performance just yet and hasn't gotten a CS advantage right now, but if he does get a big advantage coming up into the late game, well, actually, he doesn't even need to. But if he gets a good angle, then yes, if he gets on top of the Wei and the TF, that could very much be a win condition in itself.
Everyone holding their breath here. One slight mistake can be a big difference maker in the momentum of this game. Saw last game really get out in front for one big fight. But we don't really have anything for the Dragon or Baron focus right now, so it's just about a standoff in mid lane. It's like the OK Corral, except On's going to dodge out of the shots.
Had the flash back up and isn't forced to blow it very luckily for him. Gosh, On's had a rough minute or two. Walked up into mid lane, had his flash blown, walked up into Raptor split, died pretty unceremoniously. Having the Ghost Blade for a bit of extra mobility is quite important. I wonder he's had a good couple of games on the Bard so far. Could he be the one to really set up for success? Of course, we talked about the gold card being set up, but yeah, absolutely, it can be the Tempered Fate 2, like you called out a little earlier. The follow-up from WE is just so long range. Any errant piece of CC could be the death of an IG member.
Now, while Stay has had his second item for a long time, everyone else is just now catching up to the bribery that is TF. And
Yes,
I think, you know, the fact that Cyclo Sword got completed for Crine, pretty big. The CC connects. Fofo gonna lay out the carpet there. Dawning Shadow across it. Stay is just obliterated.
Greeted too much for the combo into On. Fofo was CC'd up and couldn't get the extra damage down. So On flashes out, and suddenly IG are the ones walking away with the kill. What can they get off of this, though? I don't think they can continue a fight for that long. I don't think they can go towards the Baron either. Feels like it's just denying WE from threatening them for a minute or two. They get like a breath or two to recoup.
Get the back completed from On here as well. Does not complete second item. WE moving up towards this. We'll take a replay of that one and watching Stay just get completely mauled.
You can see that Fofo doesn't really combo up that well with what's happening with Stay on the other side of it. God, they could have one-shot that center, though, if everything hits. It just wasn't quite coordinated enough. And Stay goes down for the attempt to... Right, they'll have another shot at it. Game's still very even. They have items. They have more items being built up. You talk about the second items. The Horizon focus from Hui is absolutely disgusting. Does a lot of damage on that champion. So once again, IG, warning signals everywhere. Gotta perk their ears up and make sure that they don't have easy access across the map to them.
Oh, that needlework starting to do work now, though. They still have the Spiraling Despair, and there it is. Hung picks out YSKM. That's a big one.
That was a teleport for Wayward too. They had a Destiny and a teleport. YSKM has a W, maybe thinks he can burst out in time, but doesn't get the timing window. He dies, and what was the threat that we said? One person dies from IG into Baron start. That is the worry. YSKM had such a great game one. Might have just made the mistake, which throws IG into a loss in game 3.
Baron going down very quickly now to WE as IG's trying to position around this one. Fofo's not there just yet. It's starting to stall a little bit. Fofo taking a 1v1 there.
He's got to be a little bit careful. Wayward's now just going to start walking at people and being like a little bit of a tank here. He's going to get that knockback as well. They're all out straight onto Land because he knows the target he needs to go for. The snipe comes down, but they can't get him just yet. Lian making it out alive. The flash gold card from Stay makes the difference.
Oh.
And he might have messed up earlier, but he comes in clutch when it matters. And IG are running.
It's a bit messy, but WE close out the 5v4. YSKM not there on the Gwen to make the difference. Cryin is just around the corner, but there's nothing he can do. As long as there's a gold card held in pocket from Stay, there is no way they can play around this.
Gwen is immune. He's got a lot of damage from that needlework. He's forcing all WE out of there. He just single-handedly got them out of the Baron pit. The kick comes through. Hug is gone. The Baron's in a free-for-all right now, and Wink's going through, but he's singled out completely by WE. Cryin can just watch as his team goes down, but it has forced WE off the Baron.
I mean, fair play. They stopped the Baron. That's actually a pretty big win. You can see the center ult just to stop recalls. What's that going to buy them? It's going to buy them a Mountain Dragon, maybe on the bot side of the map. Of course, they don't have empowered recalls because they didn't take the Baron. Somehow, IG walk away, stopping the Baron and getting themselves a Dragon at the back end of that play. How does it start, though? Lian doesn't quite get the kill combo onto Fofo, who turns things around with Iwandi. Things get a bit messy, though. Watch how Stay and Hung are playing this fight, though. They are on the Baron for a long time, trying to keep it leashed. And it feels like even in the 5v4, they're punished for not really being decisive completely at turning for the fight or sticking on the Baron. They finally choose to turn for the fight, but because they're low HP bars, things get over. Yeah, we've seen this before, folks. How many more times do you want us to see it?
Love remote broadcast. As now we get down to it, WE have a lot more strength on the map, it feels like, but IG are not ones to back down.
Yeah, beware of the gold cards going into the fog of war, though. Only really YSKM can face check it, and there's only one he's got the W weapon. He doesn't really want to be the first one. He wants to be the first one into the fray. He wants to be coming from an angle, from the flangle evil. See what he can do with that one. WE, they have that gold card through.
There's a glitch in the Matrix. Oh, they actually found On. Oh my God. What, Will, we just caught up to the most important part of the entire game, it feels like. On just gets caught again.
Gosh, it's like in the Matrix where you have the glitch, the deja vu, and then the agents, they've set you up for failure. The walls are made of bricks, and the windows have all been removed. WE, they get the gold card, they get the kill, and they get another Baron start. Here comes YSKM, he's a little way away. How much can he do on the Gwen?
Can't stop, won't stop. Wink is on the end of this fight, though. Lian can't really get in the pit. Now Wink is going to get spiraling despaired. He's going to get engaged on, too, by the rest of WE. Actually, Wayward's doing some work over here to Lian, too, and it's just gone. WE wiped the floor with them. They're back to the Baron, and how many times are we going to see this thing started up?
I mean, as many times as IG are going to keep facing up and losing the fights. YSKM doesn't hop over the back of the Baron pit because he doesn't want to aggro the Baron itself, but it means he takes the scenic route. He doesn't get to the fight. WE take the Baron, they take the gold. They don't even lose the mid lane out of turret for this. WE have managed to come online with this combo and use it very, very effectively coming into the later stages of the game.
And the thing about WE right now, it's a holistic effort. It's not, yes, Wayward has a lot of say in this, I feel like, but it's all the members being on the same page, I feel like.
And look at how YSKM doesn't get into the fight. Fantastic of Wayward to get right into the backline, just the all-out to bring him closer to multiple targets. Great fight from the Xante. And you can't say the same about the Gwen. This Gwen, which wasn't put behind in this game, has not managed to find the late-game teamfight impact. Now he's being approached on a side lane. There is a Destiny, remember, from TF. This is what they can do in terms of macro.
There is the Destiny pop, and you can't be immune if I'm standing right on top of you. WE pick him out. On's going to flash out of Tempered Fate. How many deja vus have we had of that one?
Only in the LPL could we have a team which kills the Giants of BLG, 2-0s them earlier in the week, and then slips up to a team beneath them in the standings beneath that. WE, they are really putting their name on a board as a team, which I'm really looking up to and respecting. They would go even in series score if they beat IG in this final game to 5-2, and they would be completely deserving of it. This game's actually been really well played by them.
That's why when coming into this one, it was like, maybe this win is finally what gets WE back in the conversation, because we've had so many doubts about WE. Yes, they're at 4-2, but what has that schedule had strength-wise was the conversation we wanted to have. And right now, if they prove this against IG, they are a cut above the rest, and they'll join that upper echelon in the LPL spring split here. Wayward going to take another tower in mid lane. The siege continues, Nymera.
And this is a team which let go. They didn't, they changed out a load of their members. They let go of Hope and of Shanks in the mid lane, but they've come back incredibly strong with a lot of heart to the way that they're playing. They're looking to close out this game. There's a Bardo onto the turret. I don't think they can dive with it, but they're continuing to just grind IG out the way they've done in their victories this series.
And not only that, being able to play the meta here, Stay picking up the TF first time in the LPL, as you were talking about before, and also just coming back into a WE roster that really needed some stability at that role. Is finding some of that. Crying trying to go in, but gets engaged up by Hogan. He's just gone! Eviscerated from his team. And the rest of WE are making sure the nightmare has come for IG. The circle continues. The spiraling despair on top of that. And Wayward's going to all out Lien again. The final touches are here. The horizon speaks for WE. And they're taking down the final Nexus turret. Wayward single-handedly making sure that this one happens. And WE upset the masses. They prove they're the real deal. And they take down Invictus Gaming.
Invictus Gaming might be Invictus Giant Slayers, but they are not immune to the rest of the LPL teams. They have an incredible record versus the world's qualifying teams from last summer. They've just taken down PLG, as we've been talking about non-stop all day, but Team WE, this is a team where despite roster changes, which had a couple of question marks on them, I think a lot of people, despite the record from last summer, had a lot of faith in WE because they did quite a good job in, the playing to the Road to Asian Games qualifiers. This team has come back with a revamped roster, and they are really impressing me. This whole series, I think we had some really fun support rotations. I think we had some really good plays around the map. This was a fun series. This is one I'm going to go back and watch and really analyze.
I feel like we've had some really, really good moments there as well throughout the day so far.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've had some really fun games. We're going to minimum 8 games today. We're getting mileage out of us, but every one of the first 6 that we've played have been really entertaining. And though it has felt like WE have grinded out a lot of their games, they've done it in an intriguing manner.
Yeah, I think I heard my producer say we're ready for a break. I'm not super sure. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and we'll be right back with our 3rd series of the day. Welcome back to the LPL and welcome back to our long night. We are here after the culmination of our second series, IG fall to Team WE in 2-1 fashion. We went the distance there. I do believe that we are just going to be diving straight into the next series as we're trying to catch up here as well. So let's get into the game here. It is Top Esports versus LNG. And LNG off the back of some very disheartening play. See if they can bounce back against one of the top performing teams, pun intended, as we get into it now.
Yeah. So we've had a long day today already, folks, and because we have LNG playing in their home arena as well, we will be playing catch-up for this game and a little bit longer as well, potentially. So we'll be trying our best to get up to date with that one. Scout going on to the Orianna. Mr. MVP from last year did such a good job for his team. He's had a couple of struggles, had some excellent games as well. Mainly they've been on the Azir. The Orianna has been a pick which has struggled a little bit in the LPL though. It's picked up in the last week or so. On the other side though, the Kalista Renata has done an awful lot of good work across the entirety of the LPL. It's going up against a Sentam Kench. Gala versus Jaculov is a matchup that we're very excited for. Feels like Jaculov is going to have first swing at the Pinata in terms of laning phase priority though, with the Kalista against this lane.
And on this week of the LPL, our main characters are going to be the Kalistas, the Sennas, the Renatas, and apparently tonight the Hueys. But I am interested to see...
Everyone's finally learned how to play it.
Yeah, I was going to say, taking a little bit of time. It's fine, it's fine. We're in the second phase now, though. We get the Jax ban away immediately, as well as Xin Zhao. So taking away some very, very aggressive picks.
Yeah, so we have a lot of follow-up champions right now. We have Renata, which is great follow-up, Quay, which is one of the best follow-up champions in the game, Kalista, too, can kind of run forward and keep throwing spears into people, Senna, Orianna, similar stuff. You need something to initiate right now. Because we don't have something like the Maokai for the side of Hung, who is coming in for Mark, by the way, that's one of the huge changes that we've seen on the side of LNG. There aren't that many dedicated go buttons, so banning out stuff like the Jax, which can flash in from a top lane and initiate, something like the Xin Zhao, which can start things off at pretty much all stages of the game, that's very important. I almost wonder at this point whether we're going to get down towards something like, you know, Vise and other big, maybe something like a Sejuani as well coming out later. We could even see the Maokai jungle being very high priority. That hasn't been banned out.
And that big change you were kind of mentioning too for Hung. I mean, he's been a tried and true piece for LNG. It was an experiment to try out for Mark, but things didn't go their way. Also very curious to me is kind of how this second phase is going to work out with different priorities, because got pretty much bot lane set. You're really looking at the play between Tian and Weiwei, two world-class junglers, to be the deciding factor. And who else do they leave the final pick to, the counter pick? It will be Tian.
Right, so in a lot of regions, we see the Aatrox locked in, and some people would look towards something like a Yone to counterpick it, but Yone has not been very good in the LPL. We've pretty much lost all of our Yone sides to the matchup versus the Aatrox. We might be seeing a Constellation kind of Gasante lock in. Look, you can lock it in, it just hasn't worked well in the LPL. We've seen people play both sides of the matchup in the same series and lose on the Yone to both sides. It just hasn't worked well in the LPL. I am yet to see it really get the full value. If it can work though, it is an engaging pick from the top lane, and these teams both need extra engage. That's very, very important, but there's a lot of pressure now on Zika to be the first LPL top lane to really get the most out of this matchup, alongside the brand now from Weiwei, which is a bit more of that long-range DPS.
And the biggest thing is trying to combat some of the standard way that they want to play for the brand. A lot of the farming, a lot of conversation being done on what Tian wants to answer into this. Tian, one of our biggest brain pathers, I feel like, in the early game. He has a really good mindset. The jungle, he's a world champion for a reason. He's going to bring out his classic Lee Sin pick into the brand, and he's going to have to be a big difference maker in the early machinations of top esports.
Hopefully he can pin back the brand into his own jungle to stop Weiwei, kind of just power clearing, getting grubs for free, and just continually blitzing open the map with loads of different gold advantages. Neither team has fantastic engage this game. Both teams have very good champions at punishing people who are out of position. If you step out of position, you walk into a Shockwave, or you walk into a Sana W, or just into range of Yone. On the other side, the Aatrox punishing you from a flank. Same with the Lee Sin with the kicks as well. The Renata are flying over the top. It is going to get bloody very, very quickly. The question is how you actually land that first blow. The engage is not going to be easy. It's going to rely on a lot of mechanical execution a bit more tricky ways to work your way into fights, but both of these teams are ones that we have very high expectations of. Have they met those those kind of thresholds, those expectations for top esports? Maybe you'd argue that. 369 has been an absolute monster. LNG, they have not. They have not found their feet just yet. This is a massive, massive whetstone to try and sharpen their edge.
Trying to figure out if Hung can make the difference, if he can be that shot caller, at least direction leader for LNG. And as we get into it, I think a big focus for us today was JackeyLove and Gala, two guys who from so long ago find themselves to be the core puzzle pieces for their organization's top esports, committing to JackeyLove long term here, and now Gala finding a new home with LNG. We saw these teams at high highs last year. We'll see if they can continue that here. Game 1 kicks off between LNG and TES in LNG's home arena.
That is a heck of a skybox.
It's incredible every single time.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Wait and see if we get ourselves some gyros. I think we've.
Oh,
there they are. Okay, we got him. We got him.
Oh my god! Okay. All right.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Scary.
Okay, so sometimes, just for the record, folks, we don't always hear the gyros because sometimes the crowd mics aren't completely turned on as we transition into game from the arena itself. So it's sat there just waiting. There's like, you gotta show us what you're cheering for, and they did. They absolutely did. They're awake. They are ready. I am absolutely excited for this game. LNG, I think it is right to put on the table the fact that they have struggled so far. They are 2-4 as a team with quest to Worlds, and for many people, myself included, they were the dark horse from the LPL for Worlds last year. Now people won't be talking about them that way anymore because they struggled. At least when they went into the quarterfinals, got knocked out versus T1, and then into the early split here as well after some roster changes came through. With Tarzan out, they really, really struggled. They would love to have a great early start into this game. They've got to be so, so careful, though, against JackeyLove and Mako. Another big change in the LPL on two champions which could absolutely demolish the bot side.
Yeah, I think another conversation is the fact that, I didn't feel like there was much wrong with LNG last time around or last year. They went and got the world finalist jungler in Weiwei. They just said, let's pick him up and see if he works with Scout. And we haven't seen that combo work out. Scout's had some really rough games. So you're looking to see, is this a proving point for them against the top team? Can they turn this ship around?
The thing is, it's a lot of soul searching needed for LNG because Weiwei, for want of a better word, is a gremlin-style jungler. He just kind of walks into the enemy jungle and makes a mess of things. He is annoying, gets in your face, and he tracks you and gets value at the same time. Someone like Tarzan was a bit more of a planner. He would be someone who'd link up with Scout, say, okay, when you're on this wave, wave 3, wave 4, we're going to walk into the enemy jungle, you're going to be ready to assist me at this point. He doesn't have his jungler here right now, he's pushing in, and this is what they've been lacking so far.
Scout connected on, but not going to burn his flash, staying cool as a cucumber there.
But the problem is now that you're below half HP, the Severing Bolt from Hui is going to get a huge amount of value because it has execution damage. Scout probably does need to back off and look for the wave to come into him. Because he wasn't connected well with what Weiwei was doing, it means that when he's pushed up too early in mid lane, he loses a lot of his HP. Now he's going to lose a lot of pressure beyond that. Top esports. And Tien, who you just praised for the early pathing that he's shown in the past two, gets some good value out of this mid-jungle 2v2.
And I think for TES, you have to be proactive here with the composition you have. You need to get a position where JackeyLove is ahead to really press that pressure up. And that is leading well for top esports, at least in that regard. But LNG on the other side, like, Weiwei full cleared. He's going back for another edition of it. And I feel like they're in fine position to have this game go long.
Slowing things down from that brief spout of action we saw in that mid lane. One thing that we mentioned in the draft was how Yone is a counter pick into the Aatrox. It traditionally has been. Particularly now that we see more of the lethality Aatrox, though, it is a difficult counter pick to play. One that we haven't seen play out in the LPL that much. So just going to keep an eye on that one. 369 has had some incredible performances so far. I think he's been one of the very best players in the entirety of the LPL so far. He's picked up a cold the early laning phase, is saying, okay, I'm just going to not look for the early brawling stats just now. Very much looking to see if Zerka can stand his own versus one of the best performing top laners in the entirety of the LPL right now. Come out on top of a counter pick matchup which hasn't really gotten that much value in this region so far.
The dice have come home to Top Esports as he makes his re-debut with them, but has just been monumental in the amount of pressure they can have. And that's why, this team sitting at 4-1, they are cut above. It feels like they're right. They got Cream the first time we're seeing him with a kind of super team behind him. And he's been able to fit in just like a puzzle piece. But I do want to focus in a little bit more on how Weiwei plays this map, because once you get to team fights, it really starts kicking up for them, and he needs to get the grubs early here too.
So Brand takes grubs very, very quickly. We've described it a number of times now. You hit all your combo onto a single burst, onto a single grub, but Mako's walking up.
Mako, Weiwei missed the combo. I think Mako might die if he actually gets the combo off there, but he can't get the CC chain. Now Tien is going for an answer on a Zika in the top side. He still has Flash. The Soul Unbound. He's going to get the distance, but Tien closes that distance and closes the kill. First blood to TES.
So Yone first death on the board, no teleport, so loses some gold under that tower as well, put behind him. That's a bit awkward. 369 now going to find himself in an easier position. You don't even see a successful grub start from the side of LNG. There's going to be one secured by a smite, but Tien.
Weiwei got that grub. It does shield them, but it doesn't matter. Spiraling Despair, level 6 has been achieved. An explosion goes off. Cream gets the second kill for top.
You can see the intent from LNG. They run Gala up early. They tried to get some value out of that and try and burst down the grubs early, but Top Esports, they're in river early enough, and that missed combo now onto Mako may be very, very important.
Really good hit combo onto Cream. The heal comes through just to get the distance, and Gala picks up the kill.
Good pickup back on the other way. Scout on the Orianna. A little bit of a quiet early game after getting out-traded very early on. Picture-in-picture. What happened here? So, this is what's going to be... Oh, so that was a teleport towards bot side before the fight happened. Oh, it was a cancel teleport. Okay, right, that makes more sense. I was wondering exactly why things went so hectic on the top side. But now what that meant is that JackeyLove now has had a lot of extra time on the bot side. It's taken a plate, taken a lot of CS, and Top Esports, they have very much won out of this early game so far.
Definitely have. 36 not gonna hit the few sweet spots there. The Face Sealed is available from Zika if he wants to play a little bit more safely. He's going to just get traded down pretty heavily. Doesn't have the TP, so he's going to be a little bit worse for wear there. Dragon is on the other side of the map. Haven't seen presence around that just yet, Nightmare.
No, it has really been about those grubs. And once again, we have, all of our series today, we've had some really quite dynamic early games. A lot of big movements back and forth. So very important to try and take that we finally see the Dragon going down. As anytime you play around a Kalista in early game, you're winning around the Kalista. Now the fact that Top East was played away from the Kalista, won, then moved back to where the Kalista was on the bot side of the map to take Dragon, and win there too, is not so great news for LNG. And the problem is, you'd be looking to see if Zucker could start taking off in this game as well. It's not been an easy start from him. Of course, he's not out of the game. He's even in CS. It's not the worst thing ever. But once he starts hitting 1-2 items, all eyes on this Yone to see if he can start making those plays really well.
It'll be a problem for future TES, not a problem for present TES, although Weiwei trying to make it a problem right now, it feels like. We'll be spotted out by that. Tien will be there to respond in kind, and he actually has a really good angle here.
So 369, he was looking to set up a freeze. He held the wave just beforehand. That means that Weiwei goes up to respond. Tien goes to respond to Weiwei since he's on that side of the map. That's the flow chart, what happened in that top lane. The crash does go through, and Zucker ends up getting himself a free recall at that point. One thing which I want to touch on as well is Cream is a player we know for being an Akali player, for being a Sylas player. He was kind of the, a lot of people refer to him as the Chinese Zaka, because that's how he won his world championship, with those kind of champions. But Cream has been that player who likes playing the dynamic, mobile, but low-range players. Mages have been a bit of an Achilles heel from him for a while. Last year was a bit of a departure from him. He did grow a lot as a player. He played a couple more mages, and now this year as well, he's played an awful lot of Azir. Now, has it been vintage Cream, solo carrying games with style and pizzazz? No, I still prefer as Akali, but it has been something. Now, moving on to probably the most, complex mage that League has in terms of the actual button inputs, at least. I mean, maybe Ryze is that. I'm not going to stand by that. But onto a complex mage, at least, like Hwei. That's been quite a big change, and the flash doesn't stop the recall.
Not gonna get it. You hear the crowd?
Yeah.
Oh, love that, but not gonna find it. Although heads up play, pretty good to try to go for as well. Well, I do wonder now if we do actually continue to see the proactivity from Tien on the Lee Sin. I feel like it does still need to be the case here. You are actually at a pretty good advantage with Jackie Love in bottom lane. And they've been able to play around that for a long while, it feels like, for Top Esports. Jackie Love has been on a redemption arc, it feels, for a while now.
That's a really good point, too. One of the great things about this matchup is that every player on the map has pretty significant storylines behind it. Return of 369, you know, Scout trying to live up to his MVPs of last year. Jackie Love was absolutely insane last year. He was a player and is a player who's famed for his less than wise decisions. Last year, it felt like he was still making Jackie Love plays, but he was timing them better, and he was still being a laning menace, a team fight carry. But that extra kind of killing edge wasn't big, cutting the wrong way as much as it had done in previous years. I'm really excited to see how he does with Mako now, who of course left EDG. It's probably the best support which Jackie Love has ever played with. They've had a good start to this season. Only lost against BLG in the very first series of the split. They took a game off of them too, which is pretty good now looking back at that in retrospect. Jackie Love on the Kalista. I want to see if he can snowball in the way that we sadly didn't see some of the Kalistas earlier in the day manage to do so.
And we haven't really gotten the focus down there at all yet, so there's no lead to speak of 11 minutes in. That could be a problem, as now Weiwei steps in. TP's coming on the other side. That will be 369 joining. See if TS can get up to 5 grubbies. They're going to get to 4. See if LNG actually gets in to deny it. The grub doesn't want to go back to its home. And we'll get the reset there. Weiwei going to get chunked out. Tien restarting it up, and LNG moving in.
Cream's got low mana. That's going to make it hard to actually fight to control that choke point. Tien has Q and he has the smite. He doesn't go for it. Says, okay, it's fine. We've already got the 4. We've already denied a decent amount from someone like this Yone, who might be hitting towers later into the game. Secured 4 for ourselves. Kalista going to make good use of that, especially in the lane matchups Jackie Love has been put into. Has an awful lot of gold. 3 plates solo taken down towards that bot side. That's going to come back to bite LNG at some point. So, no mites to be spawned this day, though.
But that does not mean we get to rest on our laurels, Nymera, because Dragon is coming up very shortly, and we already see Top Esports moving down this way.
And again, rule of thumb is if Kalista's ahead and Kalista's getting bits done, you play around the Kalista and she wins. It's harder to always enable that.
Whoa, big angle there with the hostile takeover. Gala's left out to dry, and Jackie Love is the one that picks it up.
If you play towards the Kalista is going to absolutely hammer you. LNG, they had to be so careful around that side of the map. They didn't have eyes on everyone. Almost a nice mind game from Tien to avoid the shockwave. Does still end up getting caught by it. Still, LNG falling behind really quite far in this early game now. Top Esports going to maybe potentially even take down the top edge.
Had the handshake and everything. The Ren's not going to be enough. That's a tanky catfish, but they do press him off of the turret. And now the Dragon Soul coming alive as the second one went over to Top Esports.
It's the Chemtech Dragon, which is not the best. You would have liked to have, you know, any of the, well, most of the other ones, I think. It's not the worst one ever. You do have a lot of squishy members who potentially can look to survive a low HP, like the Lee Sin and the Aatrox that can kind of play around those. They're still going to be particularly game changing. This is why it was a real worry that Top Esports were winning away from the Kalista, and now they get to play towards the Kalista. The Kalista's got a lot of solo gold, finally gets to bring that to bear. LNG get absolutely blown off the face of the map in that bot side jungle. LNG needed to be so much more respectful of this. And this is a bit of an issue we've seen with LNG. They've had a couple of times now where they've had early game plays where they know their own power spikes. They know the plays that they can make. And you know, right there, they had the center ult and the shockwave and whatever. They know their own power. They doesn't realize what they're facing up against. A little bit unwise there, and that's going to put them into a more difficult position to fight back in mid-game.
I know the audience didn't get to see it, but we just got a little stat down there that said TS have a 100% win rate when they get first turret, which is actually insane. It's a pretty one-sided series they've had, I will say, and that does mean it makes it a little bit easier to do so. But I think the biggest issue right now is that there is a timer. LNG, they love those team fights. We talked about some scaling aspects for them right now, but they're being pressed at the perfect times by Top Esports, and it's not letting them get a setup.
And LNG, they are going to require a little bit of setup. Again, one of the things we talked about is they're not great engage. You can hop forward, you can look for bits of damage, but it's really hard to get that big AoE engage in the way that a Maokai can, and a number of our single target pick champions. You want Zerka to be in position. He wants to be pushing in a side lane after winning an individual fight, and then looking to kind of enter a fight from a flank angle. The flangle, as we all belovedly call it here. Can he do that here? He doesn't quite have the items to be an absolute killer threat. He doesn't have something like Infinity Edge yet, but the Kraken Slayer is nasty damage on its own. LNG not in position to protect this Herald though. I'll be waiting for another opportunity.
LNG are positioned in mid lane, but there was a potential collapse by Top Esports. They're not going to find it in the end. He did end up getting the Rift Herald though, so that'll be something for Tian to utilize. Looks like he's going to visit up top side too and give a nice little hello to Zika.
Visited up there for the first kill of the game onto that Yone. There's no one coming to help him. Rather,
I love that Tian just steps there. He's like, are you going to TP or not?
It's a summoner for free. And this is quite important because one of the things that LNG have been best at actually is Hung. He has flash, he's going to be forced to blow it.
He's got the handshake there. There's a lot of spears now, and it's just enough. Jackie Love!
I guess it's not just X that marks the spot, it's Q as well. The Pierce lands true, 2-0. JackeyLove on the Kalista has been snowballing out of control now. You cannot let this Kalista dictate the pace of this game if you are LNG. It's a big problem that they just had the teleport blown from Scout, because normally what LNG do is have Scout alone in the side lane, hitting turrets and getting a huge amount of gold on something like an Azir or whatever else they can get him on. Now they've lost a huge amount of tower on the spot lane in a turret. They lost a kill in mid lane. Scout has no teleport. LNG's mid-game plans are becoming much more difficult to structure now.
Yes, almost got a tier 2 tower too in the bottom side with the combo of Kareem and Tian. Showing a little bit of the burst damage they can provide to those structures, but reset should come through. We'll take a look back at that one.
Well, JackeyLove just hopping through the minions, gets one Ren set off of the minions. It's another one there too. CC comes in from Mako, hits with the last Q. Clean as you like.
I love watching players' faces during those situations, just seeing what is going through their mindset right there. Literally cool as ever, not even a care in the world. We'll pick that one
I remember, because it's Gala who's famous, so even when he gets pentakills, no reaction.
Stone face.
Just the Iceman. JackeyLove and Gala, also we talked about them. Look at JackeyLove's stats actually during this one. That's what to see. These players have played a massive amount of Gala. The career games for Gala, 647. For JackeyLove, 752. They've played each other 47 times, and they're pretty close in that too. Currently the record is to Gala, 25-22. Both of these players have been around for a little while, and they've played an awful lot of games, both regionally and internationally. Two of our most veteran talents at that point, and they are in a position of power in this game. Gala hasn't really had a chance to decide this one just yet, though.
Tian looking for an engage on the Scout, and find it in the end. LNG make it out alive for now. The Ravenous Maw not going to hit, and Tian in position of the Dragon. This would be a third Dragon for Top Esports.
So this is where you start to see the problems with the lack of engage. The range from LNG allows them to kind of like poke some spears at Top Esports and see what they can get, but it's hard for them to land decisive blows on either side. So you've got to really see where that first CC lands. 10W is very important. Tom Kench W's from out of vision, that can be pretty important too. Of course, if someone walks over a shockwave, that could be the absolute end of a team fight before it even starts. 369 actually at that rate, not having flash and being in a very squishy build, that's a big loss for him. It makes it much harder for him to find an angle. Zerka walks up and starts trying to throw his own weight around.
Starting to get a little strong there with the Kraken Slayer too. He'll do a lot of damage in a short amount of time. JackeyLove's trying to find an entrance, keep this priority in mid lane. He doesn't want to step up just yet. It's just a waiting game right now as 369's working on a tier 2 tower.
He's going to get that one for free. You can see that Zerka's walking down. It's a level down and there's an Edge of Night though on 369. It's not like he can really walk up for free. No fight over the Dragon has yet erupted. Again, it's a bit of a fencing match. It's a chess match. More moving back and forth, keeping distance. Shockwave blown in mid lane.
Pretty big ult to use there, and won't have it for this fight that's already getting started by Tian as he's going to pull the Dragon out.
Top Esports have very much won out in this phase of the game. We get the Dragon, we've got a box here, 2 turret. Even though Scout looks to try and get a catch onto Jaculov, the heal movement speed gets him out of range. So Scout trying to make that big play, but again, you don't have the Nocturne to be the ball delivery. You don't have a Maokai. Much harder to make these plays work. And now without that Shockwave, much harder to defend your turrets too. Scout went up towards top lane just to get the Constellation Prize of a wave pushed in there and get some more golden pocket. But Top Esports are running this map right now.
369's got the World Ender popped here. He will get double TPs away from LNG as they will collapse on him. He can't get the damage, the absorb, and it's just enough, at least for LNG, to pull something out of Magic Hat.
Oh, it's a double teleport. That might come back to bite LNG, but as it stands, it's good golden pocket. It's an opportunity away from 369 to get himself ahead of the game too. Problem is, you have a Kalista on the enemy team, and you've just used a lot of your globals, which means that if you go into side lanes now, Kalista starts going on to Baron, and they already have map pressure elsewhere, that is going to be a huge, huge issue. See how Top Esports can make use of the global advantage.
That is, I guess, a curious conversation to have, but I think the full frontal aggression that Top Esports are delivering right now is putting LNG on the back foot. For a team that has had a lot of trouble putting the communicatory pieces together, we really have seen a continuation of that so far, at least. And a big factor to LNG last year to the success was, guess who? The double season MVP in Scout, and he has not found the same meshing with Weiwei and this team this year as he did last year.
As we said, it felt like it was a bit of soul searching needed for LNG. What kind of team do they want to be? What kind of player does Weiwei need to be for this team? Hung coming back in for Mark. It helps them kind of have a couple more pieces which may restore some of the functionality of last year. It's like returning to an earlier save file. But actually a large part of that was following what Tarzan was doing on the map. They don't have that right now. And it feels like LNG, they don't really have that many players to make in general this game, but the ones they have made have just not quite been precise enough to deal with how Top Esports are controlling this map, controlling everything from the early game.
The biggest conversation then becomes LNG have a good team fight. They have an angle. If they get a good big old 5-on-5, that Weiwei and the rest of the company can actually do some serious damage.
Nothing that a 5-man Shockwave Fate Seal combo can't seal, but good luck getting
for Weiwei as well, right? Like in a position where they're in the Baron pit, that's where Weiwei thrives. Not right now though, as he'll check in later.
Well, we'll see how quickly they get vision of this. They're going to probably have to call the teleport up from Zucker. He's backing off of the wave, recalling. They see them in River now. How quickly are they going to teleport in? What an angle are they going to get? That's a lot of Ren stacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's just gone. And it's secured by Tien. In the end, TP's coming down, but that's way too late. Now Zika's going to have to flash out immediately.
Had to flash out because the route from Wei was right on top of it.
Scout! He goes in. Oh my goodness. He got the over-the-top damage from Zika, but Top Esports will get out with the Fate's call on the Mako.
LNG just not quick enough to respond to the Baron. This was always the threat. As soon as you end up blowing those globals, things go from bad to worse, and that's going to be a catfish in hot water. Who gets out?
Another TP. Oh my god, he's just mind-gaming them!
Oh!
What the hell? Oh my god! LNG just got duped in a half. Cream just broke every single one of their ankles, and the rest of the team came and chopped their heads off. Tien finishing off Gala. He's going to flash with the blast cone over, and he will get out, but my god, what a play from Cream.
Well, I mean, to borrow a phrase from old Zyrene, Top Esports just creamed all over them. He just teleports in, has to flash out, but the full combo lands, and Wei's damage is through the roof. Cream, oh my word, huge value. He's, I remember this is the player that we said, hey, mages aren't really his specialty. He hasn't had that much room to shine this game, but at least he gets that highlight reel to walk away with.
And the entire time afterwards, like JackeyLove was already working on a top inhib. They're going to get the inhib tower in mid lane as well. Hong's actually going to find an engage there. It's not too bad, but Tien wants to go right back in. He's got that, actually, Zika's in some trouble. Okay, they do get Zika out there. That was very close. He is not super tanky with this build. Did have this shield bow popped, but they're trying to delay some of the backs against Top Esports so they can't reset for the Dragon.
Trying to see what random picks they could get. You know, that Q went a little further north. He could finish off a kill in his own right. I was really wondering there if there was any follow-up after the CC landed on Dracula. What's happened here? Gala not really had the easiest game himself. Tian has been on an absolute stormer with this Lee Sin. We've seen a couple of players pull it out to good effect so far. Lian had a fantastic game on it just earlier today. Tian, though, he's a player which you have big expectations of in the LPL. Had a bit of a difficult last year, starting off well, though, in 2024. How much he can do in this one. Has no flash, has his ult back up. Can he find the priority target? Q on to Gala.
Oh, Mako goes for the interesting angle on the hostile takeover. We'll have a little bit of disagreeing entrances as he handshakes out of Cream's engage there, but this dragon started up by Top Esports, and it's burning real fast because JackeyLove's just standing there like a turret. 369 over the edge here.
LNG, they don't have the flank angle. There's no flangle, Mizel. What are they going to do? But
there's a shockwave angle, and you've got Zika there, but they can't do it. They just don't have the damage. Weiwei's getting knocked back, and 369's looking for blood. JackeyLove's hop skipping away, and he's looking like Alice in Wonderland right now. JackeyLove comes up clutch. All of Top Esports throw their weight down into the face of LNG.
Oh, for a second you thought LNG could smile, but if we're talking about Alice in Wonderland, it's a bit more like a Cheshire Cat's grin. That one was not too pretty. Even with the wombo combo, it doesn't catch enough people. And Top Esports control this game from beginning to Nexus Fall. They will go 1-0 in the series.
A huge step forward for Top Esports, and question mark pings abound for LNG continuously. This team cannot get it together, and it's really a props to Top Esports, who, you know, had the chance to have a really tough fought series in this one against LNG. Well, they came and handled business, and it came off the back of Tian. That incredible play from Cream as well.
I think next draft, I need to see more obvious go buttons for the side, particularly of LNG, but I think both teams could use them a little bit. There was a lot of kind of beating around the bush because it was much harder to actually pull the trigger and go forward at the right time. I think JackeyLove really excelled, though, with the lack of engagement, allowed him to play aggressively and play on the edge. He walked away with a heck of a lot of damage in that one game. Tian as well, fantastically Sin plays, but LNG, they need to set themselves up with extra ability to go forward and actually pull the trigger at the right time.
Absolutely. We're going to see if they can do that in our next game. As we step away, we'll come back with game number 2.
Welcome back, everyone. Back to the LPL and back to the action. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera yet again, likely candidate. And we are getting into our second game of this last series of the day. You know, we got another game after this one, no doubt. But it was Top Esports who handled business in that game number one, and pretty dominant fashion too. Real quick, Nymera.
It felt like they had control of it from the early game right the way through the game. I actually find it quite hard myself to choose an MVP. It felt like there were a lot of worthy candidates to it. I might give it to Tian, but we'll see exactly who it is. I'm going to get surprised by this. It was. I'm correct. I actually just choose the MVPs. He had some really intelligent pathing. He was in the right place at the right time. Shut down top lane in an important move. Went around the map and caught out Gala in a number of different spots too. He's on great form right now.
Yeah, and on his classic Lee Sin too, not too shabby. A lot of the map movements I feel like early were really interesting because he was kind of playing against the flow of what the brand on the other side was trying to do for Hung, or not Hung rather, for brand. So I do wonder in this second game, do we see a big adaptation from the jungle matchup especially, and seeing a little bit more standardized style from LNG as a whole?
I don't mind having the jungle style be similar as long as you get yourself some engage somewhere on the map. So, differences across the board. There will be no mage for Cream in this game. He sees the way and says, okay, Hui's weakness is being all in. If he can be assassinated, this champion has very little to say about it. Cream's Akali comes in, and I say this every time he is famed as Doinb, of course, who we all know and love, claims he is the second best Akali in the LPL. I believe that's behind Rookie. Might even be Knight. I'm not sure which one he rates above him, but still, Cream's better than one of them, and he has plenty of squishy champions to go all in, even with just 3 picks locked in. I think that this Caitlyn Milio will be very lane dominant in the right situation, but as soon as they make a single mistake, Cream is going to eviscerate them.
I love some of the mind games that have been played in this draft so far, even though we didn't get it straight off the rip. It is kind of the Lucian taking the Milio away, then having to go to the Nami because you still really want a good combo with the Lucian, and now having to play around that. Milio, Caitlyn, not a combo we see very often, but still something that can work really well together because you get that extra range, things along those lines. We're in the second phase, though, and we might be excited about the Akali for Cream, but there's some big picks being taken away here by for both junglers, at least. The Poppy, first and foremost, against Weiwei, and the Vi against Tian.
And there are a lot of the go buttons. There are a lot of the easiest ways to start a fight. Now, when you've got the Lucian Nami, they sort of engage by themselves, not by hitting CC necessarily, just by doing all the health bar and damage in the culling. So we'll see how
by
Dracula
being
and
alive.
can do it. Just by hitting one, just when you buy a single completed item from the shop, you are actually an engage option. So we'll see. I want that locked in. I really need that locked in. Partly because it's really good against the Lucian Nami, and partly because there's no Milio on the other side to deny deny it with the cleanse or something like that. Milio is one of the better answers into Maokai, but just cleansing your whole team as soon as those roots hit. Thing is, when Lucian Nami dash forward, or when Akali dashes forward, Maokai can respond very quickly from either side of a lane, if it's mid lane, and press the ultimate, and then suddenly the play often fizzles out. Now, something like the K'Sante can block up one of the tendrils and makes it a little harder to get big engages off of the Maokai ultimate, but it does mean the K'Sante is often isolated in the front line. So Top Esports, pay attention to how they space between their front line and the back line to make sure that 369 is not isolated when things come to shove. It feels like LNG, they want to play really front to back with tanks in front of their carries. Top Esports, they want multiple flanks. They want Akali on one side, they want Lee Sin on the other side. K'Sante maybe holding the door open for Lucian and Nami to do damage. LNG, they need to make sure that those flanks are not very accessible. Now, something like a Narb can get a side lane advantage and can push in and stop those angles being as easily accessible. I imagine it's going to be that. So only YSKM's allowed to play the game. I'm sorry, Zuka. News though, Zuka played a counter matchup in game 1 in the Yone into the Aatrox, and it failed. It didn't work out. It wasn't really a counter matchup. The LPL's not really used it as a counter matchup. It's not really worked that way. The Gnar has been more successful, but side lane Gnar has plagued us today, hasn't it, Marcel? We'll see if Zuka can make up for the mistakes of game 1.
I'm really ready for it. I'm so ready for it. But I do think there's some key differences here. I think Tian going back to the Lee Sin is really big. a little bit different into the Maokai matchup. Still looking at proactivity being the name of the game for him, but again, the execution of entrances for Top Esports, very curious. And I feel like that ease of execution has gone up and away and easily attainable for the side of LNG with this composition, a lot more than they had last time.
Feels like, yeah, they have a lot of ability to just like press their ultimate keys, or if someone like Akali against a range composition like this probably goes towards the rocket belt early and just kind of jumps at you. If everyone jumps at you at the same time, then LNG feel really, really scared. It's not like throwing a Sejuani ultimate or the Maokai ultimate, which they themselves have, but Top Esports, if they choose the right kind of timing, LNG will need to stand and fight. Retreating is not very easy against this other composition. So LNG, laning advantage, safe front-to-back team fighting. That is their goal. That is their objective. Can they manage it, though, against a rampant Top Esports?
Top Esports, a team that has been in full stride here and looking to continue that as a whole. They've formed their super team and are trying to make another campaign here in 2024. LNG, they've been down in the dumps. They have not had a way out of some of the bad positions they put themselves into, and now they're going to need to find a way to dig themselves out of this one. Backs against the wall. Can LNG do it? Did you see that Mako sign?
I didn't see it. No, I was looking somewhere else.
It was literally a guy holding a giant sack, and it just said Mako on the sack.
Oh my god, is that a shout out to the sack streams?
I don't know.
I didn't know that
like,
they knew about it.
If Mako is carrying the bag, or like
Yeah.
if I want to know a little bit more about that, because that seems
Little
hilarious.
did we know that Mako is the new member of the SAC. That's the only thing that this could mean. That's definitely what they mean. Cream going to be found out in the mid lane.
Is he
Scout
Santa
has
Claus? Like, I'm sorry, there's a lot of things going on in my brain right now, Nightmare, and I want to know what that sign means. Somebody at me on Twitter.
I don't think I have the necessary. I don't know. I don't have the information to help you with that one. Do you see that the quick invade towards topside is snuffed out briefly? But the thing is, as soon as Scout goes back to lane, there's a chance that Tian just kind of walks up again. Tian can't really contest Raptors like this. He might be able to smite the big one.
You say that.
See.
Oh, actually, fully
This is all of
gotten
them.
by Weiwei, and now Tien. Oh, he's gonna have to flash early over the wall, and now he's in a little
in a
bit
bad
of trouble. Yeah, he's not in a good spot here. He's trying to make his way out,
So-
but you can't leave mid lane that long, so Scout
Oh, he
hasn't been able to capitalize on it, and Weiwei gets completely turned around on.
All right. Well, I know that we have the Snake on EDG, but we do have actually Tian as Solid Snake managing to get his Metal Gear his way out of the enemy jungle. He started E to try and get the AoE kind of secure of the mini Raptors, but he loses all of them. So his early pathing has been disrupted pretty heavily. That means that Weiwei is going to be pretty far ahead of his clear and pretty able to pin Tian back in this early game.
He's getting his
Yeah, it
first
sucks.
camp at 2.5 minutes in. We'll be very close to dying to it, too. End up healing a lot back from it, though. But a bit of a delayed start. It also means that Weiwei is already a couple camps ahead.
And, I'm interested to see what that means in terms of fighting for scuttles, in terms of making their way into lanes. The thing about lanes like the Caitlyn lane, this has been the truth for Caitlyn the entirety of her existence, is that if Caitlyn is just left alone to just bully you in lane, without anyone interfering, she is one of the most obnoxious champions in the game. As soon as someone else enters her lane and she's forced to blow a flash or fight on two different fronts, then she kind of sucks. It's why when everyone could teleport like 4 minutes into the game, everyone would teleport behind a Caitlyn lane with Silas Akali, and it would be just the worst thing ever. But once you see this Lee Sin in this game, lose flash, be behind farm, have saplings put into his jungle and vision down there, Gala has so much less to worry about, and now hopefully for LNG, Gala and Hung can get themselves a platform to build an advantage off of.
I do like the mindset here from Top Esports, though, especially Jack Love grabbing that Ignite there for himself as a summoner spell. Those trades really important into Gala itself and trying to play into that, because it is not fun being a Lucian playing into a Caitlyn. The range disadvantage is absolutely huge, so you got to know when to be able to step up and get those pop shots in. Meanwhile, Cream, that was not the time to step up. He'll have to back, and he'll have to TP back mid.
Once you hit one item, that's when the matchup starts to turn around for the Caitlyn, so we'll keep an eye out for that one, of course. It's not going to be the support item Lucian anymore. The double support item has been completely erased from this game. Because it was understandably really quite difficult to balance around and to play around in some ways too. So I'll see whether JackeyLove and Mako can do it the old-fashioned way. Just regular items in hand, hewn out of yew and oak.
You got any other woods?
Ash, birch. What else was in RuneScape?
Oh. You hit a lot of them on the head.
I got most of them. I played enough RPGs.
Ooh, dodge around the trap there too from JackeyLove, just getting some pop shots. But again, you can see it just doesn't do enough. You have so much sustain and so much trade back from the Caitlyn. It's impossible.
Well, I mean, you say it doesn't do that much. That's a barrier and a heal blown. I'm going to take that, honestly. 2 summoners for that trade, that's actually fine. Now, the problem is, you're still low enough HP that you can't stop this wave going into turret. That's the first plate of the lane going over to Gala and Hung. So we'll see whether JackeyLove will clean up the farm, but you can't stop this Caitlyn getting back for a really good back. 10 CS, well, it's going to be up 5 CS up, but a plate up as well. Caitlyn is probably going to get a slightly better back. We'll see exactly what that amounts to, though.
We're not getting the full-on jungle trade here. Weiwei will be losing the Telegrubbies to Tien, though.
Lost the broadcasting rights to the Telegrubbies. Is that what happens? Is that how we refer to it now?
Yep.
Not going to be aired on the LNG channel. They'll have to try for the second airing of it. Scout fires out the ult in mid lane.
Not going to find too much of it. Just trying to stop Cream from getting an engage there with Mako showing his face, too. That is all 3 Grubbies going over to Tien.
And it is. So, see how top esports can make the use of that one. They don't have a lot of champions that can hit turrets very easily in side lanes. So we'll see how well they can use that. Of course, when someone dies or leaves a lane unattended, then that's going to be great value for it. Normally, you'd say the grubs are very good for someone like the Gnar. We've talked about that an awful lot today. Zika's not really built up an advantage in this top lane, though. Slightly behind, wave crashing and stir, just about even. So, yet to see Zika get the most of that matchup, and we already said, you know, the last matchup with the Yone into the Aatrox, that was meant to be a counter. I know that in the LPL it's been a bit weird in that front, but didn't necessarily work out for him. 369 more than happily controlling Zucker in these games so far.
Weiwei controlling the other side here, making sure he's there for Gala and Hung, who are pushing in very aggressively with this bot lane duo. JackeyLove, Mako really can't come online here in the lane. Really need some of that help you were kind of focusing on earlier. But because of that push, LNG were on the cusp of starting the Dragon.
And it makes it so much more easy when you have the Maokai saplings as well in the enemy jungle. You have wards, and you have your support item wards, and then you also have the saplings making this difficult. Ignite going forward, JackeyLove hiding behind the minions to make sure that E couldn't hit him. Good trade.
That's what you got to be doing, because if you can find that little bit of downtime, it means the biggest difference. All out could be used. Zika has that Mega Gnar out. He's trying to get the Q3, but can't get it charged up.
369 buffered out of the ult with the all out, so he didn't get the CC. He still takes the damage and sadly can't get capitalized on him. Still a fun little moment. Seems like Zucker doesn't get a huge trade onto him. Tien going to take topside scuttle. It's not going to last until the next grub spawn, but it does mean that Zucker is here without a flash, without a teleport, at about 400 HP. He can't really stand here. Tien with level 6. Yeah, he's going to be completely zoned off.
Oh, Creed, we're looking at this for a reason, and he might have just found it. One more auto. He gets feared. He gets pushed back. Cream wants to make it. He can't do it. The sapling denies him. Meanwhile, 369 and Tien have found a prey up top side, and they make the bark pay. As Weiwei goes down, Zika's starting to at least stack up some Mega Gnar. I think Scout's got an angle here with some long distance. Zika, he does not have the Mega Gnar ulti at least, and Cream is on his way. Now it's a 3v2. This could be dicey. Nice little distance damage though. Zika stepping forward. He is not in vision. 369 getting low. He's dashing out. Now Zika goes for it. The wallop connects, but it's not going to matter. A nice snipe from Scout will get the trade back, but Cream getting the kill is an absolute upset.
Yeah, Cream getting the kill is really annoying for Scout because he's been doing a pretty good job of both keeping Cream down a little bit in CS and keeping him away from solo kill potential as well. Cream getting gold on his Akali, the champion which he has done so much damage across the LPL on, is a big worry for LNG. What did we say right from draft? The first 3 picks were locked in and we saw Akali versus the Hui, the Milio, and the Caitlyn. We thought, it's going to be really bad if they ever get within ult range of them. That's going to be an absolute massacre. Yeah. They've just gotten closer to item breakpoints, which will help Cream achieve that.
Do get Weiwei getting the dragon as we go into the replay of this one in the top side.
So Tian, despite the early jungle mishaps, is a level ahead of what's happening from Weiwei. And that means that they have just the extra ability to walk up, completely nuke him out of existence. Scout takes the long way around, maybe thinks that there was going to be a full dive, so he was trying to get closer towards the actual turret itself. Sadly, that means that Scout is out of range for the grand majority of this fight.
Goodness.
Sadly, he's only able to get just the 1 kill back, and he's kind of lucky to get that one, if I'm honest.
Unfortunately, Scout missing the fear there at the end just because of the shuriken flip retake, at least from Cream. Little things going awry. I feel like it's been the name of the game for LNG all season long so far. Sitting at 2-4 is definitely not where they want to be with this team and this roster, but they are being pushed down by Top Esports. And right now, my eyes are seeing if Tien wants to path up towards top and get this 6 grubby spawn.
If you get those, then that's going to be really, really annoying for LNG to contend with. They can never leave towers unattended again. And that's a problem because they might have to deal with the Lucian and put extra members into his lane. They end up blowing the Breath of Life. See Maokai potentially looking through an ult over the wall, and that's what they're doing.
As soon as JackeyLove dash forward, Weiwei is going to pop that one. He gets out with the flash.
Close runs. That is a very close evasion of that ultimate. Would have been a very long route as well. Maokai ult, it routes longer. The longer distance it's traveled to reach you. That would have been a very long range one at that point. Would have been a trap combo as well from Gala. So lucky to get away from that one. And sadly, because Caitlyn Milio, they're not even ahead in CS. They've gotten 1 plate. They've gotten, even in CS. Gala is not really going to be a point of power that's kept JackeyLove down.
JackeyLove and Mako, one of my favorite new duos to come alive together as well. It just feels like it's 2 guys who have known each other for a long time, who have been really good at the top of their game. They're finally combining, and off the back of Mako trying to make a new name for himself off of EDG, as Weiwei will let Tien know he's still kicking. We'll steal that one away.
Of course, one thing that we missed in this matchup today is Mark versus his own team as well. Of course, replaced by Hung. It would have been versus his old AD carry. Mark was on Top Esports for many years, producing many moments of mojo. Sadly, couldn't do that on LNG. And Hung, we talked about him as a known quantity. He's a player which follows plans well. And the problem is with LNG is I don't really know what their plans are in the first place, and that's not really helped him look good on paper. Game 1 in particular was a bit of a mishmash of awkward moments. Game 2, maybe a bit easier to play. Scout going to have Mako walk into his lane. Not really going to achieve that much, but LNG, they are still on the drawing board. I'm really wondering what they're going to do in this game now as well, because they haven't really managed to get an advantage on bot side. Top lane's at a CS advantage too from 369. How he's managed to get that, I have no idea. 369 is one in fantastic form though, so we'll just put it down to 369 things. So LNG, they're going to have some really big issues now. They need to get safe 5v5 team fights with denying flanks and just taking it in a single directional fight. And I don't think they have the ability to do that.
And things have turned around a bit on bottom side. 2 plates have gone over the way of JackeyLove and Mako now as well. We are mano-a-mano down there. Both Storm Razors completed on either side, so some interesting item choices in that regard, at least trying to get that early spike. And we still see the matchup going about as planned in mid lane.
I think Cream's getting to the point now where he's pretty happy with things, though. Tier 2 boots is really nice for Akali, being able to kind of like cycle in and out of your passive. See right there as well, once you get the max rank of your Q, you have enough, the energy cost of it reduces enough that you can get multiple out in a single trade without even really having to wait for your Shroud or something like that. Just trading well onto Scout as it stands right now. And LNG, we will really see how they manage to set up for teamfights. Their teamfight setup is now the most important thing in this game, bar none.
And the execution of how to get into those is super important. Another plate goes down, and that 6 grub mark is really helping out with some of these extra little chip shots into the turrets.
How you're getting plates as Akali versus Hui is beyond me. This ain't right.
Cream
something
Akali,
about this,
all right?
Something about this ain't right. Now he's in mid lane and he is getting ganged up on, but
Tien's like, no, you don't want to look over there. You want to look at me. I'll bite you.
It's like, oh, don't look at him. He can't help you even if he wanted to. Scout's just sat there as like, yeah, this is kind of fun. We traded those early kills. It's one of the problems with playing against assassins, actually, as mages, where if the mage and the assassin both get a kill, the assassin kind of wins, because the assassin doesn't need to be tankier or something like that. Often they just need enough damage to kill you, unless the mage is getting an item which stops the assassin from killing them, it kind of sucks. Now the Seraphs kind of helps, and Azonia's later on will kind of help, but Akali cares not for these things and will kill you if she has enough gold. So LNG needs to be very careful of that. They're looking towards bot lane again. No flash on JackeyLove right now, but no way to pull the trigger really. So it's just going to be a bit of a vision maintenance and a walk away. LNG once again found very toothless.
The amount of CC that was available to them there was big, but it's just not enough to catch JackeyLove and Mako with the speed up there. See the trades, JackeyLove can't really get some damage in when Hung's got the shielding there. Wei has an angle here. Mako and JackeyLove are stepping back up, but Tian's got the flank of a flank, and the flangles are coming alive! Woo! Can't get the kick onto Hung.
Oh. That one didn't work out. You see, that wasn't a flangle. That was a Grim flank angle. Not to be confused with the hit game Grim Fandango, but this one was...
Flangle?
The Grim... I was going for the Grim flank angle because it's
But you gotta combine it all together. Flangle.
On a better day, maybe I would, but we're 8 games into this mess, Mazel. We'll see whether we
still got a whole other one. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, LNG are definitely going to come back in this game. They're definitely going to bring us back to 9 games, get the full mileage out of us. It might start from something around a dragon, but of course it won't. They've just given up all the vision control in the bot side river, and they've not really been able to hold back JackeyLove and Mako. Gala and Hung blowing summers in the bot side is a big...
barely.
I'm telling you, the Snakes on EDG, solid Snakers on top esports.
True. As Nightmare's coined term, as he's the one that came up with it, Graflangle comes through. It really was top esports.
And you know what happens? You know what happens when it's not a flank and you just run at them? That's a flankant.
Flankant, not a flank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you try and steal the Krabby Platter, get the Krabby Patty formula, wire by a flank, then that's a flankton.
Okay, I can see. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Thanks. I put a lot of time
I don't know
into
where I'm
this. It's my
putting it, but I'm picking
specialty.
it up.
Yeah, me neither. Well, we'll see what happens to Cream. He's going to ult someone. He's going to kill someone.
Ooh, he actually did get the blue buff, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god! Hung is not going to survive, even though it looked real cool. Cream is now in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have his team there, even though the tidal wave comes across. And it goes to Gala, of all people, so that's pretty big.
That's pretty nice. I mean, Cream made it look cool. He started off with a Lich Bane, which gives you a lot of extra damage outside of stuff like hitting your E on your ult. You can get a lot of extra damage from those extra Lich Bane blocks coming through. Comes in, sadly, it has no Dark Seal stacks now, but he's more than happy to pick up some kill gold nonetheless. So at least top esports get themselves a kill, but giving a kill back over to the Caitlyn, it's a little annoying. Though Caitlyn would very much like to be so much more far ahead than this. Doesn't really fulfill what Caitlyn wants to be doing in terms of denying the Lucian Nami the power spike and just pinning them back the whole game. It's not really worked like that.
There's a couple machinations going a little bit wide here, but I do love to see LNG still being at least trying to be proactive as they're moving over to the top side of the map with the Rift Herald. We just got the stat again that top esports have 100% win condition when they get first turret, and that is going to remain true potentially. Oh, nice little knockback. I think Zigga might actually be out of this one. Nope, the immediate safeguard. And Tian picks up the kill for himself.
Yeah, Tian and Cream didn't even need to blow their flashes. So LNG, they're starting up on Herald, but Zigga, I feel a little bit bad for him. That one was a massive ganging up on. That one kind of sucks. He's also down against 369 as well in the Gnar versus K'Sante matchup. You see that JackeyLove and Mako, they've reached their power spike on the Lucian Nami at this point. Cream's getting side lane turrets. LNG are quite comprehensively losing at this point. They've lost out on most of the objectives, the 6 grubs going over. This Herald is a breath of fresh air for them. Maybe they can break open a turret somewhere with it to give them a bit of breathing room on the map. Are we really going to do this again, folks?
Yeah, we are.
Oh no! It's a Gnar dying in a side lane. Again, we started the day with this. We started with like a 1-5 Gnar winning despite being in a side laning matchup. And once again, we are proving that the LPL just leaves Gnar out to dry. Gnar is just there as like a tasty pinata on a side lane for the team to do something elsewhere. I'm so sorry, Zuka, that you have to experience this.
Oh, I guess the real question becomes, is it the Gnar's fault or is it the player's fault? Really, you can't exactly blame Gnar, right? Like, he's not having much
Yeah,
of
well, I
this.
mean, the player did, in fact, right-click into the position on the map where they were when they died.
I think it's a two-way street is what I'm trying to say, Nightmare.
Yeah, and there are top esports members coming down both ways
Oh, no.
actually as it happens.
The light at the
And
end of the
sadly, it's
tunnel, but it's a train. Oh no!
Yeah, we'll see if Punk can get out of that one. Here comes the
Ooh.
train.
He's trying to get his geometry lesson in. Can't get the angle there though.
You know, there's a great Metallica song which uses that as a lyric. When it comes to be the soothing light at the end of your tunnel, it's just a freight train heading your way. It sticks with me. That's a notable one. And sadly, LNG, they're on the tracks. Got to find a way to roll off with them right now. This is actually the League of Legends problem of a trolley problem. There is actually just one track though, and sadly LNG are tracked to it. They're going into the mid lane. They're caught way overextended though.
LNG are watching Weiwei take that. They're like, oh god, what are we gonna do? He gets kicked out as well. There's the TP coming in. Gala takes a chunk, but the all-out onto Weiwei is gonna cut him into planks. And that is TES coming away with it again.
There we go, the flangle from Top Esports. You go too far into their own territory. Yes, you finish off that mid lane outer turret, but it's just not enough of an escape route to get out completely safely. I thought it was going to go worse than that, actually, with Tian, with Flash available. I thought there was a play to be made, but I think Cream without ultimate makes it a little harder to follow up at this point in the game. So LNG, honestly, thinking about it, I think they'll take the kill for the mid lane outer turret trade, as long as they can keep this mid lane outer turret alive at the other side of it, which now thinking about it with 6 grubs, the Lucian walking up might be in question. Now it's not worth it myself.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised we're still seeing players pick the Rift Herald, or like drive the Rift Herald after what happened to poor UCal the other night.
Yes.
It's like, honestly, if I was a pro player, I just wouldn't even touch it. I don't even want to look like, I don't want to look the wrong way. I don't want it to make me look like a fool. Like,
I need to do, I now have like this urge to put in, look, this is Herald stuff, there's more importantly, what I want is a clip like this where you're diving in between the towers and UCal missing everything, and you have like a rally driver sat next to him giving all the directions. You're like a hard right, 5 left, U-turn here. You see his, just the end of this. Wait. He knew he was largely dying as soon as people turn up, and Cream has killed. So I'm so sick of it's a Nara in a side lane again! How many times are we gonna see this?
It does not stop when Nightmare's in town. Sheriff
doesn't.
Nightmare will make sure all the
very
Nars
painful.
die in side lane. This is a hotly contested blue buff there.
Well, it's the team blue buff.
They
It's the team
actually
blue buff,
did
which
it.
is secured for. It says post 20 minutes,
Wow.
everyone gets the blue buff. You deny a blue buff from Caitlyn and from Hui, who like to have the extra cooldown reduction and the extra mana as well, because they're ability spammers. Top Esports, they don't lose anything for that contest. It's just smite and a walk away. Top Esports, they are completely running this game again.
Yeah.
Are we? Okay,
I
here's
mean,
the full replay. I'm glad they're not showing this in full picture at least.
The conversation for me always comes back to, yes, we're watching Cream get caught out here. It's really good. He could probably get out of this one if he wants to, and he doesn't need. The thing is, again, it has not been a singular performance from Top Esports. It has been all of these stars coming together and all of them having pop-offs. And I think that is the strength of Top Esports, is you're able to rely on a lot of the veterancy, but also the playmaking that comes with the names that are on this roster.
Then also the laning ability. I think Cream was fine in mid lane. Maybe that one's the one where you think, okay, actually it's not necessarily about the laning phase. 369 winning there. We've got a death in a side lane. This is just playing with them for sport.
Have a little bit of fun with his food as he goes for it. Some smiles going to 369 too. Jackie Love playing oh so aggressive on this Lucian pick, knowing there's not much that LNG have left in the tank. It will be a reset though from Top Esports, even with their monumental lead.
Yeah, Scout was just trying to pick up a single wave under an inner turret. But then, of course, the turret dies as well, because you have 6 buffs and a load of people who've got good damage to towers. Of course, energized effects from Lucian hit towers. You've got Lichburn on Akali, which hits towers. And, you know, it's just all of that adds up into killing towers really quite quickly. It used to be back in the day where mages didn't do extra damage to towers, so that's why you do double AD carry compositions. Because then you just have more ability to just kill towers quickly. It's not really the case now. Everyone just shreds them really quickly. I understand why, because it speeds up the game a lot more, and it's a lot more interesting to see games not stall out because there's an Anivia permanently pressing R under a tower.
You don't want to see that?
Don't mistake
What?
me there, but look, I was a fan of Alliance and Froggens and Anivia back in the day. I did my time supporting that playstyle, and then I decided I would like games to end before 50 minutes on average, please.
I still remember the days of like between 50 and 60 minutes was like normal.
Wait, do you remember the Curse versus Complexity game? Do you remember it? Well, this is
do.
faster paced than that.
It is, yeah, well, I'd say a little bit. Nice little catch out here with the bubble on the Zika. Tien, he wants it on the hug. He's going to burn the flash. And there he goes. Oh, man. That's a beautiful all out from 369, and everything's starting to come to an end for LNG. Cream's got the angle there, the triple knockback from 369, but it's LNG who stand the tide of war here that TES were throwing at them. Immediate pings onto the Baron for top.
I mean, Hung's down, so you don't have your cleanse bot with you, which means that you can't exactly walk up and eat something like a bubble or anything like that.
Oh,
they have to
went
walk
for the
up,
play.
they can't let
They're
it
like,
go.
we know that you want the Baron, you want to fight for it. Come to your end. As Top Esports pull the play, and Zika, he's got a little bit left to fight for, but not much. The bouncing from Mako ends up getting the kill, and insult goes to injury.
Oh, that's such a classy kill. I've not seen one of them in a while. JackeyLove goes down, though. That's important. I mean, at least they get a good kill there. It's a shutdown. Gala at least doesn't have to worry about Cream having ult. So LNG, they stop Baron going down. They get a shutdown as well onto JackeyLove. That's honestly a win in their position. It's a very difficult situation. LNG really, really struggling once again to put one dance move in front of the next one. They've really struggled to string together plays in this game. They try and get a pick off with the Mega Gnar just as it's timing out from Zucker. It's not really the most valuable target. Tien's too tanky at this point. Plus he's got the Sundered Sky, so he keeps healing. Look, I mean, one auto onto Hung, basically full HP again. Orders someone else after this too, so even though he gets burst out a little bit, he tags the back out, it's completely fine. Kicks the tree into Gala, almost gets him killed, blows both his summoners. Now we're back to live to see what LNG can do without those summoners now. Now they've been invested to survive that last play.
We got third item hit for JackeyLove. He needs no tier 2 boots. He's just going to walk with the paper bags on his feet because he can do enough damage. And
he
that's
trusts
the
his feet,
difference.
Mazal.
Yes.
He
He's also
trusts
got the
his
speed up from Mako. It helps a little.
Yes. That he does.
A little bit of combos there. Dragon is up now, though, and will be quickly and swiftly taken by Top Esports.
It's level 16 to level 14.
I thought he was going to wait for the Mega Gnar to start timing out a little bit more, but Cream played a little bit dicey there.
It's the, we need to replace the, the hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby meme in terms of the matchup. You do that, but it's like the hydrogen bomb versus coughing mini Gnar instead, because I am tired of seeing this champion getting blitzed.
Oh, JackeyLove! That's a clutch get out, though. He will make it away. It's going to be followed up quickly by LNG. That calling is doing work right now, and guess what? The big guns have shown up now, and another one is on the way. Send them all, because you're getting kicked in the face. Gala's taken out of the fight. Cream is on the back line. He's got a double kill on his signature Akali. The man has come over to Top Esports to make a difference, and he's making his name damn known.
JackeyLove jumps forward, and LNG make the classic play of pounce on the AD carry that's jumping forwards. But the Mikhails was already there, and then they've invested too much into the play. They're in too deep. From Top Esports, they learned from Sum 41. They punished them for that one. They know what happens there. They're going to take the Baron, walk away with another host of kills as well.
The fear comes through. 369 could still chase this one. Yeah, like Hug is just going to die.
He just runs them down. Of course he can. He's tanky enough to do that. There aren't enough members contesting from LNG. And sadly, so sadly, I know I'm so devastated about this. It won't probably be a 9-game day at this point, game, folks. I think we're going to be capped at 8. Top Esports, how cruel they are to deny us the full house.
They are cruel, but it is also nice to see them executing like this, right? They are playing with so much confidence now, and a great kick on Agala.
That is a tight distance on that kick. If he was any shorter, it would have just flashed into him and kicked him further away. Just about gets it over. Tien cannot sing this guy's praises enough from this series. And for this split so far, Tien's had some fantastic games. There have been rightful complaints in the past about how he goes about his business sometimes, but this series is absolutely not one of them. This split is absolutely not one of them. Top Esports, this could be their year again. This could be the second coming of Top Esports.
They were one game away from making and booking a Worlds ticket. They were so close with their would-be super team last year, having to find some new pieces to the puzzle, bringing back in 369, having Cream here as well, a call-up from OMG. And it really feels like they're functioning on all cylinders here. This will be their 5th series win, and they can join the upper echelon, rightfully so. It's another siege coming in, and one more kill could just mean, and that's it. Tien finds the nail in the coffin. He's going for more. He finds
Oh!
Nova. There's nothing you can do. LNG are dusted. They are despised by Top Esports, and they'll be put into the ground. Top will go to 5-1 and 2-0 sweep LNG.
In case you're wondering what our top teams look like in the LPL, this team that just won this series is up there amongst the very best of them. Top Esports are starting to put on the afterburners. They looked coordinated, they looked mechanically proficient, their laning phase was absolutely spectacular. This team is so exciting to watch. And they are doing this after years of having Rookie and then Knight. They trust in Cream as well, a player who is yet to join the ranks of the truly elite players of the LPL mid lane because we have so many. It's a harsh cutoff. That they bring back 369, Mako, one of the greatest supports to ever pick up that role, surround this guy in the mid lane, and they're making something truly special happen. LNG leave the stage in their home arena, looking a little bit dismayed, and this team has a lot, it's the phrase we've been using, they have soul searching to do. They have to figure out what kind of team they want to be. They have to figure out the roles which Weiwei wants to play, what's happening with their support role. They look lost. They have some good late game team fights, but this team does not have a plan to put to the board in most of their games.
And that's the problem, is like, not much has changed, even though, unless you just want to say that, you know, Tarzan was that big of a deal for LNG. As I really find it interesting the way that kind of LNG have devolved, and that's where, you know, it is kind of sad, right? Like, I root on all our teams. This was a team that on paper should have been extremely good, Nightmare, but unfortunately, the way that things turn out, super teams don't always work.
No, they don't always work, but the thing is, you still have a lot of super players on this roster. One of them is this guy in the jungle. Tien has had an exemplary day. It has been a day of junglers in the LPL.
It has.
I'm sure a lot of folks out there will be enjoying seeing some of our classic champions like your Lee Sins and your Xin Zhao's been playing very, very powerfully, but we've seen Graves do well. We've seen the Lilia, we've seen Brands, we've seen some different picks across the board. Tien, this guy feels like when he is feeling it, when he feels the mojo in his veins, you know, the power of Munchables crawling out from the background somewhere. It just empowers this guy to new levels. This guy just has such an eye for playmaking.
Well, what a day it was. It was not a 9-game day, but we definitely had some absolute bangers. I think it's hilarious that my premonition of, you know, the last series not being the most exciting and really it being the first couple stayed true. We had a banger of a series between FPX and LGD. Some very back and forth games, and then WE upset IG 2-1 there and cement themselves at a tied score streak there. Top Esports handling business 2-0 against LNG.
We're getting a really interesting look at our standings now, though, as well.
Yeah.
So again, first page, this is the playoffs cutoff right now. And look at the top of this table. You know, we still have JDG, haha, undefeated team in the major regions. They've only played the 4 series so far, but you're looking at like NIP, Top, BLG, and then a couple of other teams up here, which are starting to get really, really close in series score. There's no outright best team in the LPL if BLG are going to drop series. I imagine they still are the best. I'm not going to completely knee-jerk that. But the top of the table and the whole playoffs bracket is looking pretty significantly close.
Yeah, I think what I love the most about this graphic, and especially the way that our standings have gone, is because we have so many teams at the same marking, that just means that, you know, things are going to start devolving real quick as the season goes on, because a lot of the teams on the second page are the teams that these 5-win teams have gotten to get around. So we're going to start getting some of those really tough top of the tier matchups, and it's going to be really intense.
Who at the start of this year would have said LNG and EDG out of the playoffs bracket right now? And I know that LNG have played some pretty good teams. You know, they've played you know, Weibo, they've played obviously Top just now. They've played some good teams, but RNG as well there, they were building on something last year. This year's LPL and this split is feeling very, very cutthroat. We're going to, of course, continue that tomorrow. BLG, JDG, roll up. That is the one to watch.
Honestly, really exciting stuff. Ultra Prime versus TT. RNG, Kenzu is back. Holy cow, we'll see what that does for them against RA. And then JDG versus BLG, you cannot miss that. It is going to be an absolute banger. And I think it will be a chance for JDG to prove with a little bit of a struggling BLG what they can do there. Maybe BLG having a little bit too much fun. But thank you, Nymera, so much for joining me on the day. It was an absolute pleasure to get to cast with each other. I know it's been since the beginning of Chinese New Year, so long time. I was hoping we were going to have a blessed 9-game day on the way back, but we don't. We'll see all, though, what happens with the LPL, with the amount of teams that are beating each other. It's going to be a lot of fun, and the weekend continues tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll see you there for the LPL.
就是以平凡之躯对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一炮，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
有 start 获得，让我们恭喜 start 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打啊。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。